I put my hand about her shoulder and bent to kiss her as she turned. Then, as she came round to me, she started, was for a moment rigid, then thrust me from her and rose very slowly to her feet. I turned to the window and became as rigid, facing Justin. He was standing on the terrace, staring at us, with a face that looked stupid and inexpressive and very white. The sky behind him, appropriately enough, was full of the tattered, inky onset of a thunderstorm. So we remained for a lengthy second, perhaps, a trite tableau vivant. We too seemed to hang helplessly upon Justin, and he was the first of us to move. He made a queer, incomplete gesture with one hand, as if he wanted to undo the top button of his waistcoat, and then thought better of it. He came very slowly into the room. When he spoke, his voice had neither rage nor denunciation in it. It was simply conversational. "I felt this was going on," he said, and then, to his wife, with the note of one who remarks dispassionately on a peculiar situation. "Yet somehow it seemed wrong and unnatural to think such a thing of you." His face took on something of the vexed look of a child who struggles with a difficult task. "Do you mind?" he said to me. "Will you go?" I took a moment for my reply. "No," I said. "Since you know at last, there are things to be said." "No," said Mary suddenly. "Go, let me talk to him." "No," I said. "My place is here beside you." He seemed not to hear me. His eyes were fixed on Mary. He seemed to think he had dismissed me, and that I was no longer there. His mind was not concerned about me, but about her. He spoke as though what he said had been in his mind, and no doubt had been in his mind for many days. "I didn't deserve this," he said to her. "I've tried to make your life as you wanted your life. It's astonishing to find I haven't. You gave no sign. I suppose I ought to have felt all this happening, but it comes upon me surprisingly. I don't know what I'm to do." He became aware of me again. "And you," he said. "What am I to do? To think that you, while I have been treating her like some sacred thing—" The colour was creeping back into his face. Indignation had come into his voice. The first yellow lights of rising jealousy showed in his eyes. "Stephen," I heard Mary say, "will you leave me to talk to my husband?" "There's only one thing to do," I said. "What is the need of talking? We two are lovers, Justin." I spoke to both of them. "We two must go out into the world. Go out now together. This marriage of yours, it's no marriage, no real marriage." I think I said that. I seem to remember saying that, perhaps with other phrases that I have forgotten. But my memory of what we said and did, which is so photographically clear of these earlier passages that I believe I can answer for every gesture and nearly every word that I have set down, becomes suddenly turbid. The high tension of our first confrontation was giving place to a flood of emotional impulse. We all became eager to talk, to impose interpretations and justifications upon our situation. We all three became divided between our partial attention to one another and our urgent necessity to keep hold of our points of view. That, I think, is the common tragedy of almost all human conflicts. That rapid breakdown from the first cool appreciation of an issue to heat, confusion, and insistence. I do not know if indeed we raised our voices, but my memory has an effect of raised voices. And when at last I went out of the house, it seemed to me that the men servants in the hall were as hushed as beasts before a thunderstorm, and all of them quite fully aware of the tremendous catastrophe that had come to Martin's, and, moreover, as I recalled afterwards, with astonishment, I went past them and out into the driving rain unprotected, and not one of them stirred a serviceable hand. What was it we said? I have a vivid sense of declaring not once only but several times that Mary and I were husband and wife in the sight of God. I was fully full of the idea that now she must inevitably be mine. I must have spoken to Justin at times as if he had come merely to confirm my view of the long dispute that had been between us. For a while my mind resisted his extraordinary attitude, that the matter lay between him and Mary, that I was in some way an interloper. It seemed to me there was nothing for it now but that Mary should stand by my side and face Justin with the world behind him. I remember my confused sense that presently she and I would have to go straight out of Martin's, and she was wearing a tea-gown, easy and open, and the flimsiest of slippers. Any packing, any change of clothing struck me as an incredible anticlimax. I had visions of our going forth, hand in hand. Outside was the soughing of a common storm. A chill wind drove a tumult of leaves along the terrace. The door slammed and yawned open again, and then came the rain. Justin, I remember, still talking, closed the door. I tried to think how I could get to the station 5 miles away, and then what we could do in London. We should seem rather odd visitors to a hotel without luggage. All this was behind my valiant demand that she should come with me, and come now. And then my mind was lanced by the thin edge of a realization that she did not intend to come now, and that Justin was resolved that she should not do so. After the first shock of finding herself discovered, she had stood pale but uncowed before her bureau, with her eyes rather on him than on me. Her hands, I think, were behind her upon the edge of the writing flap, and she was a little leaning upon them. She had the watchful, alert expression of one who faces an unanticipated but by no means overwhelming situation. She cast a remark to me. "But I don't want to come with you," she said. "I have told you, I do not want to come with you." All her mind seemed concentrated upon what she should do with Justin. "You should send him away," he was saying. "It's an abominable thing. It must stop. How can you dream it should go on?" "But you said when you married me I should be free, I should own myself. You gave me this house." "What, to disgrace myself?" I was moved to intervene. "You must choose between us, Mary," I cried. "It is impossible you should stay here. You cannot stay here." She turned upon me, a creature at bay. "Why wouldn't I stay here? Why must I choose between two men? I want neither of you. I want myself. I'm not a thing. I'm a human being. I'm not your thing, Justin, nor yours, Stephen. Yet you want to quarrel over me, like two dogs over a bone. I'm going to stay here in my house. It's my house. I made it. Every room of it full of me. Here I am." She stood there, making the magnificently extravagant claim, her eyes blazing blue, her hair a little dishevelled, with a strand across her cheek. Both I and Justin spoke together, and then turned in helpless anger upon one another. I remember that with the clumsiest of weak gestures he bade me begone from the house, and that I, with a now rather deflated rhetoric, answered I would go only with Mary at my side, and there she stood, less like a desperate rebel against the most fundamental social relations than an indignant princess, and demanded of us, and high heaven, why should I be fought for? Why should I be fought for? And then, abruptly, she gathered her skirts in her hand and advanced. "Open that door, Stephen," she said, and was gone with a silken whirl and rustle from our presence. We were left regarding one another with blank expressions. Her departure had torn the substance out of our dispute. For the moment we found ourselves left with a new situation for which there is as yet no tradition of behaviour. We had become actors in that new human comedy that is just beginning in the world, that comedy in which men still dispute the possession and the manner of the possession of women according to the ancient rules, while they on their side are determining ever more defiantly that they will not be possessed. We had little to say to one another, mere echoes and endorsements of our recent declarations. "She must come to me," said I, and he, "I will save her from that at any cost." That was the gist of our confrontation, and then I turned about and walked along the gallery towards the entrance, with Justin following me slowly. I was full of the wrath of baffled heroics. I turned towards him with something of a gesture. Down the perspective of the white and empty gallery he appeared small and perplexed. The panes of the tall French windows were slashed with rain. 11. I forget now absolutely what I may have expected to happen next. I cannot remember my return to my father's house that day, but I know that what did happen was the most unanticipated and incredible experience of my life. It was as if the whole world of mankind were suddenly to turn upside down, and people go about calmly in positions of complete inversion. I had a note from Mary on the morning after this discovery that indeed dealt with that, but was otherwise not very different from endless notes I had received before our crisis. It was destroyed, so that I do not know its exact text now, but it did not add anything material to the situation, or give me the faintest shadow to intimate what crept close upon us both. She repeated her strangely thwarting refusal to come away and live with me. She seemed indignant that we had been discovered, as though Justin had indulged in an excess of existence by discovering us. I completed and dispatched to her a long letter I had already been writing overnight, in which I made clear the hopeless impossibility of her attitude, vowed all my life and strength to her, tried to make some picture of the happiness that was possible for us together, sketched as definitely as I could when and where we might meet, and whither we might go. It must have made an extraordinary jumble of protest, persuasion, and practicality. It never reached her. It was intercepted by Justin. I have gathered since that, after I left Martin's, he sent telegrams to Guy and Philip and her cousin, Lord Tarville. He was, I think, amazed beyond measure at this revelation of the possibilities of his cold and distant wife, with a vast passion of jealousy awakening in him, and absolutely incapable of forming any plan to meet the demands of his extraordinary situation. Guy and Philip got to him that night. Tarville came down next morning, and Martin's became a debate. Justin did not so much express views and intentions as have them extracted from him. It was manifest he was prepared for the amplest forgiveness of his wife. If only I could be obliterated from their world, confronted with her brothers, the two men in the world who could be frankly brutal to her, Mary's dignity suffered. She persisted she meant to go on seeing me, but she was reduced to passionate tears. Into some such state of affairs I came that morning on the heels of my letter, demanding Lady Mary of a scared, evasive butler. Maxton and Tarville appeared. "Hello, Stratton," said Tarville, with a fine flavour of an agreeable chance meeting. Philip had doubts about his greeting me, and then extended his reluctant hand with a nervous grin to excuse the delay. "I want to see Lady Mary," said I stiffly. "She's not up yet," said Tarville, with a hand on my shoulder. "Come and have a talk in the garden." We went out with Tarville expanding the topic of the seasons. "It's a damned good month, November. Say what you like about it." Philip walked grimly silent on my other hand. "And it's a damned awakened situation you've got us into, Stratton," said Tarville. "Say what you like about it. It isn't as though old Justin was any sort of beast," he reflected, "or anything like that. You know, he's a most astonishing, decent chap, clean as they make them." "This isn't a beastly intrigue," I said. "It never is," said Tarville genially. "We've loved each other a long time. It's just flared out here." "No doubt of that," said Tarville. "It's been like a beacon to all Surrey. It's one of those cases where things have to be readjusted. The best thing to do is for Mary and me to go abroad." "Yes, but does Mary think so?" "Look here," said Philip, in a voice thick with rage. "I won't have Mary divorced. I won't. See? I won't." "What the devil's it got to do with you?" I asked with an answering flash of fury. Tarville's arm ran through mine. "Nobody's going to divorce Mary," he said reassuringly. "Not even Justin. He doesn't want to, and nobody else can. And there you are. But we two, you two, have had a tremendously good time. You've got found out. And there you are. This thing has got to stop abruptly now," said Philip, and echoed with a note of satisfaction in his own phrasing. "Absolutely now." "You see, Stratton," said Tarville, as if he were expanding Philip's assertion, "there's been too many divorces in society. It's demoralizing people. It's discrediting us. It's setting class against class. Everybody is saying, why don't these big people either set about respecting the law or altering it? Common people are getting too infernally clear-headed. Hitherto it's mattered so little, but we can't stand any more of it. Stratton, now, it's something more than a private issue. It's a question of public policy. We can't stand any more divorces." He reflected. "We have considered something more than our own personal inclinations. We've got no business to be here at all if we're not a responsible class. We owe something to ourselves." It was as if Tarville was as concerned as I was for this particular divorce, as if he struggled with a lively desire to see me and Mary happily married after the shortest possible interval. And indeed, he manifestly wasn't unsympathetic. He had the strongest proclivity for the romantic and picturesque, and it was largely the romantic picturesqueness of renunciation that he urged upon me. Philip, for the most part, maintained a resentful silence. He was a clenched anger against me, against Mary, against the flaming possibilities that threatens the sister of Lord Maxton, that most promising and distinguished young man. Of course, their plans must have been definitely made before this talk. Probably they had made them overnight, and probably it was Tarville had given them a practicable shape. But he threw over the whole of our talk so satisfying a suggestion of a rest and prolonged discussion that it never occurred to me that I should not be able to come again on the morrow and renew my demand to see Mary. Even when next day I turned my face to Martin's and saw the flag had vanished from the flagstaff, it seemed merely a token of that household's perturbation. I thought the house looked oddly blank and sleepy as I drew near, but I did not perceive that this was because all the blinds were drawn, the door upon the lawn was closed, and presently the butler came to open it. He was in an old white jacket and collarless. "Lady Mary," he said. "Lady Mary has gone, sir. She and Mr. Justin went yesterday after you called." "Gone?" said I. "But where?" "I think abroad, sir." "Abroad?" "I think abroad." "But they've left an address?" "Only to Mr. Justin's office," said the man. "Any letters will be forwarded from there." I paused upon the step. He remained stiffy, deferential, but with an air of having disposed of me. He reproved me tacitly for forgetting that I ought to conceal my astonishment at this disappearance. He was, indeed, an admirable manservant. "Thank you," said I, and dropped away defeated from the door. I went down the broad steps, walked out up the lawn, and surveyed house and trees and garden and sky, to the heights and the depths and the uttermost. I knew now what it was to be amazed. 12. I had felt myself an actor in a drama, and now I had very much the feeling an actor would have who answers to a cue and finds himself in mid-stage with the scenery and the rest of the cast suddenly vanished behind him. By that mixture of force and persuasion which avails itself of a woman's instinctive and cultivated dread of disputes and raised voices, and the betrayal of contention to strangers, by the sheer tiring down of nerves and of sleepless body, and by threats of an immediate divorce and a campaign of ruin against me, these 3 men had obliged Mary to leave Martin's, and go with them to Southampton, and thence they took her in Justin's yacht, the Water Witch, to Waterford, and thence by train to a hired house, an adapted old castle at Merk near Croggham in Mayo. There, for all practical purposes, she was a prisoner. They took away her purse, and she was 4 miles from a pillar box, and 10 from a telegraph office. This house they had taken furnished without seeing it on the recommendation of a London agent, and in the name of Justin's solicitor. Thither presently went Lady Ladislaw, and an announcement appeared in the Times that Justin and Lady Mary had gone abroad for a time, and that no letters would be forwarded. I have never learnt the particulars of that abduction, but I imagine Mary astonished, her pride outraged, humiliated, helpless, perplexed, and maintaining a certain outward dignity. Moreover, as I was presently to be told, she was ill. Guy and Philip were, I believe, the moving spirits in the affair. Tarville was their apologetic accomplice. Justin took the responsibility for what they did and bore the cost. He was bitterly ashamed to have these compulsions applied to his wife, but full now of a gusty fury against myself. He loved Mary still with a love that was shamed and torn and bleeding, but his ruling passion was that infinitely stronger passion than love in our poor human hearts, jealousy. He was prepared to fight for her now, as men fight for a flag, tearing it to pieces in the struggle. He meant now to keep Mary. That settled, he was prepared to consider whether he still loved her or she him. Now here it may seem to you that we are on the very verge of romance. Here is a beautiful lady carried off and held prisoner in a wild old place, standing out half cut off from the mainland among the wintry breakers of the west coast of Ireland. Here is the lover, baffled but insistent. Here are the fierce brothers and the stern dragon husband, and you have but to make out that the marriage was compulsory, irregular, and, on the ground of that irregularity, finally dissoluble, to furnish forth a theme for Marriott Watson in his most admirable and adventurous vein. You can imagine the happy chances that would have guided me to the hiding place, the trusty friend who would have come with me and told the story, the grim siege of the place, all, as it were, sotto voce, for fear of scandal, the fight with Guy in the little cave, my attempted assassination, the secret passage. Would, to heaven's life, had those rich simplicities, and one could meet one's man at the end of a sword. My siege of Merk makes a very different story from that. In the first place, I had no trusted friend, of so extravagant a friendship, as much aid would demand. I had no one whom it seemed permissible to tell of our relations. I was not one man against 3 or 4 men in a romantic struggle for a woman. I was one man against something infinitely greater than that. I was one man against nearly all men, one man against laws, traditions, instincts, institutions, social order. Whatever my position had been before, my continuing pursuit of Mary was open social rebellion, and I was in a state of extreme uncertainty how far Mary was a willing agent in this abrupt disappearance. I was disposed to think she had consented far more than she had done to this astonishing step. Carrying off an unwilling woman was outside my imaginative range. It was luminously clear in my mind that so far she had never countenanced the idea of flight with me. And until she did, I was absolutely bound to silence about her. I felt that until I saw her face to face again, and was sure she wanted me to release her, that prohibition held. Yet how was I to get at her and hear what she had to say? Clearly, it was possible that she was under restraint, but I did not know. I was not certain. I could not prove it. At Guildford Station, I gathered, after ignominious inquiries, that the Justins had booked to London. I had 2 days of nearly frantic inactivity at home, and then pretended business that took me to London, for fear that I should break out to my father. I came up revolving a dozen impossible projects of action in my mind. I had to get into touch with Mary. At that my mind hung and stopped. All through the 24 hours my nerves jumped at every knock upon the door. This might be the letter. This might be the telegram. This might be herself, escaped and come to me. The days passed like days upon a painful sick-bed. Grey or foggy London days of an appalling length and emptiness. If I sat at home, my imagination tortured me. If I went out, I wanted to be back and see if any communication had come. I tried repeatedly to see Tarville. I had an idea of obtaining a complete outfit for an elopement, but I was restrained by my entire ignorance of what a woman may need. I tried to equip myself for a sudden crisis by the completest preparation of every possible aspect. I did some absurd and ill-advised things. I astonished a respectable solicitor in a grimy little office behind a queer little court with trees near Cornhill, by asking him to give advice to an anonymous client, and then putting my anonymous case before him. "Suppose," said I, "it was for the plot of a play." He nodded gravely. My case, as I stated it, struck me as an unattractive one. "Application for a writ of habeas corpus," he considered, with eyes that tried to remain severely impartial. "By a wife's lover who wants to find out where she is. It's unusual. You will be requiring the husband to produce her corpus. I don't think speaking in the same general terms as those in which you put the circumstances it would be likely to succeed. No. Then I overcame a profound repugnance and went to a firm of private detectives. It had occurred to me that if I could have Justin, Tarville, Guy, or Philip traced, I might get a clue to Mary's hiding place. I remember a queer little office, a blusterous, frock-coated creature with a pock-marked face, iron-grey hair, and an eyeglass, and a strained tenor voice, who told me twice that he was a gentleman, and several times that he would prefer not to do business than to do it in an ungentlemanly manner, and who was quite obviously ready and eager to blackmail either side in any scandal into which spite or weakness admitted his gesticulating fingers. He alluded vaguely to his staff, to his woman helpers, some personally attached to me, to his remarkable underground knowledge of social life, the illicit side. What could he do for me? There was nothing, I said, illicit about me. His interest waned a little. I told him that I was interested in certain financial matters, no matter what they were, and that I wanted to have a report of the movements of Justin and his brothers-in-law for the past few weeks, and for a little time to come. "You want them watched?" said my private inquiry agent, leaning over the desk towards me and betraying a slight squint. "Exactly," said I. "I want to know what sort of things they are looking at just at present." "Have you any inkling?" "None. If our agents have to travel—" I expressed a reasonable generosity in the matter of expenses, and left him at last with a vague discomfort in my mind. How far mightn't this undesirable unearth the whole business in the course of his investigations? And then, what could he do? Suppose I went back forthwith and stopped his inquiries before they began? I had a disagreeable feeling of meanness that I couldn't shake off. I felt I was taking up a weapon that Justin didn't deserve, yet I argued with myself that the abduction of Mary justified any such course. As I was still debating this, I saw Philip. He was perhaps 20 yards ahead of me. He was paying off a hansom which had just put him down outside Blake's. "Philip!" I cried, following him up the steps and overtaking him and seizing his arm as the commissionaire opened the door for him. "Philip, what have you people done with Mary? Where is Mary?" He turned a white face to me. "How dare you," he said, with a catch of the breath, "mention my sister?" I spoke in an undertone and stepped a little between him and the man at the door, in order that the latter might not hear what I said. "I want to see her," I expostulated. "I must see her. What you are doing is not playing the game. I've got to see her." "Let go of my arm, sir," cried he, and suddenly I felt a whirlwind of rage answering the rage in his eyes. The pent-up exasperation of 3 weeks rushed into violent release. He struck me in the face with the hand that was gripped about his umbrella. He meant to strike me in the face and then escape into his club. But before he could get away from me, after his blow, I had flung out at him and had hit him under the jawbone. My blow followed his before guard of counter was possible. I hit with all my being. It was an amazing flare-up of animal passion. From the moment that I perceived he was striking at me, to the moment when both of us came staggering across the doormat into the dignified and spacious hallway of Blake's, we were back at the ancestral ape, and we did exactly what the ancestral ape would have done. The arms of the commissionaire about my waist, the rush of the astonished porter from his little glass box, two incredibly startled and delighted pages, and an intervening member bawling out, "Sir, sir," converged to remind us that we were a million years or so beyond those purely arboreal days. We seemed, for a time, to be confronted before an audience that hesitated to interfere. "How dare you name my sister to me?" he shouted at me, and brought to my mind the amazing folly of which he was capable. I perceived Mary's name flung to the four walls of heaven. "You idiot, Philip," I cried. "I don't know your sister. I've not seen her. Scarcely seen her for years. I asked you for a matchbox of something, and you hit me. If you dare to speak to her—" "You fool!" I cried, going nearer to him and trying to make him understand. But he winced and recoiled defensively. "I'm sorry," I said, to the commissionaire who was intervening. "Lord Maxton has made a mistake." "Is he a member?" said someone in the background, and somebody else suggested calling a policeman. I perceived that only a prompt retreat would save the whole story of our quarrel from the newspapers. So far as I could see, nobody knew me there except Philip. I had to take the risks of his behaviour. Manifestly I couldn't control it. I made no further attempt to explain anything to anybody. Everyone was a little too perplexed for prompt action, and so the advantage in that matter lay with me. I walked through the door, and with what I imagined to be an appearance of the utmost serenity down the steps. I noted an ascending member glance at me with an expression of exceptional interest, but it was only after I had traversed the length of Pall Mall that I realized that my lip and the corner of my nostril were both bleeding profusely. I called a cab when I discovered my handkerchief scarlet, and retreated to my flat and cold ablutions. Then I sat down to write a letter to Tarville with a clamorous, urgent, "Please forward, if away," above the address, and tell him, at least, to suppress Philip. But within the club, that blockhead, thinking of nothing but the appearance of our fight and his own credit, was varying his assertion that he had thrashed me, with denunciations of me as a blackguard, and giving half a dozen men a highly coloured, improvised, and altogether improbable account of my relentless pursuit and persecution of Lady Mary Justin, and how she had left London to avoid me. They listened, no doubt, with extreme avidity. The matrimonial relations of the Justins had long been a matter for speculative minds. And while Philip was doing this, Guy, away in Mayo, still was writing a tender, trusting, and all too explicit letter to a well-known and extremely impatient lady in London to account for his continued absence from her house. "So that is it," said the lady, reading and was at least in the enviable position of one who had confirmatory facts to impart. And so quite suddenly the masks were off our situation, and we were open to an impertinent world. For some days I did not realize what had happened, and lived in hope that Philip had been willing and able to cover his lapse. I went about with my preoccupation still, as I imagined, concealed, and with an increasing number of typed letters from my private inquiry agent in my pocket, containing inaccurate and worthless information about the movements of Justin, which appeared to have been culled from the most part from a communicative young policeman stationed at the corner nearest to Justin's house, or expanded from Who's Who and other kindred works of reference. The second letter, I remember, gave some particulars about the financial position of the younger men, and added that Justin's credit with the West End tradesmen was limitless, points upon which I had no sort of curiosity whatever. I suppose a couple of 100 people in London knew before I did that Lady Mary Justin had been carried off to Ireland and practically imprisoned there by her husband, because I was her lover. The thing reached me at last through little Fred Ridling, who came to my rooms in the morning while I was sitting over my breakfast. "Stratton," said he, "what is all this story of your shaking Justin by the collar and threatening to kill him if he didn't give up his wife to you? And why do you want to fight a duel with Maxton? What's it all about? Fire-eater you must be. I stood up for you as well as I could, but I heard you abused for a solid hour last night, and there was a chap there simply squirting out facts and dates and names. Got it all. What have you been up to?" He stood on my hearthrug with an air of having called for an explanation to which he was entitled, and he very nearly got one. But I just had some scraps of reserve left, and they saved me. "Tell me first," I said, delaying myself with the lighting of a cigarette, "the particulars as you heard them." Ridling embarked upon a descriptive sketch, and I got a minute or so to think. "Go on," I said, with a note of irony, when he paused. "Go on, tell me some more. Where did you say they have taken her? Let us have it right." By the time his little store had run out, I knew exactly what to do with him. "Ridling," said I, and stood up beside him suddenly and dropped my hand with a little added weight upon his shoulder. "Ridling, do you know the only right and proper thing to do when you hear a scandal about a friend?" "Come straight to him," said Ridling, virtuously. "As I have done? No. Say you don't believe it. Ask the scandal-monger how he knows, and insist on his telling you. Insist. And if he won't, be very, very rude to him. Insist up to the quarrelling point. Now, who were those people?" "Well, that's a bit stiff. One chap I didn't know at all." "You should have pulled him up and insisted upon knowing who he was, and what right he had to lie about me, for it's lying. Ridling, listen. It isn't true that I'm besieging Lady Mary Justin. So far from besieging her, I didn't even know where she was until you told me. Justin is a neighbour of my father's and a friend of mine. I had tea with him and his wife not a month ago. I had tea with them together. I knew they were going away, but it was a matter of such slight importance to me. Such slight importance. I impressed this on his collarbone. That I was left with the idea that they were going to the south of France. I believe they are in the south of France, and there you are. I'm sorry to spoil sport, but that's the bleak, unromantic truth of the matter. You mean to say that there is nothing in it at all? Nothing. He was atrociously disappointed. But everybody, he said, everybody has got something. Somebody will get a slander case if this goes on. I don't care what they've got. Good Lord, he said, and stared at the rug. You'll take your oath. He glanced up and met my eye. Oh, of course, it's all right what you say. He was profoundly perplexed. He reflected. But then I say, Stratton, why did you go for Maxton at Blake's? That I had from an eyewitness. You can't deny a scrap like that, in broad daylight. Why did you do that? Oh, that's it, said I. I begin to have glimmerings. There's a little matter between myself and Maxton. I found it a little difficult to improvise a plausible story. But he said it was his sister, persisting Ridling. He said so afterwards, in the club. Maxton, said I, losing my temper, is a fool and a knave and a liar. His sister, indeed, Lady Mary. If he can't leave his sister out of this business, I'll break every bone of his body. I perceived my temper was undoing me. I invented rapidly but thinly. As a matter of fact, Ridling, it's quite another sort of lady has set us by the ears. Ridling stuck his chin out, tucked in the corners of his mouth, made round eyes at the breakfast things, and, hands in his pockets, rocked from heels to toes, and from toes to heels. I see, Stratton, yes, I see, yes, all this makes it very plain, of course. Very plain. Stupid thing, scandal is. Thanks. No, I won't have a cigarette. And he left me presently with an uncomfortable sense that he did see and didn't for one moment intend to restrain his considerable histrionic skill in handling on his vision to others. For some moments I stood savouring this all too manifest possibility, and then my thoughts went swirling into another channel. At last the curtain was pierced. I was no longer helplessly in the dark. I got out my Bradshaw and sat with the map spread out over the breakfast things, studying the routes to Mayo. Then I rang for Williams, the man I shared with the two adjacent flat holders, and told him to pack my kit bag, because I was suddenly called away. 13. Many of the particulars of my journey to Ireland have faded out of my mind altogether. I remember most distinctly my mood of grim elation that at last I had to deal with accessible persons again. The weather was windy and violent, and I was seasick for most of the crossing, and very tired and exhausted when I landed. Williams had thought of my thick overcoat and loaded me with wraps and rugs, and I sat in the corner of a compartment in that state of mental and bodily fatigue that presses on the brows like a painless headache. I got to some little junction at last where I had to wait an hour for a branch line train. I tasted all the bitterness of Irish hospitality and such coffee as Ireland alone can produce. Then I went on to a station called Clumber or Clumboy or some such name, and thence, after some difficulty, I got a car for my destination. It was a wretched car in which hens had been roosting, and it was drawn by a steaming horse that had sores under its mended harness. An immense wet wind was blowing as we came over the big hill that lies to the south of Murk. Everything was wet. The hillside above me was either intensely green sodden turf or great streaming slabs of limestone. Seaward was a rocky headland, a ruin of a beehive shape, and beyond a vast waste of tumbling waters, unlit by any sun. Not a tree broke that melancholy wilderness, nor any living thing but ourselves. The horse went stumbling under the incessant stimulation of the driver's lash and tongue. "Yonder it is," said my man, pointing with his whip, and I twisted round to see over his shoulder, not to the Rhine-like castle I had expected, but a long, low house of stone upon a headland, backed by a distant mountain that vanished in a wild-driven storm of rain as I looked. But at the sight of Murk, my lassitude passed, my nerves tightened, and my will began to march again. Now, thought I, we bring things to an issue. Now we come to something personal and definite. The vagueness is at an end. I kept my eyes upon the place, and thought it more and more like a prison as we drew nearer. Perhaps from that window Mary was looking for me now. Had she wondered why I did not come to her before? Now, at any rate, I had found her. I sprang off the car. I found a bell handle and set the house jangling. The door opened, and a little old man appeared with his fingers thrust inside his collar, as though he were struggling against strangulation. He regarded me for a second and spoke before I could speak. "What might you be wanting?" said he, as if he had an answer ready. "I want to see Lady Mary Justin," I said. "You can't," he said. "She's gone." "Gone?" "The day before yesterday she went to London. You'll have to be getting back there." "She's gone to London?" "No less." "Willingly?" The little old man struggled with his collar. "Anyone would go willingly," he said, and seemed to await my further commands. He eyed me obliquely, with a shadow of malice in his eyes. It was then my heart failed, and I knew that we lovers were beaten. I turned from the door without another word to the janitor. "Back," said I to my driver, and got up behind him. But it is one thing to decide to go back, and another to do it. At the little station I studied timetables, and I could not get to England again without a delay of half a day. Somewhere I must wait. I did not want to wait where there was any concourse of people. I decided to stay in the inn by the station for the intervening 6 hours and get some sleep before I started upon my return. But when I saw the bedroom, I changed my plan and went down out of the village by a steep road towards the shore. I wandered down through the rain and spindrift to the very edge of the sea, and there found a corner among the rocks, a little sheltered from the wind, and sat, inert and wretched, my lips salt, my hair stiff with salt, and my body wet and cold, a miserable, defeated man. For I had now an irrational and entirely overwhelming conviction of defeat. I saw, as if I ought always to have seen, that I had been pursuing a phantom of hopeless happiness, that my dream of ever possessing Mary again was fantastic and foolish, and that I had expended all my strength in vain. Over me triumphed a law and tradition more towering than those cliffs and stronger than those waves. I was overwhelmed by a sense of human weakness, of the infinite feebleness of the individual man against wind and wave, and the stress of tradition and the ancient usages of mankind. "We must submit," I whispered, crouching close. "We must submit." Far as the eye could reach, the waves followed one another in long, unhurrying lines, an inexhaustible succession, rolling, hissing, breaking, and tossing white manes of foam, to gather at last for a crowning effort, and break thunderously, squirting foam 200 feet up the streaming faces of the cliffs. The wind tore and tugged at me, and wind and water made together a clamour, as though all the evil voices in the world, all the violent passions, and all the hasty judgments were seeking a hearing above the more elemental uproar. 14. And while I was in this phase of fatigue and despair in Mayo, the scene was laid, and all the other actors were waiting for the last act of my defeat in London. I came back to find 2 letters from Mary and a little accumulation of telegrams and notes, one written in my flat from Tarville. Mary's letters were neither of them very long, and full of a new-born despair. She had not realized how great were the forces against her and against us both. She let fall a phrase that suggested she was ill. She had given in, she said, to save herself and myself and others from the shame and ruin of divorce, and I must give it in too. We had to agree not to meet or communicate for 3 years, and I was to go out of England. She prayed me to accept this. She knew, she said. She seemed to desert me, but I did not know everything. I did not know everything. I must agree. She could not come with me. It was impossible. Now, certainly, it was impossible. She had been weak, but I did not know all. If I knew all, I should be the readier to understand and forgive her, but it was part of the conditions that I could not know all. Justin had been generous in his way. Justin had everything in his hands. The whole world was behind him, against us, and I must give in. Those letters had a quality I had never before met in her. They were broken-spirited. I could not understand them fully, and they left me perplexed, with a strong desire to see her, to question her, to learn more fully what this change in her might mean. Tarville's notes recorded his repeated attempts to see me. I felt that he alone was capable of clearing up things for me, and I went out again at once and telegraphed to him for an appointment. He wired to me from the same house in Mayfair in which I had first met Mary after my return. He asked me to come to him in the afternoon, and thither I went through a November fog and found him in the drawing-room that had the plain glass above the fireplace. But now he was vacating the house, and everything was already covered up. The pictures and their frames were under Holland, the fine furniture all in covers of faded stuff, the chandeliers and statues wrapped up, the carpets rolled out of the way. Even the window curtains were tucked into wrappers, and the blinds, except one he had raised, drawn down. He greeted me and apologized for the cold inhospitality of the house. "It was convenient here," he said. "I came here to clear out my papers and boxes, and there's no chance of interruptions." He went and stood before the empty fireplace and plugged into the middle of the matter. "You know, my dear Stratton, in this confounded business my heart's with you. It has been all along. If I could have seen a clear chance before you, for you and Mary to get away and make any kind of life of it, though she's my cousin, I'd have helped you. Indeed, I would. But there's no sort of chance, not the ghost of a chance." He began to explain very fully, quite incontrovertibly, that entire absence of any chance for Mary and myself together. He argued to the converted. "You know, as well as I do, what that romantic flight abroad, that coissa casa in some secluded valley, comes to in reality. All round Florence there's no end of such scandalous people. I've been among them, the 9 circles of the repenting scandalous, all cutting one another." "I agree," I said. "And yet—" "What?" "We could have come back." Tarville paused and then leant forward. "No." "But people have done so. It would have been a clean sort of divorce." "You don't understand, Justin. Justin would ruin you. If you were to take Mary away, he's a queer little man. Everything is in his hands. Everything always is in the husband's hands in these affairs, if he chooses, and keeps himself in the right. For an injured husband, the law sanctifies revenge. And, you see, you've got to take Justin's terms. He's changed. He didn't at first realize. He feels cheated. We've had to persuade him. There's a case for Justin, you know. He's had to stand a lot. I don't wonder at his going stiff at last. No doubt it's hard for you to see that, but you have to see it. You've got to go away as he requires, 3 years out of England. You've got to promise not to correspond, not to meet afterwards. It's so extravagant a separation. The alternative is not for you to have Mary, but for you two to be flung into a ditch together. That's what it comes to, Stratton. Justin's got his case. He's set like steel. You're up against the law, up against social tradition, up against money. Any one of those a man may fight, but not all three. And she's ill, Stratton. You owe her consideration. You of all people. That's no got-up story. She's truly ill and broken. She can no longer fly with you and fight with you, travel in uncomfortable trains, stay in horrible little inns. You don't understand. The edge is off her pluck, Stratton. What do you mean? I asked, and questioned his face. Just exactly what I say. A gleam of understanding came to me. Why can't I see her? I broke in, with my voice full of misery and anger. Why can't I see her? As if seeing her once more could matter so very greatly now. He appeared to weigh something in his mind. You can't, he said. How do I know that she's not being told some story of my abandonment of her? How do I know she isn't being led to believe I no longer want her to come to me? She isn't, said Tarville, still with that arrested, judicial note in his voice. You had her letters? He said. 2? Yes. Didn't they speak? I want to see her, damn it, Tarville, I cried with sudden tears in my smarting eyes. Let her send me away. This isn't not treating us like human beings. Women, said Tarville, and looked at his boot toes, are different from men, you see, Stratton. He paused. You always strike me, Stratton, as not realizing that women are weak things. We've got to take care of them. You don't seem to feel that as I do. Their moods fluctuate more than ours do. If you hold 'em to what they say in the same way you hold a man, it isn't fair. He halted, as though he awaited my assent to that proposition. If you were to meet Mary now, you see, and if you were to say to her, come, and we'll jump down Etna together, and you said it in the proper voice and with the proper force, she'd do it, Stratton. You know that any man knows a thing like that, and she wouldn't want to do it. You mean that's why I can't see her? That's why you can't see her. Because we'd become dramatic? Because you'd become romantic and uncivilized? Well, I said, sullenly, realizing the bargain we were making, I won't. You won't make any appeal? No. He made no answer, and I looked up to discover him glancing over his shoulder through the great glass window into the other room. I stood up very quickly, and there in the further apartment were Guy and Mary standing side by side. Our eyes met, and she came forward towards the window impulsively and paused with that unpitying pain between us. Then Guy was opening the door for her, and she stood in the doorway. She was in dark furs wrapped about her, but in the instant I could see how ill she was, and how broken. She came a step or so towards me, and then stopped short, and so we stood, shyly and awkwardly, under Guy and Tarville's eyes, 2 yards apart. You see, she said, and stopped lamely. You and I said, have to part, Mary. We are beaten. Is that so? Stephen, there is nothing for us to do. We've offended. We broke the rules. We have to pay. By parting? What else is there to do? No, I said. There's nothing else. I tried, she said, that you shouldn't be sent from England. That's a detail, I answered. But your politics, your work, what does that matter? The great thing is that you are ill and unhappy. That can't help you. I can't do anything. I'd go anywhere to save you. All I can do, I suppose, is to part like this and go. I shan't be altogether unhappy, and I shall think of you. She paused, and we stood facing one another, tongue-tied. There was only one word more to say, and neither of us would say it for a moment. "Goodbye," she whispered at last, and then, "Don't think I deserted you, Stephen, my dear. Don't think ill of me. I couldn't come to you." And suddenly her face changed slowly, and she began to weep. My fearless playmate, whom I had never seen weeping before. She began to weep as an unhappy child might weep. "Oh, my Mary," I cried, weeping also, and held out my arms, and we clung together and kissed with tear-wet faces. "No," cried Guy belatedly. "We promised Justin." But Tarville restrained his forbidding arm, and then, after a second's interval, put a hand on my shoulder. "Come," he said. And so it was, Mary and I parted from one another. Chapter the 7th. Beginning Again. 1. In operas and romances, one goes from such a parting in a splendid dignity of gloom. But I am no hero, and I went down the big staircase of Tarville's house, the empty shuck of an abandoned desire. I was acutely ashamed of my recent tears. In the centre of the hall was a marble figure, swathed about with yellow muslin. "On account of the flies," I said, breaking our silence. My words were far too unexpected for Tarville to understand. "The flies," I repeated, with an air of explanation. "You're sure she'll be all right?" I said abruptly. "You've done the best thing you can for her." "I suppose I have. I have to go." And then I saw ahead of me a world full of the tiresome need of decisions and arrangements and empty of all interest. Where the devil am I to go, Tarville? I can't even get out of things altogether. And then, with a fresh realization of painful difficulties ahead, "I have to tell this to my father. I've got to explain. And he expected." Tarville opened the half of the heavy front door for me, hesitated, and came down the broad steps into the chilly grey street, and a few yards along the pavement with me. He wanted to say something that he found difficult to say. When at last he did find words, they were quite ridiculous in substance, and yet, at the time, I took them as gravely as he intended them. "It's no good quoting Marcus Aurelius," said Tarville, "to a chap with his finger in the crack of a door." "I suppose it isn't," I said. "One doesn't want to be a flatulent arse, of course," said Tarville. "Still," he resumed, with an air of plunging, "it will sound just rot to you now, Stratton, but after all it comes to this. Behind us is a situation with half a dozen particular persons. Out here, here, round the world, before you've done with them, there's 1,000 million people, men and women. Oh, what does that matter to me? Said I. Everything, said Tarville. At least it ought to. He stopped and held out his hand. Goodbye, Stratton. Good luck to you. Goodbye. Yes, I said. Goodbye. I turned away from him. The image of Mary, crying as a child cries, suddenly blinded me and blotted out the world. 2. I want to give you, as clearly as I can, some impression of the mental states that followed this passion and this collapse. It seems to me one of the most extraordinary aspects of all that literature of speculative attack, which is called psychology, that there is no name and no description at all of most of the mental states that make up life. Psychology, like sociology, is still largely in the scholastic stage. It is ignorant and intellectual, a happy refuge for the lazy industry of pedants. Instead of experience and accurate description and analysis, it begins with the rash assumption of elements and starts out upon ridiculous synthesis. Who, with a sick soul, would dream of going to a psychologist? Now, here was I, with a mind sore and inflamed. I did not clearly understand what had happened to me. I had blundered, offended, entangled myself, and I had no more conception than a beast in a bog. What it was had got me, or the method, or even the need of escape. The desires and passionate excitements, the anger and stress and strain and suspicion of the last few months had worn deep grooves in my brain, channels without end or issue, out of which it seemed impossible to keep my thoughts. I had done dishonourable things, told lies, abused the confidence of a friend. I kept wrestling with these intolerable facts. If some momentary distraction released me for a time, back I would fall presently before I knew what was happening, and find myself scheming once more to reverse the accomplished or eloquently restating things already intolerably over-discussed in my mind, justifying the unjustifiable, of avenging defeat. I would dream again and again of some tremendous appeal to Mary, some violent return and attack upon the situation. One very great factor in my mental and moral distress was the uncertain values of nearly every aspect of the case. There is an invincible sense of wild rightness about passionate love that no reasoning and no training will ever altogether repudiate. I had a persuasion that out of that I would presently extract a magic to excuse my deceits and treacheries and assuage my smarting shame. And round these deep central preoccupations were others of acute exasperation and hatred towards secondary people. There had been interventions, judgments upon insufficient evidence, comments, and often quite justifiable comments that had filled me with an extraordinary savagery of resentment. I had a persuasion, illogical but invincible, that I was still entitled to all the respect due to a man of unblemished honour. I clung fiercely to the idea that to do dishonourable things isn't necessarily to be dishonourable. This state of mind I am describing is, I'm convinced, the state of every man who has involved himself in any affair at once questionable and passionate. He seems free, but he is not free. He is the slave of the relentless paradox of his position. And we were all of us, more or less, in deep grooves we had made for ourselves. Philip, Guy, Justin, the friends involved, and all the measure of our grooves incapable of tolerance or sympathetic realization. Even when we slept, the clenched fist of the attitudes we had assumed gave a direction to our dreams. You see, the same string of events that had produced all this system of intense preoccupations had also severed me from the possible resumption of those wider interests out of which our intrigue had taken me. I had had to leave England and all the political beginnings I had been planning, and to return to those projects now, those now impossible projects, was to fall back promptly into hopeless exasperation. And then the longing that is like a physical pain, that hunger of the heart for someone intolerably dear, the desire for a voice, the arrested habit of phrasing one's thoughts for a hearer who will listen in peace no more. From that lonely distress, even rage, even the concoction of insult and conflict was a refuge. From that pitiless travail of emptiness, I was ready to turn desperately to any offer of excitement and distraction. From all those things I was to escape at last, unhelped. But I want you to understand particularly these phases through which I passed. It falls to many, and it may fall to you, to pass through such a period of darkness and malign obsession. Make the groove only a little deeper, a little more unclimbable. Make the temperament a little less sanguine, and suicide stares you in the face. And things worse than suicide, that suicide of self-respect, which turns men to drugs and inflammatory vices, and the utmost outrageous defiance of the dreaming noble self that has been so desperately used. Into these same inky pools I have dipped my feet, where other men have drowned. I understand why they drown, and my taste of misdeed and resentment has given me just an inkling of what men must feel who go to prison. I know what it is to quarrel with the world. 3. My first plan when I went abroad was to change my Harbury French, which was poor stuff and pedantic, into a more colloquial article, and then go into Germany to do the same thing with my German, and then perhaps to remain in Germany, studying German social conditions and the quality of the German army. It seemed to me that when the term of my exile was over, I might return to England and re-enter the army. But all these were very anemic plans, conceived by a tired mind, and I set about carrying them out in a mood of slack lassitude. I got to Paris, and in Paris I threw them all overboard and went to Switzerland. I remember very clearly how I reached Paris. I arrived about sunset, I suppose at Saint Lazare or Gare du Nord, sent my luggage to the little hotel in the Rue d'Antin, where I had taken rooms, and dreading their loneliness decided to go direct to a restaurant and dine. I remember walking out into the streets just as shops and windows and street lamps were beginning to light up, and strolling circuitously through the clear, bright stir of the Parisian streets to find a diner at the Café de la Paix. Some day you will know that peculiar, sharp, definite excitement of Paris. All cities are exciting, and each, I think, in a different way. And as I walked down along some boulevard towards the centre of things, I saw a woman coming along a side street towards me, a woman with something in her body and something in her carriage that reminded me acutely of Mary. Her face was downcast, and then, as we converged, she looked up at me, not with the meretricious smile of her class, but with a steadfast, friendly look. Her face seemed to me sane and strong. I paused and hesitated. An extraordinary impulse took me. I turned back. I followed this woman across the road and a little way along the opposite pavement. I remember I did that, but I do not remember clearly what was in my mind at that time. I think it was a vague rush towards the flash of companionship in her eyes. There I had seemed to see the glimmer of a refuge from my desolation. Then came amazement and reaction. I turned about and went on my way and saw her no more. But afterwards, later, I went out into the streets of Paris, bent upon finding that woman. She had become a hope, a desire. I looked for her for what seemed a long time, half an hour, perhaps, or 2 hours. I went along, peering at the women's faces through the blazing various lights, the pools of shadowy darkness, the flickering reflections and transient glitter, one of a vast stream of slow-moving, adventurous human beings. I crossed streams of traffic, paused at luminous kiosks, became aware of dim rows of faces looking down upon me from above the shining enamel of the omnibuses. My first intentness upon one person, so that I disregarded any distracting intervention, gave place by insensible degrees to a more general apprehension of the things about me. That original woman became, as it were, diffused. I began to look at the men and women sitting at the little tables behind the panes of the cafes, and even on the terraces, for the weather was still dry and open. I scrutinized the faces I passed, faces for the most part animated by a sort of shallow eagerness. Many were ugly, many vile with an intense vulgarity, but some in that throng were pretty, some almost gracious. There was something pathetic and appealing to me in this great sweeping together of people into a little light, into a weak community of desire for joy and eventfulness. There came to me a sense of tolerance, of fellowship, of participation, from an outer darkness of unhappiness, or at least of joylessness. They had all come hither as I had come. I was like a creature that slips back again towards some deep waters, out of which long since it came, into the light and air. It was as if old forgotten things, parental experiences, some magic of ancestral memories, urged me to mingle again with this unsatisfied passion for life about me. Then suddenly a wave of feeling between self-disgust and fear poured over me. This vortex was drawing me into deep and unknown things. Hailed a passing fiacre, went straight to my little hotel, settled my account with the proprietor, and caught a night train for Switzerland. All night long my head ached, and I lay awake, swaying and jolting and listening to the rhythms of the wheels. Paris clean forgotten so soon as it was left, and my thoughts circling continually about Justin and Philip and Mary and the things I might have said and done. 4. One day, late in February, I found myself in Vevey. I had come down with the break-up of the weather from Montana, where I had met some Oxford men I knew and had learned to ski. I had made a few of those vague acquaintances one makes in a winter sport hotel. But now all these people were going back to England, and I was thrown back upon myself once more. I was dull and angry and unhappy still, full of self-reproaches and dreary indignations, and then very much as the sky will sometimes break surprisingly through storm clouds, there began in me a new series of moods. They came to me by surprise. One clear, bright afternoon I sat upon the wall that runs along under the lines by the lake store, envying all these people who were going back to England and work and usefulness. I thought of myself, of my career spoilt, my honour tarnished, my character tested and found wanting. So far as English politics went, my prospects had closed for ever. Even after 3 years, it was improbable that I should be considered by the party managers again. And besides, it seemed to me I was a man crippled. My other self, the mate and confirmation of my mind, had gone from me. I was no more than a mutilated man. My life was a thing condemned. I had joined the ranks of loafing, morally limping English exiles. I looked up. The sun was setting. A warm glow fell upon the dissolving mountains of Savoy and upon the shining mirror of the lake. The luminous, tranquil breadth of it caught me and held me. I am done for. The light upon the lake and upon the mountains, the downward swoop of a bird over the water, and something in my heart gave me the lie. "What nonsense," I said, and felt as if some dark cloud that had overshadowed me had been thrust back. I stared across the Savoy as though that land had spoken. Why should I let all my life be ruled by the blunders and adventures of one short year of adventure? Why should I become the votary of a train of consequences? What had I been dreaming of all this time? Over there were gigantic uplands I had never seen and trodden, and beyond were great plains and cities, and beyond that the sea, and so on, great spaces and multitudinous things all round about the world. What did the things I had done, the things I had failed to do, the hopes crushed out of me, the tears and anger matter to that? And in some amazing way, this thought so took possession of me that the question seemed also to carry with it the still more startling collateral. What then did they matter to me? "Come out of yourself," said the mountains, and all the beauty of the world. "Whatever you have done or suffered is nothing to the inexhaustible offer life makes you. We are you, just as much as the past is you." It was as though I had forgotten and now remembered how infinitely multitudinous life can be. It was as if Tarville's neglected words to me had sprouted in the obscurity of my mind and borne fruit. I cannot explain how that mood came. I am doing my best to describe it, and it is not easy even to describe, and I fear that to you who will have had, I hope, no experience of such shadows as I had passed through, it is impossible to convey its immense elation. I remember once I came in a boat out of the caves of Han after 2 hours in the darkness, and there was the common daylight that is nothing wonderful at all, and its brightness ahead there seemed like trumpets and cheering, like waving flags, and like the sunrise, and so it was with this mood of my release. There is a phrase of Peter E. Noyes, that queer echo of Emerson, whom people are always rediscovering and forgetting again, a phrase that sticks in my mind. Every living soul is heir to an empire and has fallen into a pit. It's an image wonderfully apt to describe my change of mental attitude and render the contrast between those intensely passionate personal engagements that had held me tight and that wide estate of life that spreads about us all, open to all of us in just the measure that we can scramble out of our individual selves to a more general self. I seem to be hanging there at the brim of my stale and painful den, staring at the unthought-of greatness of the world, with an unhoped-for wind out of heaven blowing upon my face. I suppose the intention of the phrase, finding salvation, as religious people use it, is very much this experience. If it is not the same thing, it is something very closely akin. It is as if someone were scrambling out of a pit into a largeness that is attainable by every man, just in the measure that he realizes it is there. I leave these fine discriminations to the theologian. I know that I went back to my hotel in Vevey with my mind healed, with my will restored to me, and my ideas running together into plans, and I know that I had come out that day a broken and apathetic man. 5. The next day my mood declined again. It was as if that light, that sense of release that had shone so clear and strong in my mind, had escaped me. I sought earnestly to recover it, but I could not do so, and I found my old narrow preoccupations calling urgently to me again. I thought that perhaps I might get back those intimations of outlook and relief if I clambered alone into some high solitude and thought. I had a crude, attractive vision of myself far above the heat and noise, communing with the sky. It was the worst season for climbing, and on the spur of the moment I could do nothing but get up the Roches de Nez on the wrong side, and try and find some eyrie that was neither slippery nor wet. I did not succeed. In one place I slipped down a wet bank for some yards, and held at last by a root. If I had slipped much further, I should not be writing here now. And I came back a very weary and bruised climber, without any meditation. 3 nights after, when I was in bed, I became very lucidly awake. It must have been about 2 or 3 in the morning, and the vision of life returned to me with that same effect of enlargement and illumination. It was as if the great stillness that is behind and above and around the world of sense did in some way communicate with me. It bade me rouse my spirit and go on with the thoughts and purposes that had been stirring and proliferating in my mind when I had returned to England from the Cape. Dismiss your passion. But I urged that I could not do. There was the thought of Mary subjugated and weeping, the smarting memory of injury and defeat, the stains of subterfuge and discovery, the aching separation. No matter, the stillness answered in the end, all that is just to temper you for your great uses. I cannot forget, I insisted. Do not forget. But for the present this leads you no whither. This chapter has ended. Dismiss it and turn to those other things. You are not only Stephen Stratton, who fell into adultery. In these silences he is a little thing and far away. Here and with me you are man, every man in this round world in which your lot has fallen. But Mary, I urged, to forget Mary is a treason, an ingratitude, seeing that she loved me. But the stillness did not command me to forget her, but only to turn my face now to the great work that lies before mankind. And that work? That work so far as your share goes, is first to understand, to solve, and then achieve, to work out, in the measure of yourself, that torment of pity and that desire for order and justice which together saturate your soul. Go about the world, imbrue yourself with life, make use of that confusedly striving brain that I have lifted so painfully out of the deadness of matter. But who are you? I cried out suddenly to the night. Who are you? I sat up on the side of my bed. The dawn was just beginning to break up the featureless blackness of the small hours. This is just some old corner of my brain, I said. Yet how did I come to have this odd corner in my brain? What is this lucid stillness? 6. Let me tell you rather of my thoughts than of my moods, for there at least one comes to something with a form that may be drawn, and a substance that is measurable. One ceases to struggle with things indefinable, and the effort to convey by metaphors and imaginary voices things that are at once bodiless and soundless and lightless, and yet infinitely close and real, and moreover, with that mysterious and subtle change of heart in me, there came also a change in the quality and range of my ideas. I seemed to rise out of a tangle of immediacies and misconceptions, to see more largely and more freely than I had ever done before. I have told how in my muddled and wounded phase I had snatched at the dull project of improving my languages, and under the cloak of that spying a little upon German military arrangements, now my mind set such petty romanticism on one side. It had recovered the strength to look on the whole of life and on my place in it. It could resume the ideas that our storm of passion had for a time thrust into the background of my thoughts. I took up again all those broad generalizations that had arisen out of my experience in South Africa, and which I had been not so much fitting into as forcing into the formula of English politics. I recalled my disillusionment with British imperialism, my vague but elaborating apprehension of a profound conflict between enterprise and labour, a profound conflict between the life of the farm and the life of trade and finance and wholesale production, as being something far truer to realities than any of the issues of party and patriotism upon which men were spending their lives. So far as this rivalry between England and Germany, which so obsessed the imagination of Europe, went, I found that any faith I may have had in its importance had simply fallen out of my mind, as a danger to civilization, as a conceivable source of destruction and delay. It was a monstrous business enough, but that in the long run it matters how or when they fought, and which one, I did not believe. In the development of mankind, the thing was of far less importance than the struggle for Flanders or the wars of France and Burgundy. I was already coming to see Europe as no more than the dog's-eared corner of the page of history. Like most Europeans, I had thought it the page, and my recovering mind was eager and open to see the world beyond and form some conception of the greater forces that lay outside our insularities. What is humanity as a whole doing? What is the nature of the world process of which I am a part? Why should I drift from cradle to grave, wearing the blinkers of my time and nationality, a mere denizen of Christendom, accepting its beliefs, its stale antagonisms, its unreal purposes, that perhaps had been tolerable while I was still an accepted member of the little world into which my lot had fallen. But now that I was thrust out, its absurdity glared. For me, the alternative was to be a world man or no man. I had seemed sinking towards the latter. Now I faced about and began to make myself what I still seek to make myself today, a son of mankind, a conscious part of that web of effort and perplexity which wraps about our globe. All this, I say, came into my mind as if it were a part of that recovery of my mind from its first passionate abjection, and it seemed a simple and obvious part of the same conversation to realize that I was ignorant and narrow, and that, too, in a world which is suffering like a beast in a slime pit by reason of ignorance and narrowness of outlook, and that it was my manifest work and purpose to make myself less ignorant and to see and learn with all my being. It came to me as a clear duty that I should get out of the land of hotels and leisure and go seeking the facts and clues to human interrelationship nearer the earthy roots of things, and I turned my thoughts to India and China, those vast enigmas of human accumulation, in a spirit extraordinarily like that of some mystic who receives a call. I felt I must go to Asia, and from Asia, perhaps, round the world. But it was the greatness of Asia commanded me. I wanted to see the East not as a spectacle, but as the simmering vat in which the greater destiny of man brews and brews. 7. It was necessary to tell my father of my intentions. I made numerous beginnings. I tore up several letters and quarrelled bitterly with the hotel pens. At first I tried to describe the change that had happened to my mind, to give him some impression of the new light, the release that had come to me. But how difficult this present world is with its tainted and poisoned phrases and its tangled misunderstandings. Here was I, writing for the first time in my life of something essentially religious, and writing it to him whose profession was religion, and I could find no words to convey my meaning to him that did not seem to me fraught with possibilities of misinterpretation. One evening I made a desperate resolve to let myself go, and scrawled my heart out to him as it seemed that night, a strange, long letter. It was one of the profoundest regrets that came to me when I saw him dead last winter, that I did not risk his misunderstanding and post that letter. But when I reread it in the next morning's daylight, it seemed to me so rhetorical, so full of, what shall I call it, spiritual bombast? It so caricatured and reflected upon the deep feelings sustaining me that I could not post it for shamefacedness, and I tore it up into little pieces and sent instead the briefest of notes. "I'm doing no good here in Switzerland," I wrote. "Would you mind if I went east? I want to see something of the world outside Europe. I have a fancy I may find something to do beyond there. Of course, it will cost rather more than my present allowance. I will do my best to economize. Don't bother if it bothers you. I've seen bother enough to you," he replied still more compactly. "By all means, I will send you some circular notes. Posta restanti. Rome. That will be on your way. Good wishes to you, Stephen. I'm glad you want to go east instead of just staying in Switzerland. I sit here now and wonder, little son, what he thought, what he supposed, what he understood. I loved my father, and I began to perceive he loved me wonderfully. I can imagine no man I would have sooner had for a priest than him. All priestcraft lays hands, if it can, and with an excellent wisdom upon the titles and dignity of fatherhood, and yet here am I, left to guessing. I do not know whether my father ever worshipped, whether he ever prayed with his heart bared to God. There are times when the inexpressiveness of life comes near to overwhelming me, when it seems to me we are all asleep or entranced, and but a little way above the still cows who stand munching slowly in the field. Why couldn't we, and why didn't we, talk together? We fear bathos too much, are shyly decent to the pitch of mania. We have neither the courage of our bodies nor our souls. I went almost immediately to Rome. I stayed in Rome some days, getting together an outfit, and incidentally seeing that greater city of the dead, in whose embrace the modern city lies. I was now becoming interested in things outside my grooves, although my grooves were still there, deep and receptive, and I went about the place at last almost eagerly, tracing the outlines of the great departed city on whose colossal bones the churches and palaces of the Middle Ages cluster like weeds in the spaces and ruins of a magnificent garden. I found myself one day in the Forum, thinking of that imperialism that had built the Basilica of Julius Caesar, and comparing its cramped vestiges with that Vesta second administrative effort which has left the world the monstrous arches of Constantine. I sat down over against these last among the ruins of the Vestal's house, and mused on that later reconstruction when the empire, with its science aborted and its literature and philosophy shriveled to nothing, its social fabric ruined by the extravagances of financial adventure, and its honour and patriotism altogether dead, united itself in a desperate effort to continue with all that was most bickeringly intolerant and destructive in Christianity, only to achieve one common vast decay. All Europe to this day is little more than the sequel to that failure. It is the Roman Empire in disintegration. The very churches whose domes rise to the northward of the ancient remains are built of looted stones and look like parasitic and fungold growths, and the tourists stream through those spaces day by day, stare at the marble fragments, the arches, the fallen carvings, and rich capitals, with nothing greater in their minds and nothing clearer. I discovered I was putting all this into the form of a letter to Mary. I was writing to her in my mind, as many people talk to themselves, and I remember that I wandered upon the Palatine Hill, musing over the idea of writing a long letter to her, a long continuous letter to her, a sort of diary of impressions and ideas that some, when years ahead, I might be able to put into her hands. One does not carry out such an idea into reality. It is so much easier to leave the letter imagined and unwritten if there lives but little hope of its delivery. Yet for many years I kept up an impalpable correspondence in my thoughts, a stream of expression to which no answer came, until at last the habits of public writing and the gathering interests of a new role in life diverted it to other ends. 8. One morning on the way from Brindisi to Egypt, I came up on the deck at dawn because my mind was restless and I could not sleep. Another solitary passenger was already up, so intently watching a pink-lit rocky coastline away to the north of us that for a time he did not observe me. "That's Crete," he said, when at last he became aware of me, close at hand. "Crete?" said I. "Yes," he said, "Crete." He came nearer to me. "That, sir," he said, with a challenging emphasis, "is the most wonderful island I've ever yet set eyes on. Quite the most wonderful. 5,000 years ago," he remarked, after a pause that seemed to me to be calculated, "they were building palaces there, better than the best we can build today, and things like modern things. They had bathrooms there, beautiful fitted bathrooms, and admirable sanitation. Admirable. Practically American. They had better artists to serve them than your King Edward has. Why, Minos would have laughed or screamed at all that Windsor furniture, and the things they made of gold. Sir, you couldn't get them done anywhere today. Not for any money. There was a go about them. They had a kind of writing, too, before the Phoenicians. No man can read it now. And there it is. 50 centuries ago it was. And today they grow oranges and lemons and they riot. Everything else is gone. It's as if men struggled up to a certain pitch and then grew tired. All the Mediterranean, it's a tired sea." That was the beginning of a curious conversation. He was an American, a year or so younger than myself, going, he said, to look at Egypt. In our country, he explained, we're apt to forget all these worked-out regions. Too apt. We don't get our perspectives. We think the whole blessed world is one everlasting boom. It hit me first down in Yucatan that wasn't so. Why, the world littered with the remains of booms and swaggering beginnings. Americanism. There's always been Americanism. This Mediterranean is just a museum of old Americans. I guess Tyre and Sidon thought they were licking creation all the time. It set me thinking, what's really going on? Why, anywhere you're running about among ruins, anywhere, and ruins of something just as good as anything we're doing today. Better in some ways, it takes the heart out of you. It was Gidding, who is now my close friend and ally. I remember very vividly the flavour of morning freshness as we watched Crete pass away northward, and I listened to his talk. I was coming out of New York Harbour a month ago and looking back at skyscrapers, he said, and suddenly it hit me, in the mind. That's just the next ruin, I thought. I remember that much of our first talk, but the rest of it now is indistinct. We had, however, struck up an acquaintance. We were both alone, and until he left me on his way to Abydos, we seemed now to have been conversing all the time, and almost all the time we were discussing human destiny and causes of effort and decay, and whether the last few ascendant centuries the world has seen have in them anything more persistent than the countless beginnings that have gone before. There's science, said I a little doubtfully. At Knossos, there they had Dadius, sir, 50 centuries ago. Dadius. He was an FRS, all right. I haven't a doubt he flew. If they hadn't steel, they had brass. We're too conceited about our little modern things. 9. I found something very striking and dramatic in the passage from Europe to Asia. One steams slowly through a desert that comes up close to the ship. The sand stretches away, hillock and mound beyond hillock and mound. One sees camels in the offing, stringing out to some ancient destination. One is manifestly passing across a barrier. The canal has changed nothing of that. Suez is a first dab of tumultuous Orientalism, noisy and vivid, and then, after the gleam of turmoil, one opens out into the lonely dark blue waters of the Red Sea. Right and left, the shore is a bitter, sun-scorched desolation. Eastward frowns a great rampart of lowering purple mountains, towering up the Sinai. It is like no European landscape. The boat goes slowly as if uncharted dangers lurked ahead. It is a new world with a new atmosphere. Then comes wave upon wave of ever more sultry air, and the punkahs begin to swing, and the white clothes appear. Everyone casts off Europe, assumes an Asiatic livery. The very sun, rushing up angrily and abruptly after a heated night, is unfamiliar, an Asiatic sun. And so one goes down that reef-fringed waterway to Aden. It is studded with lonely-looking lighthouses that burn, it seems, untended, and sometimes, in their melancholy isolation, swing great rhythmic arms of light. And then land and the last latent sails of Aden vanishing together, one stands out into the hot, thundery monotonies of the Indian Ocean, into imprisonment in a blue horizon across whose Titan ring the engines seem to throb in vain. How one paces the ship day by day, and eats and dozes and eats again, and gossips inanely, and thanks heaven even for a fight of flying fish, or a trail of smoke from over the horizon to take one's mind a little out of one's oily, quivering prison. A hot, portentous delay, a sinister, significant pause. That is the voyage from Europe to India still. I suppose by the time that you will go to India, all this prelude will have vanished. You will rattle through in a train de luxe from Calais by way of Baku or Constantinople. You will have none of this effect of deliberate, sullen approach across the limitless miles of sea. But that is how I went to India. Everything seemed to expand. I was coming out of the frequent landfalls, the neighbourly intimacies and neighbourly conflicts of the Mediterranean, into something remoter, into larger seas and greater lands, rarer communications and vaster future. To go from Europe to Asia is like going from Norway to Russia, from something slight and advanced to something massive and portentous. I felt that nearly 9 years ago, today, all Asia seems moving forward to justify my feelings. And I remember, too, that as I went down the Red Sea and again in the Indian Ocean, I had a nearly intolerable passion of loneliness. A wound may heal and still leave pain. I was coming out of Europe as one comes out of a familiar house into something larger and stranger. I seemed but a little speck of life, and behind me, far away and silent and receding, was the one other being to whom my thoughts were open. It seemed very cruel to me that I could not write to her. Such moods were to come to me again and again, and particularly during the inactivities of voyages and in large empty spaces, and at night when I was weary. At other times I could banish and overcome them by forcing myself to be busy and by going to see novel and moving things. Chapter the 8th. This Swarming Business of Mankind. 1. I do not think I could now arrange into a consecutive history my travellings, my goings and returnings in my wandering effort to see and comprehend the world. And certainly, if I could arrange my facts, I should still be at a loss to tell of the growth of ideas that is so much more important than any facts, to trace the increasing light to its innumerable sources, to a chink here, to a glowing reflection there, to a leap of burning light from some long, inert darkness close at hand. But steadily the light grew, and this vast world of man, in which our world, little sun, is the world of a limited class in a small island, began to take the definite forms, to betray broad universal movements. What seemed at first chaotic, a drift and tangle of passions, traditions, foolish ideas, blundering hostilities, careless tolerances, become confusedly systematic, showed something persistent and generalized at work among its multitudinous perplexity. I wonder now if I can put before you very briefly the main generalizations that were growing up in my mind during my exile, the simplified picture into which I translated the billions of sights and sounds and smells. For every part of the world has its distinctive olfactory palette as much as its palette of colours that rained daily and nightly upon my mind. Before my eyes again, as I sit here in this quiet, walled French garden, the great space before the Juma Masjid at Delhi reappears, as I saw it in the evening stillness against the glowing sky of gold, and the memory of countless worshippers within, praying with a devotion no European displays. And then comes a memory of that long reef of staircases and temples and buildings, the ghats of Benares in the blazing morning sun, swarming with a vast multitude of multicoloured people, and the water also swarming with brown bodies. It has the colours of a bed of extravagantly splendid flowers, and the light that is Indian alone. Even as I sit here, these places are alive with happening. It is just past midday here. At this moment, the sun sinks in the skies of India. The Jumna Masjid flushes again with the glow of sunset. The smoke of evening fires streams heavenward against its subtle lines. And upon those steps at Benares that come down the hillside between the conquering mosque of Aurangzeb and the shining mirror of the Ganges, 1,000 silent seated figures fall into meditation, and other memories reoccur and struggle with one another. The crowded river streets of Canton, the rafts and houseboats and junks, innumerable, riding over inky water, begin now to twinkle with 1,000 lights. They are ablaze in Osaka and Yokohama and Tokyo, and the swarming staircase streets of Hong Kong glitter with a wicked activity now that night has come. I flash a glimpse of Burmese temples, of villages in Java, of the sombre purple masses of the walls of the Tartar city at Pekin, with squat pagoda-guarded gates. How those great outlines lowered at me in the twilight, full of fresh memories and grim anticipations of baseness and violence and bloodshed. I sit here recalling it, feeling it all out beyond the trellised vine-clad wall that bounds my physical vision. Vast, crowded world that I have seen, going from point to point, seeking for clues, for generalities, until at last it seems to me that there emerges something understandable. I think I have got something understandable out of it all. What a fantastically courageous thing is this mind of ours. My thoughts seem to me at once presumptuous and inevitable. I do not know why it is that I should dare, that any of us should dream of this attempt to comprehend, but we who think are everyone impelled to this amazing effort to get it all together into some simple generality. It is not reason, but a deep-seated instinct that draws our intelligence towards explanations, that sets us perpetually seeking laws, seeking statements that will fit into infinite, increasingly interweaving complexities, and be true of them all. There is, I perceive, a valiant and magnificent stupidity about the human mind, a disregard of disproportion and insufficiency, like the ferret which will turn from the leveret it has seized to attack even man, if he should interfere. By these desperate feats of thinking, it is that our species has achieved its victories. By them it survives. By them it must stand the test of ultimate survival. Some forgotten man in our ancestry, for every begetting man alive was in my individual ancestry and yours 3,000 years ago. First, dare to think of the world as round, an astonishing temerity. He rolled up the rivers and mountains, the forests and plains, and broad horizons that stretched beyond his ken, that seemed to common sense to go on certainly forever, into a ball, into a little ball, like an orange. Magnificent feat of the imagination, outdoing Thor's deep draught of the sea. And once he had done it, all do it, and no one falters at the deed. You are not yet 7 as I write, and already you are serenely aware that you live upon a sphere. And in much the same manner, it is we who are socialists and economists, publicists and philosophers, and what not, are attempting now to roll up the vast world of facts which concern human intercourse, the whole indeed of history and archaeology, into some similar imaginable and manageable shape that presently everyone will be able to grasp. I suppose there was a time when nobody bothered at all about the shape of the earth, when nobody had even had the idea that the earth could be conceived as having a shape. And similarly, it is true that it is only in recent centuries that people have been able to suppose that there was a shape of human history. It is indeed not much more than a century since there was any real emergence from theological assumptions and pure romanticism and accidentalism in these matters. Old Adam Smith, it was, probing away at the roots of economics, who set going the construction of ampler propositions. From him spring all those new interpretations which have changed the writing of history from a record of dramatic reigns and wars and crises to an analysis of economic forces. How impossible it would be for anyone now to write that great chapter of Gibbon's in which he sweeps together into one contempt the history of 60 emperors and 600 years of time. His note of weariness and futility vanishes directly. One's vision penetrated the immediate surface. Those Herculans and Isaurians and Comneni were not history. A schoolboy nowadays knows that their record is not history, knows them for the mere scum upon the stream. And still, today we have our great interpretations to make. Ours is a time of guesses, theories, and provisional generalizations. Our phase corresponds to the cosmology that was still a little divided between disks and domes, and spheres and cosmic eggs, that was still 1,000 years from measuring and weighing a planet. For a long time my mind hovered about the stimulating theories of socialism, and particularly about those more systematic forms of socialist teaching that centre about Karl Marx. He rose naturally out of those early economists who saw all the world in terms of production and saving. He was a necessary step, for me at least, on the way to understanding. For a time, I did not shape the world in my mind, that it seemed to me no more than a vast enterprise for the organization and exploitation of labor. For a time I thought human life was essentially a labor problem, that working and controlling work, and lending and selling and speculating made the essential substance of human life, over which the forms of politics ran, as the stripes of a tiger's skin run and bend over its living muscles. I followed my period in thinking that. You will find in Ferrero's Roman Decline, which was published early in this century, and which waits for you in the library, almost exactly the method of interpretation that was recommending itself to me in 1904 and 1905. Well, the labour problem concerns a great substantial, shall I say, in human society. It is only I think the basis and matter of society, not its shape and life and reality, but it had to be apprehended before I could get on to more actual things. Insensibly, the idea that contemporary political forms mattered very fundamentally to men was fading out of my mind. The British Empire and the German Empire, the unity of Italy and the Anglo-Saxon ascendancy, the Yellow Peril, and all the other vast phantoms of the world politicians' mythology were fading out of my mind in those years, as the Olympic cosmology must have faded from the mind of some inquiring Greek philosopher in the days of Heraclitus, and I revised my history altogether in the new light. The world had ceased to be chaotic in my mind. It had become a vast, if as yet a quite inconclusive drama between employer and employed. It makes a wonderful history, this history of mankind, as a history of labour, as a history of the perpetual attempts of an intelligent minority to get things done by other people. It does not explain how that aggression of the minority arose, nor does it give any conception of a primordial society which corresponds with our knowledge of the realities of primitive communities. One begins rather in the air with a human society that sells and barters and sustains, contracts and permits land to be privately owned, and having as hastily as possible got away from that difficulty of beginnings, having ignored the large areas of the world which remain under a pacific and unprogressive agriculture to this day. The rest of the story becomes extremely convincing and illuminating. It does indeed give a sustaining explanation to a large part of recorded history. This generalization about the proclivity of able and energetic people to make other people do things. One ignores what is being done as if that mattered nothing, and concentrates upon the use and enslavement of men. One sees that enslavement to labour, progressing from crude directness to the most subtly indirect methods. The first expedient of enterprise was the sword and then the whip, and still there are remote and ugly corners of the world in the Mexican Valley Nacionale or in Portuguese South Africa, where the whip whistles still, and the threat of a great suffering and death follows hard upon the reluctant toiler. But the larger part of our modern slavery is past the stage of brand and whip. We have fallen into methods at once more subtle and more effective. We stand benevolently in front of our fellow man, offering, almost as if it were food and drink and shelter and love, the work we want him to do. And behind him, we are acutely aware, is necessity, sometimes quite of our making, as when we drive him to work by a hut tax or a poll tax or a rent that obliges him to earn money, and sometimes not so obviously of our making, sometimes so little of our making that it is easy to believe we have no power to remove it. Instead of flicking the whip, we groan at last with Harriet Martineau at the inexorable laws of politics, economy, that condemn us to comfort and direction, and those others to toil and hardship and indignity. And through the consideration of these later aspects, it was that I came at last to these subtler problems of tacit self-deception, of imperfect and unwilling apprehension, of innocently assumed advantages, of wilfully disregarded unfairness, and also to all those other problems of motive, those forgotten questions of why we make others work for us long after our personal needs are satisfied, why men aggrandize and undertake, which gradually have become, in my mind, the essential problems of human relationship, replacing the crude problems of labour altogether in that position, making them, at last, only questions of contrivance and management on the way to greater ends. I have come to believe now that labour problems are problems merely, by the way. They have played their part in a greater scheme. This phase of expropriation and enslavement, this half-designed and half-unconscious driving of the duller by the clever, of the pacific by the bolder, of those with weak appetites and imaginations by those with stronger appetites and imaginations, has been a necessary phase in human development. With my innate passionate desire to find the whole world purposeful, I cannot but believe that. But however necessary it has been, it is necessary no longer. Strangest, of saviours. There rises over the conflicts of mankind the glittering angular promise of the machine. There is no longer any need for slavery, open or disguised. We do not need slaves nor toilers nor mere labourers any more. They are no longer essential to a civilization. Man has ridden on his brother man out of the need of servitude. He struggles through to a new phase, a phase of release, a phase when leisure and unexampled freedom is possible to every human being. It's possible, and it is there one halts, seeing that splendid possibility of aspiration and creation before mankind, and seeing mankind, for the most part, still downcast, quite unaware or incredulous, following the old rounds, the grooves of ancient and suppressed assumptions and subjections. But here I will not trace in any detail the growth of my conviction that the ancient and the heavy obligation to work hard and continually throughout life has already slipped from man's shoulders. Suffice it that now I conceive of the task before mankind as a task essentially of rearrangement, as a problem in relationships, extremely complex and difficult indeed, but incredibly solvable. During my Indian and Chinese journey, I was still at the Marxist stage. I went about the East, looking at labour, watching its organisation and direction, seeing great interests and enterprises replace the diffused life of an earlier phase. The disputes and discussions in the Transvaal, which had first opened my mind to these questions, came back to me, and steadily I lost my interest in those mere political and national issues with their paraphernalia of kings and flags and governments and parties that had hitherto blinded me in these more fundamental interactions. 2. It happened that the Bombay circumstances conspired to bring the crude facts of labour enslavement vividly before me. I found a vigorous agitation raging in the English press against the horrible sweating that was going on in the cotton mills. I met the journalist most intimately concerned in the business of my second day in India, and before a week was out, I was hard at work getting up the question and preparing a memorandum with him on the possibility of immediate legislative intervention. The very name of Bombay, which for most people recalls a spacious and dignified landfall, latent sails, green islands and jutting precipices, a long city of trees and buildings, like a bright, various breakwater between the great harbour and the sea, and then exquisite little temples, painted bullock carriages, towers of silence, passes, and amazingly kaleidoscopic population, is for me a reminder of narrow, fetid, plague-stricken streets and tall, insanitary tenement houses, packed and dripping with humanity, and of terrible, throbbing factories working far into the night, blazing with electric light against the velvet black night sky of India, damp with the steam clouds that are maintained to moisten the thread, and swarming with emaciated, overworked brown children, for even the adults, spare and small, in those mills seem children to a Western eye. I plunged into this heated, dreadful business with a passionate interest, and went back to the yacht club only when the craving for air and a good bath and a clean clothes and space and respect became unendurable. I waded deep in labour in this process of consuming humanity for gain, chasing my facts through throbbing, quivering sheds, reeking of sweat and excrement under the tall, black smoking chimneys, chasing them in very truth, because when we came prying into the mills after the hour when child labour should cease, there would be a shrill whistle, a patter of feet, and a cuffing and hiding of the naked little creatures we were trying to rescue. They would be hidden under rugs, in boxes, in the most impossible places, and we dragged them out, scared and lying. Many of them were perhaps 7 years old at most, and the adults, men and women of 14. That is to say, we could not touch at all as they worked in that Indian heat, in a noisome air, drenched with steam for 14 and 15 hours a day. And essential to that general impression is a memory of a slim Parsi mill manager luminously explaining the inherited passion for toil in the Indian weaver, and a certain bulky Hindu with a lemon-yellow turban and a stripe of plump brown stomach showing between his clothes, who was doing very well, he said, with 2 wives and 5 children in the mills. That is my Bombay. That and the columns of crossed circles marking plague cases upon the corners of houses, and a peculiar acrid smell, and the polychromatic stir of crowded narrow streets between cliffs of architecture with carved timbers and heavy ornamentations, into which the sun strikes obliquely and lights 1,000 vivid hues. Bombay, the gateway of what silly people were still calling in those days the immemorial East. Bombay, which is newer than Boston or New York. Bombay, which has grown beneath the Englishman's shadow out of a Portuguese fort in the last 200 years. 3. I came out of these dark corners presently into the sunblaze of India. I was now intensely interested in the whole question of employment, and engaged in preparing matter for my first book, Enterprise and India. And therein you may read how I went first to Assam and then down to Ceylon, following up this perplexing and complicated business of human enslavement to toil. Exercised by this great spectacle of human labour, and at once attracted by and stimulated by and dissatisfied with those socialist generalizations that would make all this vast, harsh spectacle of productive enterprise a kind of wickedness and outrage upon humanity. And behind and about the things I was looking for were other things for which I was not looking, that slowly came into and qualified the problem. It dawned upon me by degrees that India is not so much one country as a vast spectacle of human development at every stage, in infinite variety. One ranges between naked savages and the most sophisticated of human beings. I pursued my inquiries about great modern enterprises, about railway labour, canal labour, tea planting across vast stretches of country where men still lived illiterate, agricultural, unprogressive and simple, as men lived before the first stirrings of recorded history. One sees by the tanks of those mud-built villages groups of women with brass vessels who are identical in pose and figure and quality with the women modelled in Tanagra figures, and the droning wall wheel is the same that irrigated the fields of ancient Greece, and the crops and beasts and all the life is as it was in Greece and Italy, Phoenicia and Judea before the very dawn of history. By imperceptible degrees, I came to realize that this matter of exploration and enslavement and control, which bulks so vastly upon the modern consciousness, which the socialists treat as though it was the comprehensive present process of mankind, is no more than one aspect of an overlife that struggles out over a massive ancient and traditional common way of living, struggles out again and again, blindly and always so far with a disorderly insuccess. I began to see, in their proper proportion, the vast enduring normal human existence, the peasant's agricultural life, unlettered, laborious, and essentially unchanging on the one hand, and on the other those excrescences of multitudinous city aggregation, those stormy excesses of productive energy that flare up out of that life, established for a time great unstable strangenesses of human living, palaces, cities, roads, empires, literatures, and then totter and fall back again into ruin. In India, even more than about the Mediterranean, all this is spectacular. There the peasant goes about his work according to the usage of 50,000 years. He has a primitive version of religion, a moral tradition, a social usage, closely adapted by countless years of trial and survival to his needs, and the whole land is littered with the vestiges and abandoned material of those newer, bolder, more experimental beginnings that merely began. It was when I was going through the panther-hunted palaces of Akbar at Fatuba Sikri that I first felt how tremendously the ruins of the past may face towards the future. The thing there is like a frozen wave that rose and never broke, and once I had caught that light upon things, I found the same quality in all the ruins I saw, in Amber and in Vijayanagar and Chittor, and in all that I have seen or heard of in ancient Rome and ancient Verona, in Paestum and Knossos and ancient Athens. None of these places was ever really finished and done with. The basilicas of Caesar and Constantine, just as much as the baths and galleries and halls of audience at Fatehpur Sikri, express not ends achieved, but thwarted intentions of permanence. They embody repulse and rejection. They are trials, abandoned trials, towards ends vaguely apprehended, ends felt rather than known. Even so was I moved by the Bruges-like emptinesses of Peking, in the vast pretensions of its forbidden city, which are like a cry long sustained, that at last dies away in a whale. I saw the place in 1905, in that slack interval after the European looting and before the Great Awakening that followed the Russo-Japanese War. Peking, in a century or so, may be added in its turn to the list of abandoned endeavours. Insensibly the sceptre passes. Nearer home than any of these places have I ever imagined the same thing. In Paris, it seemed to me I felt the first chill shadow of that same arrest, that impalpable ebb and secession, and the very crest of things, that voice which opposes to all the hasty ambitions and gathering eagernesses of men. It is not here. It is not yet. Only the other day, as I came back from Paris to this quiet place and walked across the fields from the railway station to this house, I saw an old woman, a grandmother, a bent old crone with 2 children playing about her as she cut grass by the wayside, and she cut it, except that her sickle was steel, exactly as old women were cutting grass before there was writing, before the dawn of history, before men laid the first stones, one upon the other, of the first city that ever became a ruin. You see, civilization has never yet existed. It has only continually and obstinately attempted to be. Our civilization is but the indistinct twilight before the dawn. It is still only a confused attempt, a flourish out of barbarism and the normal life of men, the toiling, earthy life of the field, and the buyer goes on still like a stream that at once supports and carries the destruction, the experimental ships of some still imperfect inventor. India gives it all from first to last. And now the modern movement, the latest half-conscious struggle of the new thing in mankind, throws up Bombay and Calcutta, vast feverish pustules upon the face of the peninsula, bridges the sacred rivers with hideous iron lattice work, and smears the sky of the dusty ruin-girdled city of Delhi. Each ruin is the vestige of an empire, with the black smoke of factory chimneys. Altogether scattered over that sunburnt plain there are the remains of 5 or 6 extinguished Delhis that played their dramas of frustration before the Delhi of the great Mongol. This present phase of human living, its symbol at Delhi, is now, I suppose, a scaffold-bristling pile of Neo-Georgian building, is the latest of the construction-sympathetic efforts to make a newer and fuller life for mankind. Who dares call it the last? I question myself constantly whether this life we live today, whether that too is more than a trial of these blind, constructive forces, more universal perhaps, more powerful perhaps than any predecessor, but still a trial to litter the world with rusting material when the phase of recession reoccurs. But yet I can never quite think that is so. This time, surely, it is different. This time may indeed be the beginning of a permanent change. This time there are new elements, new methods, and a new spirit at work upon construction that the world has never known before. Mankind may be now in the dawn of a fresh phase of living altogether. It is possible. The forces of construction are proportionally gigantic. There was never so much clear and critical thought in the world as there is now. Never so large a body of generally accessible knowledge and suggestion. Never anything like the same breadth of outlook, the same universality of imaginative freedom. That is so in spite of infinite turmoil and confusion. Moreover, the effort now is less concentrated, less dramatic. There is no one vital centre to the modern movement, which disaster can strike or decay undermine. If Paris or New York slacken and grow dull and materialist, if Berlin and London conspire for a mutual destruction, Tokyo or Baku or Valparaiso or Christiana or Smyrna or Delhi will shelter and continue the onward impetus. And this time too, it is not any one person, any one dynasty, any one cult or race which carries our destiny. Human thought has begun to free itself from individual entanglements and dramatic necessities and accidental standards. It becomes a collective mind, a collective will towards achievement greater than individuals or cities or kingdoms or peoples, a mind and will to which we all contribute and which none of us may command nor compromise by our private errors. It ceases to be aristocratic. It detaches itself from persons and takes possession of us all. We are involved as it grows free and dominant. We find ourselves in spite of ourselves, in spite of quarrels and jealousies and conflicts, helping and serving in the making of a new world city, a new, greater state, above our legal states, in which all human life becomes a splendid enterprise, free and beautiful, whose aptest symbol in all our world is a huge Gothic cathedral lit to the flame by the sun, whose scheme is the towering conquest of the universe, whose every little detail is the wrought-out effort of a human soul. Such were the ideas that grew together in my mind as I went about India and the East, across those vast sunlit plains where men and women still toil in their dusty fields for a harsh living and live in doorless hovels on floors of trampled cow dung, persecuted by 100 hostile beasts and parasites, caught and eaten by tigers and panthers as cats eat mice, and grievously afflicted by periodic famine and pestilence, even as men and women lived before the dawn of history, for untold centuries, for hundreds of thousands of years. 4. How strange we English seem in India, a little scattered garrison. Are we anything more than accidental, anything more than the messenger boy who has brought the impetus of the new effort towards a civilization through the gates of the East? Are we makers or just a means, casually taken up and used by the great forces of God? I do not know. I have never been able to tell. I have never been able to decide whether we are the greatest or the dullest of peoples. I think we are an imaginative people with an imagination at once gigantic, heroic and shy, and also we are a strangely restrained and disciplined people who are yet neither subdued nor subordinated. These are flat contradictions to state, and yet how else can one render the paradox of the English character, and this spectacle of a handful of mute, snobbish, not obviously clever and quite obviously ill-educated men, holding together kingdoms, tongues, and races, 300 million of them, in a restless, fermenting peace. Again and again in India, I would find myself in little circles of the official English, supercilious, pretentious, conventional, carefully turned out, people living gawkily, thinking gawkily, taking nothing but sport and gossip, relaxing at rare intervals into sentimentality and levity as mean as a banjo tune, and a kind of despairful disgust would engulf me. And then, in some man's work, in some huge irrigation scheme, some feat of strategic foresight, some simple, penetrating realization of deep-lying things, I would find an effect, as if out of a thickly rusted sheath one had pulled a sword and found it flame. I recall one evening I spent at a little station in Bengal, between Lucknow and Delhi, an evening given over to private theatricals. The theatre was a huge tent, and the little roughly improvised stage was lit by a row of oil footlights, and so small as barely to give a foothold for the actors and actresses in the more crowded scenes. About me were the great people, the colonel's wife, a touring young man of family, officers, and the wife of a manager of the big sugar refinery close at hand. Behind were English of a more dubious social position, also connected with the sugar refinery, a Eurasian family or so, very dressy and aggressive and terribly snubbed. And then, I think, various Portuguese and other nondescripts and groups of non-commissioned officers and men, some with their wives. The play, admirably chosen, was that crystallization of liberal Victorian snobbery, Castle, and I remember there was a sub-current of amusement because the young officer who played, what is the name of the hero's friend? I forgot, had in the haste of his superficiality adopted a moustache that would not keep on and an eyeglass that would not keep in. Everybody was acting very badly. Nobody was word perfect, and a rasping prompter would not keep ahead as he ought to have done. The scenery and the make-ups were daubs, and I was filled with amazement that, having quite wantonly undertaken to do this thing, these people could then do it so slackly. Then a certain sudden warmth in the applause about me quickened my attention, and I realized the satirical purport of drunken old Father Eccles and the moral intention of his son-in-law, the plumber. Between them they expressed the whole duty of the working man as the preposterous Victorians conceived it. He was to work hard always at any job he could find, for any wages he could get, and if he didn't, he was a drunken shirker and the dupe of paid agitators, a cavorting but misleading doctrine. And here were these people a decade on, in the 20th century, with time, death, and judgment close upon them, still eagerly applauding, eager to excuse their minds with the one-sided, ungracious, old-fashioned nonsense that has done so much to intensify the deepening class antagonisms that strain us now at home almost to the breaking point. How amazingly it seemed those people didn't understand and wouldn't understand any class but their own, any race but their own, any usage other than their use. Covertly, I surveyed the Colonel's profile. It expressed nothing but entire satisfaction with these disastrous interpretations. What a weather-worn, thought-free face that grizzled veteran showed the world. I was seized with a sudden curiosity to see how the private soldiers behind me were taking old Eccles. I turned round to discover cropped heads and faces as expressionless as masks, and behind them dusky faces watching very alertly, and then other dusky faces, Eurasians, inferiors, servants, natives. Then, at a sharp edge, the glare of our lighting ceased, and the canvas walls of our narrow world of illusion opened into a vast blue twilight. At the opening stood two white-clad Sikhs, very, very still and attentive, watching the performance, and beyond them was a great space of sky, over a dim profile of trees and roofs, and a minaret, a sky darkling down to the flushed red memory, such a short memory it is, in India, of a day that had gone forever. I remained staring at that for some time. "Isn't old Eccles good?" whispered the Colonel's wife beside me, and recalled me to the play. Somehow that picture of a narrow canvas tent in the midst of immensities has become my symbol for the whole life of the governing English, the English of India and Switzerland and the Riviera and the West End and the public services. But they are not England. They are not the English reality, which is a thing at once bright and illuminating and fitful, a thing humorous and wise and adventurous. Shakespeare, Dickens, Newton, Darwin, Nelson, Bacon, Shelley, English names every one, like the piercing light of lanterns swinging and swaying among the branches of dark trees at night. 5. I went again to Ceylon to look into the conditions of coolie importation, and then I was going back into Assam once more, still in the wake of indentured labour, when I chanced upon a misadventure. I had my first and only experience of big game shooting in the Garo Hills. I was clawed out of a tree by a wounded panther. He missed his hold, and I got back to my branch, but my shoulder was put out, my thigh was badly torn, and my blood was poisoned by the wound. I had an evil, uncomfortable time. My injury hampered me greatly, and for a while it seemed likely I should be permanently lamed. I had to keep to vehicles and reasonably good roads. I wound up my convalescence with a voyage to Singapore, and from thence I went on rather disconnectedly to a number of exploratory journeys, excursions rather than journeys, into China. I got to Peking, and then suddenly faced back to Europe, returning overland through Russia. I wanted now to study the conditions of modern industrialism at its sources, and my disablement did but a little accelerate a return already decided upon. I had got my conception of the East as a whole, and of the shape of the historical processes. I no longer felt adrift in a formless chaos of forces. I perceived now very clearly that human life is essentially a creative struggle out of the usage of immemorial years, that the synthesis of our contemporary civilization is this creative impulse rising again in its latest and greatest effort, the creative impulse rising again as a wave rises from the trough of its predecessors out of the ruins of the parent system, Imperial Rome. But this time, and for the first time, the effort is worldwide, and China and Iceland, Patagonia and Central Africa all swing together with us to make, or into another catastrophic failure to make, the great state of mankind. All this I had now distinctly in my mind. The new process, I perceive, had gone further in the West, was most developed in the West. The lighter end lifts first. So back I came away from the great body of mankind, which is Asia, to its head. And since I was still held by my promise from returning to England, I betook myself first to the Pas de Calais, and then to Belgium, and thence into industrial Germany, to study the socialistic movement at its sources. And I was beginning to see too very clearly by the time of my return that what is confusedly called the labour problem is really not one problem at all, but two. There is the old problem, the problem as old as Zimbabwe and the pyramids, the declining problem, the problem of organising masses of unskilled labour to the constructive ends of a great state, and there is the new modification due to machinery, which has rendered unskilled labour and labour of a low grade of skill almost unnecessary to mankind. Added coal, oil, wind, and water, the elementary school, and the printing press to our sources of power, and superseded the ancient shepherding and driving of men by the possibility of their intelligent and willing cooperation. The two are still mixed in every discussion, even as they are mixed in the practice of life, but inevitably they will be disentangled. We break free from slavery, open or disguised, just as we illuminate and develop this disentanglement. I have long since ceased to trouble about the economics of human society. Ours are not economic but psychological difficulties. There is enough for everyone, and only a fool can be found to deny it. But our methods of getting and making are still ruled by legal and social traditions from the time before we had tapped these new sources of power, before there was more than enough for everyone, and when a bare supply was only secured by jealous possession and unremitting toil. We have no longer to secure enough by a stern insistence. We have come to a plenty. The problem now is to make that plenty go round, and keep it enough while we do. Our real perplexities are altogether psychological. There are no valid arguments against a great spirited socialism, but this, that people will not. Indolence, greed, meanness of spirit, the aggressiveness of authority, and above all jealousy. Jealousy for our pride and vanity. Jealousy for what we esteem our possessions. Jealousy for those upon whom we have set the heavy fetters of our love. A jealousy of criticism and association. These are the real obstacles to those brave, large reconstructions, those profitable abnegations and brotherly feats of generosity that will yet turn human life, of which our individual lives are but the momentary parts into a glad, beautiful and triumphant cooperation all round this sunlit world. If but humanity could have its imagination touched. I was already beginning to see the great problem of mankind as indeed nothing other than a magnification of the little problem of myself, as a problem in escape from grooves, from preoccupations and suspicions, precautions and ancient angers, a problem of escape from these spiritual beasts that prowl and claw, to a new generosity and a new breadth of view. For all of us, little son, as for each of us, salvation is that. We have to get away from ourselves to a greater thing, to a giant's desire and an unending life, ours and yet not our own. 6. It is a queer experience to be even for a moment in the grip of a great beast. I had been put into the fork of a tree so that I could shoot with the big stem behind my back. The fork wasn't, I suppose, more than a score of feet from the ground. It was a safe enough place from a tiger, and that is what we expected. We had been misled by our tracker, who had mistaken the pugs of a big leopard for a tiger's. They were over rocky ground for the most part, and he had only the spoor of a chance patch of a half-dried mud to go upon. The beast had killed a goat, and was beaten out of the thicket near by me, in which he had been lying up. The probability had seemed that he would go away along a tempting ravine to where Captain Crosby, who was my host, awaited him. I, as the amateur, was intended to be little more than a spectre. But he broke back towards the wing of the line of beaters and came across the sunlit rocks within 30 yards of my post. Seen going along in that way, flattened almost to the ground, he wasn't a particularly impressive beast, and I shot at his shoulder as one might blaze away at a rabbit, perhaps just a little more carefully, feeling as a lord of creation should who dispenses a merited death. I expected him either to roll over or bolt. Then, instantly, he was coming in huge bounds towards me. He came so rapidly that he was covered by the big limb of the tree which I was standing until he was quite beneath me, and my second shot, which I thought in the instant must have missed him, was taken rapidly as he crouched to spring up the trunk. Then, came a sort of astonishment, and, I think, because afterwards Crosby picked up a dropped cartridge at the front of the tree, that I tried to reload. I believe I was completely incredulous that the beast was going to have me until he actually got me. The thing was too completely out of my imaginative picture. I don't believe I thought at all while he was coming up the tree. I merely noted how astonishingly he resembled an angry cat. Then he'd got my leg. He was hanging on to it, first by 2 claws and then by 1 claw. And the whole weight of him was pulling me down. It didn't seem to be my leg. I wasn't frightened. I felt absolutely nothing. I was amazed. I slipped, tried to get a hold on the tree trunk, felt myself being hauled down, and then got my arm about the branch. I still clung to my unloaded gun as an impoverished aristocrat might cling to his patent of nobility. That was, I felt, my answer for him yet. I suppose the situation lasted a fraction of a second, though it seemed to me to last an interminable time. Then I could feel my leggings rip, and his claw go scoring deeply down my calf. That hurt in a kind of painless, impersonal, interesting way. Was my leg coming off? Boot? The weight had gone. That enormous weight. He'd missed his hold altogether. I heard his claw tear down the bark of the tree, and then his heavy, soft fall upon the ground. I achieved a cat-like celerity. In another second, I was back in my fork reloading, my legs tucked up as tightly as possible. I peered down through the branches, ready for him. He wasn't there. Not up the tree again? Then I saw him making off with a halting gait across the scorching rocks some 30 yards away. But I could not get my gun into a comfortable position before he was out of sight behind a ridge. I wondered why the sunlight seemed to be flickering like an electric light that fails, was somehow aware of blood streaming from my leg down the tree stem. It seemed a torrent of blood, and there was a long, loose ribbon of flesh, very sickening to see. And then I fainted and fell out the tree, bruising my arm and cheek badly, and dislocating my shoulder in the fall. Some of the beaters saw me fall, and brought Crosby in sufficient time to improvise a tourniquet and save my life. Chapter the 9th. The Spirit of the New World. 1. I met Rachel again in Germany through the devices of my cousin, the Fürstin Lexlingen. I had finished seeing what I wanted to see in Westphalia, and I was preparing to go to the United States. There I thought I should be able to complete and round off that large view of the human process I had been developing in my mind. But my departure was delayed by an attack of influenza that I picked up at a socialist congress in Munich, and the dear Dift Laut, hearing of this and having her own views of my destiny, descended upon me while I was still in bed there, made me get up and carried me off in her car to take care of me herself at her villa at Bobbard, telling me nothing of any fellow guests I might encounter. She had a villa upon the Rhine under a hill of vineyards, where she devoted herself, she was a widow, to matchmaking and belated regrets for the childlessness that necessitated a perpetual borrowing of material for her pursuit. She had a motor car, a steam launch, several rowing boats and canoes, a tennis lawn, a rambling garden, a devious house, and a rapid mind, and in fact everything that was necessary for throwing young people together. She made her surprise seem easy and natural, and with returning health I found myself already back upon my old footing of friendly intimacy with Rachel. I found her a new and yet familiar Rachel. She had grown up. She was no longer a schoolgirl, crystalline clear with gleams of emotion and understanding, and what she had lost in transparency she had gained in depth, and she had become well informed. She had been reading very widely and well, I could see, and not simply reading, but talking and listening and thinking. She showed a vivid interest in the current of home politics. At that time, the last government of Mr. Balfour was ebbing to its end, and my old Transvaal friends, the Chinese coolies, were to avenge themselves on their importers. The tariff reformers my father detested were still struggling to unseat the Premier from his leadership of conservatism. It was queer to hear once more, after my Asiatic wanderings and dreamings, those West End dinner-table politics, those speculations about Winston's future and the possibility of Lloyd George or Ramsay MacDonald or McNamara taking office with the Liberals, and whether there might not ultimately be a middle party in which Holden and Balfour Grey and the Cecils could meet upon common ground. It seemed now not only very small, but very far off. She told me, too, of the huge popularity of King Edward. He had proved to be interested, curious, understanding and clever, an unexpectedly successful king. She described how he was breaking out of the narrow official limits that had kept his mother in a kind of social bandbox, extending his solvent informality of friendliness to all sorts of men. He had won the heart of Will Crooks, the Labour member for Poplar, for example, made John Burns a social success, and warmed all France for England. I surveyed the novel picture of the English throne diffusing amiability. "I suppose it's what the throne ought to do," said Rachel. "If it can't be inspiration, at any rate it can tolerate and reconcile and take the ill-bred bitterness out of politics." "My father might have said that." "I got that from your father," she said, and added, after a momentary pause, "I go over and talk to him." "You talk to my father?" "I like to. Or rather, I listen and take it in. I go over in the afternoon. I go sometimes 2 or 3 times a week." "That's kind of you." "Not at all. You see, it sounds impotent, I know, for a girl to say so, but we've so many interests in common." 2. I was more and more interested by Rachel as the days went on. A man must be stupid who does not know that a woman is happy in his presence. And for 2 years now, and more, I had met no one with a strong personal feeling for me. And quite apart from that, her mind was extraordinarily interesting to me, because it was at once so active and so clear, and so limited by her entirely English circumstances. She had the prosperous English outlook. She didn't so much see the wide world as get glimpses of it through the tangle of Westminster and of West End and weekend limitations. She wasn't even aware of that greater, unprosperous England, already sulking and darkling outside her political world. That greater England, which was presently to make its first audible limitations of discontent in that remarkable anticlimax of King George's coronation, the railway strike. India, for her, was the land of people's cousins. Germany and the German dreadnoughts bulked far larger, and all the tremendous gathering forces of the East were beyond the range of her imagination. I set myself to widen her horizons. I told her something of the intention and range of my travels, and something of the views that were growing out of their experiences. I have a clear little picture in my mind of an excursion we made to that huge national Denkmal, which rears its head out of the amiable vineyards of Assmanshausen and Rutsheim over against Bingen. We landed at the former place, went up its little funicular to eat our lunch and drink its red wine at the pleasant inn above, and then strolled along through the woods to the monument. The Fürstein fell behind with her unwilling escort, a newly arrived medical student from England, a very pleasant youngster named Berwick, who was all too obviously anxious to change places with me. She devised delays, and meanwhile I, as yet unaware of the state of affairs, went on with Rachel to that towering, florid monument, with its vast gesticulating Germania, which triumphs over the conquered provinces. We fell talking of war, and the passions and delusions that lead to war. Rachel's thoughts were strongly coloured by those ideas of a natural rivalry between Germany and England, and of a necessary revenge for France, which have, for nearly 40 years, diverted the bulk of European thought and energy to the mere waste of military preoccupations. I jarred with an edifice of preconceptions when I scoffed and scolded at these assumptions. Our two great peoples are disputing for the leadership of the world, I said. And meanwhile the whole world sweeps past us. We're drifting into a quarrelsome backwater. I began to tell of the fermentation and new beginnings that were everywhere, perceptibly, throughout the East, of the vast masses of human ability and energy that were coming into action in China and India, the unlimited future of both North and South America, of the mere accidentalness of European advantage. History, I said, is already shifting the significance out of Western Europe altogether, and we English cannot see it. We can see no further than Berlin, and these Germans can think of nothing better than to taunt the French with such tawdry effigies as this. Europe goes on today as India went on in the 18th century, making aimless history, and the sands of opportunity run and run. I shrugged my shoulders, and we stood for a little while looking down on the shining crescent of the Rhine. Suppose, said Rachel, that someone were to say that in the House. The House, I said, doesn't hear things at my pitch. Bat outcries, too shrill altogether. It might if you... She halted, hesitated for a moment on the question, and asked abruptly, When are you coming back to England, Mr. Stratton? Certainly not in 6 months, I said. A movement of her eyes made me aware of the Fürstein and Berwick emerging from the trees. And then, asked Rachel. I didn't want to answer that question, in which the personal note sounded so clearly. I'm going to America, to see America, I said. And America may be rather a big thing to see. You must see it. I want to be sure of it as something comprehensive. I want to get a general effect of it. Rachel hesitated, looked back to measure the distance of the Fürstein and her companion, and put her question again, but this time with a significance that did not seem even to want to hide itself. Then, will you come back? She said. Her face flamed scarlet, but her eyes met mine boldly. Between us there was a flash of complete understanding. My answer, if it was lame and ungallant to such a challenge, was at least perfectly honest. "I can't make up my mind," I said. "I've been near making plans, taking steps. Something holds me back." I had no time for an explanation. "I can't make up my mind," I repeated. She stood for a moment rather stiffly, staring away towards the blue hills of Alsace. Then she turned with a smiling and undisturbed countenance to the Fürstein. Her crimson had given place to white. "The triumph of it," she said, with a slight gesture to the flamboyant Teutonism that towered over us, and boldly repeating words I had used scarcely 5 minutes before, "makes me angry." They conquered ungraciously. She had overlooked something in her effort to seem entirely self-possessed. She collapsed. "My dear," she cried, "I forgot." "Oh, I'm only a German by marriage," cried the Fürstin, "and I can assure you I quite understand about the triumph of it." She surveyed the achievement of her countryman. "It is ungracious, but indeed it's only a sort of artlessness, if you see the thing properly. It's not vulgarity, it's childishness. They've hardly got over it yet. Their intense astonishment at being any good at war. That large, throaty victory. She's not so militant as she seems. She's too plump. Of course, what a German really appreciates is nutrition. But I quite agree with you both. I'm beginning to want my tea. Mr. Stratton? Rachel?" Her eyes had been on Rachel as she chatted. The girl had turned to the distant hills again, and had forgotten even to pretend to listen to the answer she had evoked. Now she came back sharply to the sound of her name. "Tea?" said the Fürstein. "Oh!" cried Rachel. Yes, certainly. Rather tea." 3. It was clear to me that after that I must, as people say, have things out with Rachel. But before I could do anything of the sort, the Fürstein pounced upon me. She made me sit up that night, after her other guests had gone to their rooms. In the cosy little turret apartment she called her study, and devoted to the reading of whatever was most notorious and contemporary British fiction. "Sit down," said she, "by the fire, in that chair there, and tell me all about it. It's no good your pretending you don't know what I mean. What are you up to with her? And why don't you go straight to your manifest destiny as a decent man should?" "Because manifest isn't my destiny," I said. "Stuff," said the Fürstein. "You know perfectly well why I'm out of England." "Everybody knows, except, of course, quite young persons who are being carefully brought up." "Does she know?" "She doesn't seem to." "Well, that's what I want to know." "Need she know?" "Well, it does seem rather essential." "I suppose if you think so." "Will you tell her?" "Tell her yourself, if she must be told. Down there in Surrey, she must have seen things and heard things. But I don't see that she wants a lot of ancient history." "If it is ancient history." "Oh, 2 years and a half. It's an era." I made no answer to that, but sat staring into the fire while my cousins watched my face. At length I made my confession. "I don't think it is ancient history at all," I said. "I think if I met Mary again now—" "You mean Lady Mary Justin?" "Of course. It would be good for your mind if you remembered to call her by her proper name. You think if you met her again, you two would begin to carry on. But you see, you aren't going to meet her. Everybody will see that doesn't happen. I mean that well, you'd better not say it. Besides, it's nonsense. I doubt if you've given her a thought for weeks and weeks. Until I came here, perhaps, that was almost nearly true. But you've stirred me up, sweet cousin. And old things, old memories and habits have come to the surface again. Mary wrote herself over my life, in all sorts of places. I can't tell you. I've never talked of her to anyone. I'm not able very well to talk about my feelings. Perhaps a man of my sort doesn't love twice over. I disregarded a note of dissent from my cousin. That was all so magic, all my youth, all my hope, all the splendid adventure of it. Why should one pretend? I'm giving none of that to Rachel. It isn't there any more to give. One would think, remarked the Fürstein, there was no gift of healing. She waited for me to speak, and then, irritated by my silence, struck at me sharply with that wicked little tongue of hers. Do you think that Lady Mary Justin thinks of you as you think of her? Do you think she hasn't settled down? I looked up at her quickly. She's just going to have a second child, the Fürstein flung out. Yes, that did astonish me. I suppose my face showed it. That girl, said the Fürstein, that clean girl would have sooner died 10,000 deaths, and she's never been anything to you. I think that for an instant she had been frightened at her own words. She was now quite angry and short of breath. She had contrived a rapid indignation against Mary and myself. I didn't know Mary had had any child at all, I said. This makes two, said the Fürstein, and held up a brace of fingers, with scarcely a year and a half between them, not much more anyhow. It was natural, I suppose, a natural female indecency. I don't blame her. When a woman gives in, she ought to do it thoroughly. But I don't see that it leaves you much scope for philandering, Stephen, does it? And there you are. And here is Rachel. And why don't you make a clean job of your life? I don't understand. I wonder what you imagined. I reflected. I wonder what I did, I suppose. I thought of Mary just as I had left her always. I remained with my mind filled with confused images of Mary, memories, astonishment. I perceived the Fürstein was talking. Mundering about, she was saying, like a huntsman without a horse. You've got work to do, blood in your veins. I'm not one of your ignorant women, Stephen. You ought to have a wife. Rachel's too good, I said, at the end of a pause, and perceiving I had to say something. To be that sort of wife, no woman's too good for a man, said the Fürstein von Letzlingen, with conviction. It's what God made her for. 4. My visit to Boppard was drawing to an end before I had a clear opportunity to have things out with Rachel. It was in a little garden under the very shadow of that gracious cathedral at Worms, the sort of little garden to which one is admitted by ringing a bell and tipping a custodian. I think Worms is in many respects one of the most beautiful cathedrals I have ever seen, so perfectly proportioned, so delicately faded, so aloof, so free from pride or presumption, and it rises over this green and flowery piece, a towering, alive light brown sunlight, easy thing, as unconsciously and irrelevantly splendid as a tall ship in the evening glow under a press of canvas. We looked up at it for a time and then went on with the talk to which we had been coming slowly since the Fürstein had packed us off for it, while she went into the town with Berwick to buy toys for her gatekeeper's children. I had talked about myself and the gradual replacement of my ambition to play a part in imperial politics by wider intentions. "You know," I asked abruptly, "why I left England?" She thought through the briefest of pauses. "No," she decided at last. "I made love," I said, "to Lady Mary Justin, and we were found out. We couldn't go away together." "Why not?" she interjected. "It was impossible." For some moments neither of us spoke. "Something," she said, and then, "some vague report," and left those fragments to be her reply. "We were old playmates. We were children together. We have something that draws us to each other. She made a mistake in marrying. We were both very young, and the situation was difficult. And then afterwards we were thrown together. But you see, that has made a great difference to my life. It's turned me off the rails on which men of my sort usually run. I've had to look to these other things. They've become more to me than to most people, if only because of that." "You mean these ideas of yours? Learning as much as you can about the world and then doing what you can to help other people to a better understanding?" "Yes," I said. "And that will fill your life?" "It ought to." "I suppose it ought. I suppose you find it does." "Don't you think it ought to fill my life?" I wondered if it did. "But why shouldn't it?" "It's so cold." My questioning silence made her attempt to explain. "One wants life more beautiful than that," she said. There are things one needs, things nearer one." We became aware of a jangling at the janitor's bell. Our opportunity for talk was slipping away, and we were both still undecided, both blunderingly nervous and insecure. We were hurried into clumsy phrases that afterwards we would have given much to recall. "But how could life be more beautiful," I said, "than when it serves big human ends?" Her brows were knit. She seemed to be listening for the sound of the unlocking gate. "But," she said, and plunged, "one wants to be loved. Surely one needs that." "You see, for me, that's gone." "Why should it be gone?" "It is. One doesn't begin again. I mean, myself. You've never begun. Not when you've loved really." I forced that on her. I over-emphasized. "It was real love, you know. The real thing. I don't mean the mere imaginative love, blinded love, but love that sees. I want you to understand that. I loved altogether." Across the lawn, under its trim flowering trees, appeared Berwick loaded with little parcels and manifestly eager to separate us, and the Fürstein as manifestly putting on the drag. "There's a sort of love," I hurried, that doesn't renew itself ever. Don't let yourself believe it does. Something else may come in its place, but that is different. It's youth and wonderful newness. Look at that youngster. He can love you like that. I've watched him. He does. You know he does. Yes, she said, as hurriedly. But then, you see, I don't love him. You don't? I can't. But he's such a fresh, clean human being. That's not all, said Rachel. That's not all. You don't understand. The two drew near. It is so hard to explain, she said. Things that one hardly sees for oneself. Sometimes it seems one cannot help oneself. You can't choose. You are taken. She seemed about to say something more, and stopped and bit her lip. In another moment I was standing up, and the Furstein was calling to us across the feet of space. Such amusing little toy shops. We've got a heap of things. Just look at him. He smiled over his load with anxious eyes upon our faces. 10 separate parcels, he said, appealing for Rachel's sympathy. I'm doing my best not to complain. And rather adroitly, he contrived to let 2 of them slip and captured Rachel to assist him. He didn't relinquish her again. 5. The Furstein and I followed them along the broad, pleasant, tree-lined street towards the railway station. A boy of that age ought not to marry a girl of that age, said the Furstein, breaking a silence. I didn't answer. Well, she said, domineering. My dear cousin, I said, I know all that you have in your mind. I admit, I covet her. You can't make me more jealous than I am. She's clean and sweet. It is marvellous how the God of the rest of the world can have made a thing so brave and honest and wonderful. She's better than flowers, but I think I'm going away tonight nevertheless. You don't mean you're going to carry chivalry to the point of giving that boy a chance, for he hasn't one while you're about. No, you see, I want to give Rachel a chance. You know as well as I do the things in my mind. That you've got to forget. That I don't forget. That you're bound in honour to forget, and who could help you better? I'm going, I said, and then wrathfully, if you think I want to use Rachel as a sort of dressing for my old sores. I left the sentence unfinished. Oh, nonsense, cried the Furstein, and wouldn't speak to me again until we got to that entirely Teutonic art station that is not the least among the sights of Worms. Sores, indeed, said the Furstein presently, as we walked up the end of the platform. There's nothing, said the Furstein, with an unusual note of petulance, she'd like better. I can't think what men are coming to, she went on. You're in love with her, or you wouldn't be so generous, and she's head over heels with you. And here you are. I'll give you one more chance. I won't take it, I interrupted. It isn't fair. I tell you, I won't take it. I'll go 2 days earlier to prevent you, unless you promise me. Of course, I see how things are with her. She's not a sphinx, but it isn't fair. It isn't. Not to her, or to him, or myself. He's got some claims he's got more right to her than I. A boy like that. No man has any rights about women until he's 30. And as for me, and all the pains I've taken, oh, I hate Worms. Dust and ashes. Well, here, thank heaven, comes the train. If nothing else could stir you, Stephen, at least I could have imagined some decent impulse of gratitude to me. Stephen, You're disgusting. You've absolutely spoilt this trip for me. Absolutely. When only a little reasonableness on your part. Oh! She left her sentence unfinished. Beric and I had to make any conversation that was needed on the way back to Boppard. Rachel did not talk, and the Furstein did not want to. 6. Directly I had parted from Rachel's questioning eyes, I wanted to go back to them. It seems to me now that all the way across to America, in that magnificent German liner I joined in Hamburg, I was thinking in confused alternations of her and Mary. There are turns of thought that still bring back inseparably with them the faint echo of the airs of the excellent but industrious band, and glorified our crossing. I had been extraordinarily shocked and concerned at the thought of Mary bearing children. It is a grotesque thing to confess, but I had never let myself imagine the possibility of such a thing for her, who had been so immensely mine. We are the oldest creatures, little son, beasts and barbarians, and brains, neither one nor the other, but all confusedly. And here was I, who had given up Mary and resigned her and freed myself from her, as I thought altogether, cast back again into my old pit by the most obvious and necessary consequence of her surrender and mine. And it's just there and in that relation that we men and women are so elaborately insecure. We try to love as equals and behave as equals and concede a level freedom, and then comes a crisis. Our laboriously contrived edifice of liberty collapses, and we perceive that so far as sex goes, the woman remains to the man no more than a possession capable of loyalty or treachery. There, still, at that barbaric stage, the situation stands. You see, I had always wanted to own Mary, and always she had disputed that. That is our whole story, the story of an instinctive subjugation, struggling against a passionate desire for fellowship. She had denied herself to me, taken herself away. That much I could endure, but now came this blazing fact that showed her, as it seemed, in the most material and conclusive way, overcome. I had storms of retrospect passion at the thoroughness of her surrender. Yes, and that's in every one of us, in everyone. I wonder if in all decent, law-abiding London there lives a single healthy adult man who has not at times longed to trample and kill. For once, I think, the Furstein miscalculated consequences. I think I should have engaged myself to Rachel before I went to America, if it had not been for the Furstein's revelation. But this so tore me that I could no longer go on falling in love again, naturally and sweetly. No man falls in love if he has just been flayed. I could no longer think of Rachel except as a foil to Mary. I was moved to marry her by a new set of motives, to fling her, so to speak, in Mary's face, and from the fierce vulgarity of that, at least, I recoiled, and let her go, as I have told you. 7. I had thought all that was over. I remember my struggles to recover my peace. I remember how very late one night I went up to the promenade deck to smoke a cigar before turning in. It was a warm moonlight night. The broad low waves of ebony water that went seething past below foamed luminous and were streaked and starred with phosphorus. The recumbent moon, past its fall and sinking westward, seemed bigger than I had ever seen it before, and the roundness of the watery globe was manifest about the edge of the sky. One had that sense so rare on land, so common in the night at sea, of the world as a conceivable sphere, and of interstellar space as of something clear and close at hand. There comes back to me again that feeling I had lost for a time in Germany of being not myself, but man consciously on his little planet, communing with God. But my spirit was saying all the time, I am still in my pit. In my pit. After all, I am still in my pit. And then there broke the answer on my mind that all our lives we must struggle out of our pits, that to struggle out of our pit is this life. There is no individual life but that, and that there comes no escape here, no end to that effort until the release of death. Continually or frequently we may taste salvation, but never may we achieve it while we are things of substance. Each moment in our lives we come to the test and are lost again or saved again. To be assured of one's security is to forget and fall away. And standing at the rail with these thoughts in my mind, suddenly I prayed. I remember how the engine throbs beat through me like the beating of a heart, and that far below, among the dim lights that came up from the immigrants in the steerage, there was a tinkling music as I prayed, and a man's voice singing a plaintive air in some strange Slavonic tongue. That voice of the invisible singer, and the spirit of the unknown song-maker, and the serenity of the sky, they were all, I perceived, no more and no less than things in myself that I did not understand. They were out beyond the range of understanding, and yet they fell into the completest harmony that night with all that I seemed to understand. 8. The onset of New York was extraordinarily stimulating to me. I write onset. It is indeed that. New York rides up out of the waters, a cliff of man's making. Its great buildings at a distance seem like long Chinese banners held up against the sky. From Sandy Hook to the great landing stages and the swirling, hooting traffic of the Hudson River, there fails nothing in that magnificent crescendo of approach. And New York keeps the promise of its first appearance. There is no such fullness of life elsewhere in all the world. The common man in the streets is a bigger common man than any old world city can show, physically bigger. There is hope in his eyes and a braced defiance. New York may be harsh and blusterous and violent, but there is a breeze from the sea and a breeze of fraternity in the streets. And the Americans of all peoples in the world are a nation of still unbroken men. I went to America curious, balancing between hope and skepticism. The European world is full of the criticism of America, and for the matter of that, America, too, is full of it. Hostility and deprecation prevail overmuch, for in spite of rawness and vehemence and a scum of blatant, quite asinine folly, the United States of America remains the greatest country in the world and the living hope of mankind. It is the supreme break with the old tradition. It is the freshest and the most valiant beginning that has ever been made in human life. Here was the antithesis of India. Here were no peasants whatever, no traditional culture, no castles, no established differences, except for the one schism of colour. This amazing place had never had a famine, never a plague. Here were no temples and no priesthoods dominating the lives of the people. Old Trinity Church, embedded amidst towering skyscrapers, was a symbol for as much as they had all that. And here, too, there was no crown, no affections of an ancient loyalty, no visible army, no traditions of hostility, for the old defiance of Britain is a thing now ridiculous and dead, and everyone I met had an air as if he knew that tomorrow must be different from today, and different and novel and remarkable by virtue of himself, and such as himself. I went about New York with the incredulous satisfaction of a man who has long doubted, to find that after all America was coming true. The very clatter pleased me, the crowds, the camp-like slovenliness, a disorder so entirely different from the established and accepted untidiness of China or India. Here was something the old world had never shown me, a new enterprise, a fresh vigour. In the old world there is change, a mighty wave now of change, but it drives men before it as if it were a power outside them and not in them. They do not know, they do not believe, but here the change is in the very blood and spirit of mankind. They breathe it in, even before the launch has brought their feet to Ellis Island soil. In 6 months they are Americanized. Does it matter that a thing so gigantic should be a little coarse and blundering in detail? If this stumbling giant of the new time breaks a gracious relic or so in his eager clutch and threads a little on the flowers? 9. And in this setting of energy and activity, towering city life and bracing sea breezes, I met Gidding again, whom I had last seen departing into Egypt to look more particularly at the prehistoric remains and the temples of the first and second dynasty at Abydos. It was at a dinner party, one of those large gatherings that welcomed interesting visitors. It wasn't, of course, I who was the centre of interest, but a distinguished French portrait painter. I was there as just any guest. I hadn't even perceived Gidding until he came round to me in that precious gap of the masculine intercourse that ensues upon the departure of the ladies. That gap is one of the rare opportunities for conversation men get in America. "I don't know whether you remember me," he said, "but perhaps you remember Crete. In the sunrise? And no end of talk afterwards," I said. grasping his hand. "No ends, for we didn't half finish. Did you have a good time in Egypt?" "I'm not going to talk to you about Egypt," said Gidding. "I'm through with ruins. I'm going to ask you— You know what I'm going to ask you? What I think of America? Is it the same inevitable question? I think everything of it. It's the stepping-off place. I've come here at last because it matters most." "That's what we all want to believe," said Gidding. "That's what we want you to tell us." He reflected. "It's immense, isn't it? Perfectly immense. But I'm afraid at times we're too disposed to forget just what it's all about. We've got to be reminded. That, you know, is why we keep on asking." He went on to question me where I had been, what I had done, what I made of things. He'd never, he said, forgotten our 2 days' gossip in the Levant, and all the wide questions about the world and ourselves that we had broached then and left so open. I soon found myself talking very freely to him. I am not a ready or abundant talker, but Gidding has the knack of precipitating my ideas. He is America to my Europe, and at his touch all that has been hanging in concentrated solution in my mind comes crystallizing out. He has, to a peculiar degree, that directness and simplicity which is the distinctive American quality. I tried to explain to his solemnly nodding head and entirely intelligent eyes just exactly what I was making of things, of the world, of humanity, of myself. It was an old theme for 2 men to attempt after dinner, servants hovering about them, their 2 faces a little flushed by wine and good eating, their keen interest masked from the others around them by a gossiping affection, their hands going out as they talked for matches or cigarettes. And before we had gone further than to fling out a few intimations to each other, our colloquy was interrupted by our host standing up, and by the general stir that preluded our return to feminine society. "We've got more to say than this," said Gidding. "We've got to talk." He brought out a little engagement book that at once drew out mine in response, and a couple of days after we spent a morning and afternoon together and got down to some very intimate conversation. We motored out to lunch at a place called Nyack, above the Palisades. We crossed on a ferry to reach it, and we visited the house of Washington Irving, near Yonkers, on our way. I've still a vivid picture in my mind of the little lawn at Irvington that looks out upon the rushing still Hudson River, where Gidding opened his heart to me. I can see him now, as he leant a little forward over the table, with his wrists resting upon it, his long, clean-shaven face very solemn and earnest and grey, against the hard American sunlight in the greenery about us, while he told me in that deliberate American voice of his, and with the deliberate American solemnity of his desire to do some decent thing with life. He was very anxious to set himself completely before me, I remember, on that occasion. There was a peculiar mental kinship between us that even the profound differences of our England and American trainings could not mask. And now he told me almost everything material about his life. For the first time I learnt how enormously rich he was, not only by reason of his father's acquisitions, but also because of his own almost instinctive aptitude for business. "I've got," he said, "to begin with, what almost all men spend their whole lives in trying to get, and it amounts to nothing. It leaves me with life like a blank sheet of paper, and nothing in particular to write on it. You know," he said, "it's exasperating. I'm already halfway to 70, and I'm still wondering what to do with the piece of life God has given me." He had lived, as people say. He had been in scrapes and scandals, tasted to the full the bitter intensities of the personal life. He had come by a different route to the same conclusions as myself, was as anxious as I to escape from memories and associations and feuds and that excessive vividness of individual feeling which blinds us to the common humanity, the common interest, the gentler, larger reality which lies behind each tawdry, emphatic self. "It's a sort of inverted homeopathy I want," he said. "The big thing to cure the little thing." But I will say no more of that side of our friendship, because the ideas of it are spread all through this book, from the first page to the last. What concerns me now is not our sympathy and agreement, but that other aspect of our relations in which Gidding becomes impulse and urgency. "Seeing we have these ideas," said he, "and mind you, there must be others who have them or are getting them, for nobody thinks all alone in this world. Seeing we have these ideas, what are we going to do?" 10. That meeting was followed by another before I left New York, and presently Gidding joined me at Denver, where I was trying to measure the true significance of a labor paper called The Appeal to Reason, that in spite of a rigid boycott by the ordinary agencies for news distribution, went out in the Middle West to nearly 500,000 subscribers, and was filled with such a fierceness of insurrection against labor conditions, such a hatred, blind and impassioned, as I had never known before. Gidding remained with me there, and came back with me to Chicago, where I wanted to see something of the Americanization of the immigrant. And my survey of America, the social and economic problem of America, resolved itself more and more into a conference with him. There is no more fruitless thing in the world than to speculate how life would have gone if this thing or that had not happened. Yet I cannot help but wonder how far I might have travelled along the lines of my present work if I had gone to America and not met Gidding, or if I had met him without visiting America. The man and his country are inextricably interwoven in my mind, yet I do think that his simplicity and directness, his force of initiative that turned me from a mere inquirer into an active writer and organizer, are qualities less his in particular than America's in general. There is in America a splendid crudity, a directness that cleared my spirit as a bracing wind will sweep the clouds from mountain scenery. Compared with our older continents, America is mankind stripped for achievement. So many things are not there at all, need not be considered. No institutional aristocracy, no Kaisers, czars, nor king emperors to maintain a litigious sequel to the empire of Rome. It has no uneducated, immovable peasantry rooted to the soil. Indeed, it has no rooting to the soil at all. It is, from the 49th parallel to the tip of Cape Horn, one triumphant embodiment of freedom and deliberate agreement. For, I mean all America, Spanish-speaking as well as English-speaking, they have this detachment from tradition in common. See how the United States, for example, stands flatly on that bare piece of 18th century intellectualism, the Constitution, and is by virtue of that a structure either willful and intellectual or absurd, that sense of incurable servitude to fate and past traditions that encompasses with ruins, pledges, laws, and ancient institutions that perpetual complication of considerations and those haunting memories of preceding human failures which dwarf the courage of destiny in Europe and Asia vanish from the mind within a week of one's arrival in the New World. Naturally, one begins to do things. One is inspired to do things. One feels that one has escaped. One feels that the time is now. All America, North and South alike, is one tremendous escape from ancient obsessions into activity and making. And by the time I had reached America, I had already come to see that just as the issues of party politics at home and international politics abroad are mere superficialities above the greater struggle of an energetic minority to organize and exploit the labor of the masses of mankind, so that struggle also is only a huge incident in the still more than half unconscious impulse to replace the ancient way of human living by a more highly organized worldwide social order, by a world civilization embodying itself in a world state. And I saw now how that impulse could neither cease nor could it, on the other hand, realize itself until it became conscious and deliberate and merciful, free from haste and tyranny, persuasive and sustained by a nearly universal sympathy and understanding. For until that arrives, the creative forces must inevitably spend themselves very largely in blind alleys, futile rushes and destructive conflicts. Upon that, our two minds were agreed. "We have," said Gidding, "to understand and make understanding. That is the real work for us to do, Stratton. That is our job. The world, as you say, has been floundering about, half making civilization and never achieving it. Now I don't mean just you and me, Stratton, particularly, but every intelligent man among us have got to set to and make it through. There is no other sane policy for a man outside his private passions but that. So let's get at it." I find it now impossible to trace the phrases by which I reached these broad ideas upon which I rest all my work, but certainly they were present very early in my discussions with Gidding. We two men had been thinking independently, but very similarly, and it is hard to say just what completing touches either of us gave to the other's propositions. We found ourselves rather than arrived at the conception of ourselves, as the citizens neither of the United States nor of England, but a state that had still to come into being, a world state, a great unity behind and embracing the ostensible political fabrics of the day, a unity to be reached by weakening antagonisms, by developing understandings and toleration, by fostering the sense of brotherhood across the ancient bounds. We believed, and we believe, that such a creative conception of a human commonweal can be fostered in exactly the same way that the idea of German unity was fostered behind the dukedoms, the free cities and the kingdoms of Germany, a conception so creative that it can dissolve traditional hatreds, incorporate narrow loyalties, and replace 1,000 suspicions and hostilities by a common passion for collective achievement, so creative that at last the national boundaries of today may become obstacles as trivial to the amplifying goodwill of men as the imaginary line that serves Normandy and Brittany, or Berwick from Northumberland. And it is not only a great piece about the earth that this idea of a world state means for us, but social justice also. We are both convinced, altogether, that there survives no reason for lives of toil, for hardship, poverty, famine, infectious disease, for the continuing cruelties of wild beasts, and the greater multitude of crimes, but mismanagement and waste, and that mismanagement and waste spring from no other source than ignorance, and from stupid diversions and jealousies, base patronisms, fanaticisms, prejudices, and suspicions that are all no more than ignorance a little mingled with viciousness. We have looked closely into this servitude of modern labour. We have seen its injustice fester towards syndicalism and revolutionary socialism, and we know these things for the mere aimless, ignorant resentments they are, punishments, not remedies. We have looked into the portentous threat of modern war, and it is ignorant vanity and ignorant suspicion, the bargaining aggression of the British prosperous and the swaggering vulgarity of the German junker that make and sustain that monstrous European devotion to arms. And we are convinced there is nothing in these evils and conflicts that light may not dispel. We believe that these things can be dispelled, that the great universals, science, which has limitations neither of a race nor class, art, which speaks to its own in every rank and nation, philosophy and literature, which broaden sympathy and banish prejudice, can flood and submerge, and will yet flow over and submerge every one of these separations between man and man. I will not say that this great state, this world republic of civilized men, is our dream, because it is not a dream. It is a manifestly reasonable possibility. It is our intention. It is what we are deliberately making, and what in a little while very many men and women will be making. We are successionists from all contemporary nationalities and loyalties. We have set ourselves, with all the capacity and energy at our disposal, to create a worldwide common fund of ideas and knowledge, and to evoke a worldwide sense of human solidarity in which the existing limitations of political structure must inevitably melt away. It was Gidding and his Americanism, his inborn predisposition to innovation and the large freedom of his wealth that turned these ideas into immediate concrete undertakings. I see more and more that it is here that we of the old European stocks, who still grow upon the old wood, differ most from those vigorous crafts of our race in America and Africa and Australia on the one hand, and from the sentient peoples of the East on the other, that we have lost the courage of youth and have not yet gained the courage of desperate humiliations in taking hold of things. To Gidding, it was neither preposterous nor insufferably magnificent that we should set about a propaganda of all science, all knowledge, all philosophical and political ideas around about the habitable globe. His mind began producing concrete projects as a firework being lit produces sparks, and soon he was figuring out the most colossal of printing and publishing projects, as a man might work out the particulars for an alteration to his bathroom. It was so entirely natural to him. It was so entirely novel to me to go on from the proposition that understanding was the primary need of humanity to the systematic organization of free publishing, executive discussion, intellectual stimulation. He set about it as a company of pharmacists might organize the distribution of some beneficial cure. "Say, Stratton," he said, after a conversation that had seemed to me half fantasy, "let's do it." There are moments still when it seems to me that this life of mine has become the most preposterous of adventures. We, too, absurd human beings, are spending our days and nights in a sustained and growing attempt to do what? To destroy certain obsessions and to give the universal human mind a form and desire of expression. We have put it into the shape of one comprehensive project, that force of realized wealth that has already dotted America with universities, libraries, institutions for research and inquiry. Already there are others at work with us, and presently there will be a greater number. We have started an avalanche above the old politics, and it gathers mass and pace. And there never was an impulse towards endeavour in a human heart that wasn't preposterous. Man is a preposterous animal. Thereby he ceases to be a creature and become a creator. He turns upon the powers that made him and subdues them to his service. By his sheer impotence he establishes his claim to possess a soul. But I need not write at all fully of my work here. This book is not about that, but about my coming to that. Long before this manuscript reaches your hands, if ultimately I decide that it shall reach your hands, you will be taking your share, I hope, in this open conspiracy against potentiates and prejudice and all the separating powers of darkness. 11. I would, if I could, omit one thing that I must tell you here, because it goes so close to the very core of all this book has to convey. I wish I could leave it out altogether, I wish I could simplify my story by smoothing out this wrinkle at least, and obliterating a thing that was at once very real and very ugly. You see, I had at least struggled up to a sustained idea, to a conception of work and duty, to which I could surely give my life. I had escaped from my pit so far, and it was natural that now, with something to give, I should turn not merely for consolation and service, but for help and fellowship, to that dear human being across the seas, who had offered them to me so straightly and sweetly, all that is brave and good, and as you would have me, is it not? Only, dear son, that is not all the truth. There was still in my mind, for long it remained in my mind, a bitterness against Mary. I had left her, I had lost her, we had parted, but from Germany to America, and all through America, and home again to my marriage, and with me after my marriage. It rankled that she could still go on, living a life independent of mine. I had not yet lost my desire to possess her, to pervade and dominate her existence. My resentment that, though she loved me, she had first not married me, and afterwards not consented to come away with me, was smouldering under the closed hatches of my mind. And so, while the better part of me was laying hold of this work because it gave me the hope of a complete distraction and escape from my narrow and jealous self, that lower being of the pit was also rejoicing in the great enterprises before me and in the marriage upon which I had now determined, because it was at last trampling upon my devotion to Mary, because it defied and denied some lurking claims to empire I could suspect in her. I want to tell you that particularly because so I am made, so you are made, so most of us are made. There is scarcely a high purpose in all the world that has no dwarfish footman at its stirrup, no base intention over which there does not ride at least the phantom of an angel. Constantly in those days, it seems to me now, I was haunted by my own imagination of Mary, amiably reconciled to Justin, bearing him children, forgetful of or repudiating all the sweetness, all the wonder and beauty we had shared. It was an unjust and ungenerous conception. I knew it for a caricature, even as I entertained it, and yet it tormented me. It stung me like a spur. It kept me at work, and if I strayed into indolence, brought me back to work with a mind galed and bleeding. 12. And I suppose it is mixed up with all this that I could not make love easily and naturally to Rachel. I could not write love letters to her. There is a burlesque quality in these scruples, I know, seeing that I was not resolved to marry her. But that is the quality, that is the mixed texture of life. We overcome the greater things and are conscious, stricken by the details. I would even, at the price of losing her, and I was now passionately anxious not to lose her, use a single phrase of endearment that did not come out of me almost in spite of myself. At any rate, I would not cheat her, and my offer of marriage when at last I sent it to her from Chicago, was, as I remember it, almost businesslike. I atoned soon enough for that arid letter in 10,000 sweet words that came of themselves to my lips, and she paid me, at any rate, in my own coin, when she sent me her answer by cable, the one word, yes. And indeed, I was already in love with her long before I wrote. It was only a dread of giving her a single, undeserved cheapness that had held me back so long. It was that and the perplexity that Mary still gripped my feelings. My old love for her was there in my heart, in spite of my new passion for Rachel. It was blackened, perhaps, and ruined and changed, but it was there. It was as if a new crater burnt now in the ampler circumference of an old volcano, which showed all the more desolate and sorrowful and obsolete for the warm light of the new flames. How impatiently I came home! Thoughts of England I had not dared to think for 3 long years might now do what they would with me. I dreamt of the Surrey hills and the great woods of Burnmore Park, of the changing skies and stirring soft winds of our grey-green motherland. There was fog in the Irish Sea, and we lost the better part of a day hooting our way towards Liverpool, while I fretted about the ship with all my luggage packed, staring at the grey waters that weltered under the mist. It was the longest day in my life. My heart was full of desire. My eyes ached for the little fields and golden October skies of England, England that was waiting to welcome me back from my exile with such open arms. I was coming home, home. I hurried through London into Surrey, and in my father's study, warmed by a telegram, I found a bright-eyed, resolute young woman awaiting me, with the quality about her of one who embarks upon a long, premeditated adventure. And I found, too, a family, her sisters and her brother, all gladly ready for me. My father, too, was a happy man, and on the 9th of November in 1906, Rachel and I were married in the little church at Shear. We stayed for a week or so in Hampshire near Ringwood, and the season was late that year, and the trees still very beautiful. And then we went to Portofino on the Linguarian coast. There, presently, Gidding joined us, and we began to work out the schemes we had made in America, the schemes that now fill my life. Chapter the 10th. Mary writes. 1. It was in the early spring of 1909 that I had a letter from Mary. By that time my life was set fully upon its present courses. Gidding and I had passed from the stage of talking and scheming to definite undertakings. Indeed, by 1909, things were already organized upon their present lines. We had developed a huge publishing establishment with one big printing plant in Barcelona and another in Manchester, and we were studying the peculiar difficulties that might attend the establishment of a third plant in America. Our company was an English company under the name of Alphabet and Molentrave, and we were rapidly making it the broadest and steadiest flow of publication the world had ever seen. Its streams already reached further and carried more than any single firm had ever managed to do before. We were reprinting, in as carefully edited and revised editions as we could, the whole of the English and Spanish and French literature, and we were only waiting for the release of machinery to attack German, Russian, and Italian, and were giving each language not only its own, but a very complete series of good translations of the classical writers in every other tongue. We had a little band of editors and translators permanently in our service at each important literary centre. We had, for example, more than a score of men at work translating Bengali, fiction and verse into English. A lot of that new literature is wonderfully illuminating to an intelligent Englishman. And we had a couple of men hunting about for new work in the Arabic. We meant to give so good and cheap a book, and to be so comprehensive in our choice of books, excluding nothing if only it was real and living, on account of any inferiority of quality, obscurity of subject, or narrowness of demand, that in the long run anybody anywhere desiring to read anything would turn naturally and inevitably to our lists. Ours was to be, in the first place, a world literature, then afterwards, upon its broad currents of distribution, and in the same forms, we meant to publish new work and new thought. We were also planning an encyclopedia. Behind our enterprise of translations and reprints, we were getting together and putting out a series of guidebooks, gazetteers, dictionaries, textbooks, and books of reference, and we were organizing a revising staff for these, a staff that should be constantly keeping them up to date. It was our intention to make every copy we printed bear the date of its last revision in a conspicuous place, and we hoped to get the whole line of these books ultimately upon an annual basis, and to sell them upon repurchasing terms that would enable us to issue a new copy and take back and send the old one to the pulping mill at a narrow margin of profit. Then we meant to spread out arms wider and consolidate and offer our whole line of textbooks, guidebooks, and gazetteers, bibliographies, atlases, dictionaries, and directories as a new world encyclopedia that should also annually, or at longest biannually, renew its youth. So far, we had gone in the creation of a huge international organ of information, and of our kind of gigantic modern Bible of world literature, and in the process of its distribution, we were rapidly acquiring an immense detailed knowledge of the book and publishing trade, finding congestions here, neglected opportunities there, and devising and drawing up 100 schemes for relief, assistance, amalgamation, and rearrangement. We had branches in China, Japan, Peru, Iceland, and 1,000 remote places that would have sounded as far off as the moon to an English or American bookseller in the 70s. China in particular was a growing market. We had a subsidiary company running a flourishing line of bookshops in the East End of London, and others in New Jersey, Chicago, Buenos Aires, the south of France, and Ireland. Incidentally, we had bought up some thousands of miles of Labrador forest to ensure our paper supply, and we could believe that before we died there would not be a corner of the world in which any book of interest or value, whatever, would not be easily attainable by an intelligent person who wanted to read it. And already we were taking up the more difficult and ambitious phase of our self-appointed task, and considering the problem of using these channels, we were mastering and deepening and supplementing for the stimulation and wide diffusion of contemporary thought. There we went, outside the province of alphabet and Molentrave, and into an infinitely subtler system of interests. We wanted to give sincere and clear-thinking writers encouragement and opportunity to improve the critical tribunal and make it independent of advertising interests, so that there would be a readier welcome for luminous thinking and writing and a quicker explosion of intellectual imposture. We sought to provide guides and intelligences to contemporary thought. We had already set up or subsidized or otherwise aided a certain number of magazines and periodicals that seemed to us independent-spirited, outspoken and well-handled, but we had still to devise our present scheme of financing groups of men to create magazines and newspapers which became their own separate but inalienable property after so many years of success. But all this I hope you will already have become more or less familiar with when the story reaches your hands, and I hope by the time it does, so we shall be far beyond our present stage of experiment, and that you will have come naturally to play your part in this most fascinating business of maintaining an outward intellectual movement in the world, a movement not simply independent of, but often running counter to all sorts of political and financial interests. I tell you this much here for you to understand that already in 1909, and considering the business side of my activities alone, I was a hard worker and very strenuously employed. And in addition to all this huge network of enterprise I had developed with Gidding, I was still pretty actively a student. I never shall be, absolutely satisfied with my general ideas. I was inquiring keenly and closely into those problems of group and crowd psychology from which all this big publishing work has arisen, and giving particular attention to the war panics and outbreaks of international hostility that were then passing in deepening waves across Europe. I had already accumulated a mass of notes for the book upon group jealousy in religious persecution, racial conflicts and war, which I hope to publish the year after next, and which, therefore, I hope you will have read long before this present book can possibly come to you. And, moreover, Rachel and I had established our home in London, in the house we now occupy during the winter and spring, and both you and your little sister had begun your careers as inhabitants of this earth. Your little sister had indeed but just begun. And then, one morning, at the breakfast table, I picked a square envelope out of a heap of letters, and saw the half-forgotten and infinitely familiar handwriting of Lady Mary Justin. The sight of it gave me an odd mixture of sensations. I was startled. I was disturbed. I was a little afraid. I hadn't forgiven her yet. It needed but this touch to tell me how little I had forgotten. 2. I sat with it in my hand for a moment or so before I opened it, hesitating as one hesitates before a door that may reveal a dramatic situation. Then I pushed my chair a little back from the table and ripped the envelope. It was a far longer letter than Mary had ever written me in the old days, and in a handwriting as fine as ever, but now rather smaller. I have it still, and here I open its worn folds, and, except for a few trifling omissions, copy it out for you. A few trifling omissions, I say. Just one there is that is not trifling, but that I must needs make. You will never see any of these letters because I shall destroy them so soon as the copy is made. It has been difficult, or I should have destroyed them before. But some things can be too hard for us. This first letter is on the Martin's notepaper. Its very heading was familiar to me. The handwriting of the earlier sentences is a little stiff and disjointed, and there are one or two scribbled obliterations. It is like someone embarrassed in speaking, and then it passes into her usual and characteristic ease. And as I read slowly, my long-cherished anger evaporated, and the real Mary, outspoken and simple, whom I had obscured by a cloud of fancied infidelities, returned to me. "My dear Stephen," she begins, "about 6 weeks ago I saw in the Times that you have a little daughter. It set me thinking, picturing you with a mite of a baby in your arms. What little things they are, Stephen! And your old face bent over it, so that presently I went to my room and cried. It set me thinking about you, so that I have at last written you this letter. I love to think of you with wife and children about you, Stephen. I heard of your son for the first time about a year ago, but don't mistake me. Something rings me to... Well, I, too, have children. Have you ever thought of me as a mother? I am. I wonder how much you know about me now. I have 2 children, and the youngest is just 2 years old. And somehow it seems to me that now that you and I have both given such earnests of our good behaviour, such evidence that that side of life anyhow is effectively settled for us, there is no reason remaining why we shouldn't correspond. You are my brother, Stephen, and my friend, and my twin, and the core of my imagination. 50 babies cannot alter that. We can live but once and then die. And promise or no promise, I will not be dead any longer in your world when I'm not dead. Nor will I have you, if I can help it, a cold, unanswering corpse in mine. Too much of my life and being, Stephen, has been buried, and I am in rebellion. This is a breach of the tomb, if you like, an irregular, private, premature resurrection from an interment in error. Out of my alleged grave I poke my head and say hello to you, Stephen, old friend, dear friend. How are you getting on? What is it like to you? How do you feel? I want to know about you. I'm not doing this at all furtively, and you can write back to me, Stephen, as openly as your heart desires. I have told Justin I should do this. I rise, you see, blowing my own trump. Let the other graves do as they please. Your letters will be respected, Stephen, if you choose to rise also and write me a letter. Stephen, I've been wanting to do this for all the time. If there was thought reading, you would have had 1,000 letters. But formerly I was content to submit, and latterly I've chaffed more. I think that as what they call passion has faded, the immense friendliness has become more evident and made the bar less and less justifiable. You and I had so much between us beyond what somebody the other day, it was in a report in the Times, I think, was calling materia matrimoniala. And, of course, I hear about you from all sorts of people and in all sorts of ways. Whatever you have done about me, I've had a woman's sense of honour about you, and I've managed to learn a great deal without asking forbidden questions. I've picked up my ears at the faintest echo of your name. They say you have become a publisher with an American partner, a sort of Hamsworth and Nelson, and Times Book Club and Hooper and Jackson all rolled into one. That seems too extraordinary to me. For that alone I should have had to write to you. I want to know the truth of that. I never see any advertisement of Stratton and Co., or get any inkling of what it is you publish. Are you the power behind a respectable Murgatroyd and the honest Milvain? I know them both, and neither has the slightest appearance of being animated by you. And equally perplexing is your being mixed up with an American like that man Gidding, in peace conferences and social reform congresses and so forth. It's so Carnegie-ish. There, I'm surer, because I've seen your name in reports of meetings, and I've read your last 2 papers in the Fortnightly. I can't imagine you, of all people, with your touch of reserve, launching into movements and rubbing shoulders with faddists. What does it mean, Stephen? I had expected to find you coming back into English politics, speaking and writing on the lines of your old beginning, taking up that work you dropped. It's 6 years now ago. I've been accumulating disappointment for 2 years. Mr. Arthur, you see, on our side, this, you will remember, was in 1909, still steers our devious party courses, and the tariff reformers have still to capture us. Weston Massinghay was comparing them the other night at a dinner at the Kleins to a crowded piratical galley trying to get alongside a good seaman in rough weather. He was very funny about Leo Max in the poop, white and shrieking with passion and the motion, and all the capitalists armed to the teeth and hiding snug in the hold until the grappling irons were fixed. Why haven't you come into the game? I hoped it, if only for the sake of meeting you again. What are you doing out beyond there? We are in it so far as I contrive, but I contrive very little. We are pillars of Conservative Party. On that, Justin's mind is firmly settled. And every now and then I clamour urgently that we must do more for it. But Justin's ideas go no further than writing cheques. Doing more for the party means writing a bigger cheque. And there are moments when I feel we shall simply bring down a peerage upon our heads and bury my ancient courtesy title under the ignominy of a new creation. He would certainly accept it. He writes his cheque and turns back, at the earliest opportunity, to his miniature gardens and the odd little freaks of collecting that attracts him. Have you ever heard of chintz oil jars? No, you will say, nor has anyone else yet except our immediate circle of friends and a few dealers who are no doubt industriously increasing the present scanty supply. We possess 3. They are matronally shaped jars, about 2 feet of a yard high, of a kind of terracotta with wooden tops, surmounted by gilt acorns, and they have been covered with white paint, and on this flowers and the birds and figures from some very rich old chintz have been stuck very cunningly, and then everything has been varnished, and there you are. Our first and best was bought for 7 and 6pence, brought home in the car, put upon a console table on the second landing, and worshipped. It's really a very pleasant, mellow thing to see. Nobody had ever seen the like. Guests, sycophantic people of all sorts, were taken to consider it. It was looked at with heads at every angle. One man even kept his head erect, and one went a little upstairs and looked at it under his arm. Also, the most powerful lenses have been used for a minute examination, and one expert liked the varnish and looked extremely thoughtful and wise at me as he turned the booty over his gifted tongue. And now, God being with us, we mean to possess every specimen in existence before the Americans get hold of the idea. Yesterday Justin got up and motored 60 miles to look at an alleged 4th. Oh, my dear, I'm writing chatter. You perceive I've reached the chattering stage. It is the fated end of the clever woman in a good social position nowadays. Her mind beats against her conditions for the last time and breaks up into carping talks, this spume of observation and comment, this anecdotal natural history of the restraining husband, as waves burst out their hearts in a foam upon a reef. But it isn't chatter I want to write to you. Stephen, I'm intolerably wretched. No creature has ever been gladder to have been born than I was for the first 25 years of my life. I was full of hope, and I was full, I suppose, of vanity and rash confidence. I thought I was walking on solid earth, with my head reaching up to the clouds, and that sea and sky and all mankind were mine for the smiling. And I am nothing, and worse than nothing. I am the effectual mother of 2 children, a daughter whom I adore, but of her I may not tell you, and son, a son who is too like his father for any flurry of worship, a stolid little creature. That is all I have done in the world, a mere blink of maternity, and my blue Persian, who is scarcely 2 years old, has already had 9 kittens. My husband and I have never forgiven each other the indefinable wrong of not pleasing each other. That embitters more and more. To take it out of each other is our role. I have done my duty to the great new line of Justin by giving it the air it needed, and new, a polite and silent separation has fallen between us. We hardly speak except in company. I have not been so much married, Stephen, I find, as collected, and since our tragic misadventure. But there were beautiful moments, Stephen, unforgettable glimpses of beauty in that. Thank God, I say, impertinently for that. The door of the extensively splendid cabinet that contains me, when it is not locked, it is very discreetly watched. I have no men friends, no social force, no freedom to take my line. My husband is my official obstacle. We barb the limitations of life for one another. A little while ago he sought to chasten me, to ruse me rather, through jealousy, and made me aware, indirectly, but a little defiantly, of a young person of artistic gifts in whose dramatic career he was pretending a conspicuous interest. I was jealous and rused, but scarcely in the way he desired. This, I said, quite cheerfully, means freedom for me, Justin. And the young woman vanished from the visible universe with an incredible celerity. I hope she was properly paid off, not simply made away with by a minion. But I become more and more aware of my ignorance of a greater financier's methods as I become more and more aware of them. Stephen, my dear, my brother, I am intolerably unhappy. I do not know what to do with myself, or what there is to hope for in life. I am like a prisoner in a magic cage, and I do not know the word that will release me. How is it for you? Are you unhappy beyond measure, or are you not? And if you are not, what are you doing with life? Have you found any secret that makes living tolerable and understandable? Write to me. Write to me at least and tell me that. Please write to me. Do you remember how long ago you and I sat in the old park at Burnmore, and how I kept pestering you and asking you, what is all this for? And you looked at the question as an obstinate mule looks at a narrow bridge he could cross but doesn't want to. Well, Stephen, you've had nearly, how many years is it now, to get an answer ready? What is it all for? What do you make of it? Never mind my particular case, or the case of a woman with a capital W. Tell me your solution. You are active. You keep doing things. You find life worth living. Is publishing a way of peace for the heart? I am prepared to believe even that, but justify yourself. Tell me what you have got there to keep your soul alive. 3. I read this letter to the end and looked up, and there was my home about me, a room ruddy brown and familiar, with the row of old pewter things upon the dresser, the still engraving of former Strattons that came to me from my father, a convex mirror exaggerating my upturned face, and Rachel, just risen again, sat at the other end of the table, a young mother, fragile and tender-eyed. The clash of these two systems of reality was amazing. It was as though I had not been parted from Mary for a day, as though all that separation and all that cloud of bitter jealousy had been a mere silence between two people in the same room. Indeed, it was extraordinarily like that, as if I had been sitting at a desk, imagining myself alone, reading my present life as one reads in a book at a shaded lamp. And then suddenly that silent other had spoken. And then I looked at the page of my life before me and became again a character in the story. I met the inquiry in Rachel's eyes. "It's a letter from Mary Justin," I said. She did not answer for a few moments. She became interested in the flame of a little spirit lamp that kept her coffee hot. She finished what she had to do with that and then remarked, "I thought you two were not to correspond." "Yes," I said, putting the letter down. "That was the understanding." There was a little interval of silence, and then I got up and went to the fireplace, where the bacon and sausages stood upon a trivet. "I suppose," said Rachel, "she wants to hear from you again. She thinks that now we have children, and that she has too, we can consider what was past and closed and done with. And she wants to hear about me. Apart from everything else, we were very great friends." "Of course," said Rachel, with lips a little awry. "Of course you must have been great friends, and it's natural for her to write. I suppose," she added, "her husband knows. She's told him, she says." Her eye fell on the letter in my hand for the smallest fraction of a second, and it was as if hastily she snatched away a thought from my observation. I had a moment of illuminating embarrassment. So far we had contrived to do as most young people do when they marry. We had sought to make our lives unreservedly open to one another. We had affected an entire absence of concealments about our movements, our thoughts. If perhaps I had been largely silent to her about Mary, it was not so much that I sought to hide things from her as that I myself sought to forget. It is one of the things we learn too late, the impossibility of any such rapid and wilful coalescences of souls. But we had maintained a convention of infinite communism since our marriage. We had shown each other our letters as a matter of course, shared the secrets of our friends, gone everywhere together as far as we possibly could. I wanted now to give her the letter in my hand to read, and to do so was manifestly impossible. Something had arisen between us that made out of our unity two abruptly separated figures, masked and veiled. Here were things I knew and understood completely, and that I could not even describe to Rachel. What would she make of Mary's "Write to me, write to me"? A mere wish to resume. I would not risk the exposure of Mary's mind and heart and unhappiness to her possible misinterpretation. That letter fell indeed like a pitiless searchlight into all that region of differences ignored over which we had built the vaulted convention of our complete mutual understanding. In my memory, it seems to me now as though we hung silent for quite a long time over the evasions that were here so abruptly revealed. Then I put the letter into my pocket with a clumsy assumption of carelessness, and knelt down to the fender and sausages. "It will be curious," I said, "to write to her again, to tell her about things." And then, with immense interest, "Are these Chichester sausages you've got here, Rachel, or some new kind?" Rachel roused herself to respond with an equal affectation, and we made an eager conversation about bacon and sausages, for after that startling gleam of divergence, we were both anxious to get back to the superficialities of life again. 4. I did not answer Mary's letter for 7 or 8 days. During that period my mind was full of her to the exclusion of every other interest. I reread all that she had to say many times, and with each reading the effect of her personality deepened. It was all so intensely familiar, the flashes of insight, the blazing frankness, the quick turns of thought, and her absurd confidence in a sort of sane stupidity that she had always insisted upon my possessing, and her unembarrassed affectionateness, her quick irregular writing, seemed to bring back with it the changing light in her eyes, the intonations of her voice, something of her gesture. I didn't go on discussing with myself whether we two ought to correspond. That problem disappeared from my thoughts. Her challenge to me to justify myself took possession of my mind. That thrust towards self-examination was the very essence of her ancient influence. How did I justify myself? I was under a peculiar compulsion to answer that to her satisfaction. She had picked me up out of my work and accumulating routines with that demand, made me look at myself and my world again as a whole. I had a case. I have a case. It is a case of passionate faith, triumphing over every doubt and impossibility, a case real enough to understand from those who understand, but very difficult to state. I tried to convey it to her. I do not remember at all clearly what I wrote to her. It was disappeared from existence, but it was certainly a long letter. Throughout this book I have been trying to tell you the growth of my views of life and its purpose, from my childish dreams at Harbury, attitudes of those ideas of human development that have made me undertake the work I do. It is not glorious work, I know, as the work of great artists and poets and leaders is glorious, but it is what I find best suits my gifts and my want of gifts. Greater men will come at last to build within my scaffoldings. In some summary phrasing, I must have set out the gist of this. I must have explained my sense of the supreme importance of mental clarification in human life. All this is manifest in her reply. And I think, too, I did my best to tell her plainly the faith that was in me, and why life seemed worthwhile to me. Her second letter came after an interval of only a few days from the dispatch of mine. She began abruptly, "I won't praise your letter for your beliefs. They are fine and large and generous, like you. Just a little artificial, but you will admit that, as though you had felt them give here and there and had made up your mind they shouldn't. At times it's oddly like looking at the Alps, the real Alps, and finding that every now and then the mountains have been eked out with a plank and canvas Ellscourt background. Yes, I like what you say about faith. I believe you are right. I wish I could. Perhaps some day I shall light up and feel you are right. But that large, respectable project, the increase of wisdom and freedom and self-knowledge in the world, the calming of wars, the ending of economic injustice, and so on and so on. When I read it first, it was like looking at a man in profile and finding him solid and satisfactory, and then afterwards, when I thought it all over and looked for the particular things that really matter to me and tried to translate it into myself, nothing is of the slightest importance in the world that one cannot translate into oneself. Then I began to realize just how amazingly deficient you are. It was like walking round that person in profile and finding his left side wasn't there, with everything perfect on the right, down to the buttons, a kind of intellectual Lorelei sideways. You've planned out your understandings and tolerances and inquiries and clearings up as if the world were all just men or citizens and nothing doing but racial and national and class prejudice and the exacting and shirking of labour, and you seem to ignore altogether that man is a sexual animal first. First, Stephen, first, that he has that in common with all the animals, that it made him indeed because he has it more than they have, and after that, a long way after that, he is the labour economising, war and feud-making creature you make him out to be. A long way after that. Man is the most sexual of all the beasts, Stephen. Half of him, womankind, rather more than half, isn't simply human at all. It's specialised for the young, not only naturally and physically, as animals are, but mentally and artificially. Womankind isn't human, it's reduced human. It's the sex, as the Victorians used to say, and from the point of view of the Lex Julia, and the point of view of Mr. Malthus, and the point of view of biologists and saints and artists and everyone who deals in feeling and emotion, and from the point of view of all us poor specialists, smothered up in our clothes and restrictions, the future of the sex is the centre of the whole problem of the human future about which you are concerned. All this great world state of your man's imagination is going to be wrecked by us if you ignore us. We women are going to be the Goths and the Huns of another decline and fall. We are going to sit in the conspicuous places of the world and loot all your patent accumulations. We are going to abolish your offspring and turn the princes among you into undignified slaves, because, you see, specialized as we are not quite specialized. We are specialized under duress, and at the first glimpse of a chance we abandon our cradles and drop our pots and pans and go for the vast and elegant side possibilities of our specialization. Out we come, looking for the fun the men are having. Dress us, feed us, play with us. We'll pay you in excitement, tremendous excitement. The state, indeed. All your little triumphs of science and economy, all your little accumulations of wealth that you think will presently make the struggle for life an old story and the millennium possible, we spend, and all your dreams of brotherhood we will set you by the ears. We hold ourselves up as my little Christian nephews, Philip's boys, do some coveted object, and say, "Quis," and the whole brotherhood shouts, "Ego," to the challenge. Back you go into individualism at the word, and all your brotherhood crumples to dust again. How are you going to remedy it? How are you going to protect that great state of your dreams from the anti-citizenship of sex? You give no hint. You are planning nothing, Stephen, nothing to meet this. You are fighting with an army all looting and undisciplined, frantic with the private jealousies that centre about us, feuds, cuts, explosions, revenges, and you are giving out orders for an army of saints. You treat us as negligible quantity, and we are about as negligible as a fire in the woodwork of a house that is being built. I read what I have written, Stephen, and I perceive I have the making of a fine scold in me. Perhaps under happier conditions I should certainly have scolded you constantly, continually. Never did a man so need scolding. And like any self-respecting woman, I see that I use half my words in the wrong meanings in order to emphasize my point. Of course, when I write woman in all that has gone before, I don't mean woman. It is a woman's privilege to talk or write incomprehensibly and insist upon being understood, so that I expect you already to understand that what I mean isn't that men are creative and unselfish and brotherly and so forth, and that women are spoiling and going to spoil the game, although, and notwithstanding, that is exactly what I have written, but that humans are creative and unselfish, etc., and so forth, and that it is their sexual, egotistical, passionate side, which is ever so much bigger relatively in a woman than in a man, and that is why I wrote as I did, which is going to upset your noble and beautiful apple cart. But it is not only that by nature we are more largely and gravely and importantly sexual than men, but that men have shifted the responsibility for attraction and passion upon us, and made us pay in servitude and restriction and blame for the common defect of the species, so that you see, really, I was right all along in writing of this, as though it was women when it wasn't. And I hope now it is unnecessary for me to make my meaning clearer than it is now and always has been in this matter. And so, resuming our discourse, Stephen, which only my sense of your inevitable literalness would ever have interrupted, what are you going to do with us? I gather from a hint rather than accept as a statement that you propose to give us votes. Stephen, do you really think that we are going to bring anything to bear upon public affairs worth having? I know something of the contemporary feminine intelligence. Justin makes no serious objection to a large and various circle of women friends, and over my little sitting-room fire in the winter, and in my corners of my various gardens in the summer, and in walks over the heather of Martins, and in Scotland, there are great talks and confessions of love, of mental freedom, of ambitions, and belief and unbelief, more particularly of unbelief. I have sometimes thought of compiling a dictionary of unbelief, a great list of the things that a number of sweet, submissive, value-above-rubies wives have told me they did not believe in. It would amaze their husbands beyond measure, the state of mind of women about these things, Stephen, is dreadful. I mean, about all these questions. You know what I mean. The bold, striving spirits do air their views a little, and always, in a way that makes one realize how badly they need airing. But most of the nicer women are very chary of talk. They have to be drawn out. A hint of opposition makes them start back or prevaricate, and I see them afterwards with their husbands, pretty, silken, furry, feathery, jewelled silences. All their suppression doesn't keep them orthodox. It only makes them furtive and crumpled and creased in their minds, in just the way that things get crumpled and creased if they are always being shoved back into a drawer. You have only to root about in their minds for a bit. They pretend at first to be quiet, correct, and then out comes the nasty little courage of the darkness. Sometimes there is even an apologetic titter. They are quite emancipated, they say. I have misunderstood them. Their emancipation is like those horrid white lizards that grow in the Kentucky caves out of sunlight. They tell you they don't see why they shouldn't do this or that. Mean things, underhand things, cheap, vicious, sensual things. Are there, I wonder, the same dreadful little caverns in men? I doubt it. And then comes a situation that really tries their quality. Think of the quandary I got into with you, Stephen. And for my sex, I'm rather a daring person. The way in which I went so far and then ran away. I had a kind of excuse in my illness. That illness, such a queer, untimely feminine illness. We're all to pieces, Stephen. That's what brought down Rome. The women went to pieces then, and the women are going to pieces today. What's the good of having your legions in the Grampians and marching up the Filia, while the wives are talking treason in your houses? It's no good telling us to go back to the ancient virtues. The ancient virtues haven't kept. The ancient virtues in an advanced state of decay is what was the matter with Rome, and what is the matter with us. You can't tell a woman to go back to the spinning wheel and the kitchen and the cradle when you have power looms, French cooks, hotels, restaurants and modern nurseries. We've overflowed. We've got to go on to a lot of new virtues. And in all the prospect before me, I can't descry one clear, simple thing to do. But I'm running on. I want to know, Stephen, why you've got nothing to say about all this. It must have been staring you in the face ever since I spent my very considerable superfluous energies in wrecking your career. Because you know I wrecked it, Stephen. I know I was wrecking it, and I wrecked it. I knew exactly what I was doing all the time. I had meant to be so fine a thing for you, a mothering friend, to have that dear, consecutive, kindly mind of yours steadying mine, to have seen you grow to power over men, me helping, me admiring. It was to have been so fine, so fine. Didn't I urge you to marry Rachel, make you talk of her? Don't you remember that? And one day, when I saw you thinking of Rachel, saw a kind of pride in your eyes, suddenly I couldn't stand it. I went to my room after you had gone and thought of you and her until I wanted to scream. I couldn't bear it. It was intolerable. I was violent to my toilet things. I broke a hand glass. Your dignified, selfish, self-controlled Mary smashed a silver hand mirror. I never told you that. You know what followed. I pounced on you and took you. Wasn't I a soft and scented hawk? Was either of us better than some creature of instinct that does what it does because it must? It was like a gust of madness, and I cared. I found no more for your career than I cared for any other little thing, for honour, for Rachel, for Justin, that stood between us. My dear, wasn't all that time, all that heat and hunger of desire, all that secret futility of passion, the very essence of the situation between men and women now? We are all trying most desperately to be human beings, to walk erect, to work together. What was your phrase? In a multitudinous unity, to share what you call a common collective thought that shall rule mankind, and this tremendous force which seizes us and says to us, make that other being yours, bodily yours, mentally yours, wholly yours, at any price, no matter the price, bars all our unifications. It splits the whole world into couples watching each other until all our laws, all our customs seem the servants of that. It is the passion of the body swamping the brain. It's an ape that has seized a gun, a beautiful modern gun. Here am I, Justin's captive, and he mine because at the first escape of his I get my liberty. Here are we two, I and you, barred forever from the sight of one another, and I and you writing, I at any rate, in spite of the ill-conceived resentment of my partner. We are just two peeping through our bars of a universal multitude. Everywhere this prison of sex. Have you ever thought just all that it means? When every woman in the world goes dressed in a costume to indicate her sex, her cardinal fact, so that she dare not even mount a bicycle in knickerbockers. She has her hair grown long, to its longest because yours is short, and everything conceivable is done to emphasize and remind us, and you, of the fundamental trouble between us, as if there was need of reminding. Stephen, is there no way out of this? Is there no way at all? Because if there is not, then I had rather go back to the harem than live as I do now, imprisoned in glass, with all of life in sight of me, and none in reach. I'd rather Justin beat me into submission and mental tranquillity, and that I bore him an annual, probably deciduous child. I can understand so well now that feminine attitude that implies, well, if I must have a master, then the more master the better. Perhaps that is the way that nature will not let us poor humans get away from sex. And I am merely, an abnormality with whiskers of inquiry spouting from my mind. Yet I don't feel like that. I'm pouring into these letters, Stephen, the concentrated venom of years of brooding. My heart is black with rebellion against my lot and against the lot of women. I have been given life and a fine position in the world. I made one fatal blunder in marrying to make these things secure, and now I can do nothing with it all, and I have nothing to do with it. It astounds me to think of the size of our establishments, Stephen, of the extravagant way in which whole countries and great countries pay tribute to pile up the gigantic heap of wealth upon which we too lead our lives of futile entanglement. In this place alone there are 14 gardeners and garden helps, and this is not one of our garden places. 3 weeks ago I spent £1,000 on clothes in one great week of shopping, and our yearly expenditure upon personal effect, upon our magnificence and our margins cannot be greatly less than £45,000. I walk about our house and gardens. I take one of the carriages or one of the automobiles and go to some large pointless gathering of hundreds and thousands of pounds, and we walk about and say empty little things, and the servants don't laugh at us, the butlers don't laugh at us, the people in the street tolerate us. It has an effect of collective insanity. You know the story of one of those dear barons of the Cinque-Ports, a decent plumber body from Rye or Winchelsea, one of the 6 or 8 who claimed the privilege of carrying the canopy over the king. She is speaking of the king's coronation, of course, how that he was discovered suddenly to be speaking quite audibly to the sacred presence so near to him. It is very remarkable. We should be here, Your Majesty, very remarkable. And then he subsided happily, unheard, in the hopeless embarrassment. That is exactly how I feel, Stephen. I feel I can't stand it much longer, that presently I shall splatter and spoil the procession. Perhaps I don't properly estimate our position in the fabric, but I can't get away from the feeling that everything in social life leads up to this, to us, the ridiculous canopy. If so, then the universe means nothing. It's blowing great forms and shapes as a swamp blows bubbles. A little while ago it was megatheriums and plesiosauriisms, if that's the name for them, and now it is country houses and motor cars and coronation festivals, and in the end it is all nonsense, Stephen. It is utter nonsense. If it isn't nonsense, tell me what it is. For me, at any rate, it's nonsense, and for every intelligent woman about me. For I talk to some of them, we indulge in seditious whisperings and wit, and there isn't one who seems to have been able to get to do anything solider than I have done. Each of us has had her little fling at maternity, about as much as a washerwoman does in her odd time every 2 or 3 years, and that is our utmost reality. All the rest, trimmings. We go about the world, Stephen, dressing and meeting each other with immense ceremony. We have our seasonal movements in relation to the ritual of politics and sport. We travel south for the budget and north for the grouse. We play games to amuse the men who keep us. Not a woman would play a game for its own sake. We dabble with social reform and politics, for which few of us care a rap, except as an occupation. We discover artists, or musicians, or lecturers, as though we cared. We try to believe in lovers, or, still harder, try to believe in old and new religions, and most of us, I don't, do our best to give the gratifications and exercise the fascinations that are expected of us. Something has to be done for women, Stephen. We are the heart of life, birth and begetting, the home where the future grows, and your schemes ignore us and slide about over the superficialities of things. We are spoiling the whole process of progress. We are turning all the achievements of mankind to nothingness. Men invent, create, do miracles with the world. We translate it all into shopping, into glitter of dresses and households, into an immense parade of pride and excitement. We excite men, we stir them to get us and keep us. Men turn from their ideas of brotherhood to elaborate our separate cages. I am Justin's wife, not a thing in my heavens or my earth that is not subordinated to that. Something has to be done for women, Stephen, something urgently, and nothing is done until that is done. Some release from their intolerable subjection to sex, so that for us everything else in life, respect, freedom, social standing, is entirely secondary to that. But what has to be done? The women do not know. Our efforts to know are among the most desolating of spectacles. I read the papers of those suffrage women. The effect is more like agitated geese upon a common than anything human has a right to be. That's why I turn to you. Years ago I felt, and now I know, there is about you a simplicity of mind, a foolishness of faith, that is stronger and greater than the cleverness of any woman alive. You are one of those strange men who take high and sweeping views, as larks soar. It isn't that you yourself are high and sweeping, no, but still I turn to you. In the old days, I used to turn to you and shake your mind and make you think about things you seemed too sluggish to think about without my clamour. Once, do you remember, at Martin's, I shook you by the ears, and when I made you think, you thought as I could never do. Think now about women, Stephen. There are moments when it seems to me that this futility of women, this futility of men's effort through women, is a fated futility in the very nature of things. We may be saddled with it, as we are with all the animal infirmities we have, with appendixes and such like things inside us, and the passions and rages of apes, and a tail. I believe we have a tail curled away somewhere, haven't we? Perhaps mankind is so constituted that badly as they get along now, they couldn't get along at all if they let women go free and have their own way with life. Perhaps you can't have two sexes loose together. You must shut up one. I have a horrible suspicion that all these anti-suffrage men, like Lord Cromer and Sir Ray Lancaster, must know a lot about life that I do not know, and that other man, Sir something or other Wright, who said plainly that men cannot work side by side with women because they get excited, and yet you know women have had glimpses of freedom that was not mischievous. I could have been happy as a lady abbess. I must have space and dignity, Stephen, and those women had things in their hands as no women have things in their hands today. They came to the House of Lords, but they lost all that. Was there some sort of natural selection? Stephen, you were made to answer my mind, and if you cannot do it, nobody can. What is your outlook for women? Are we to go back to seclusion, or will it be possible to minimize sex? If you are going to minimize sex, how are you going to do it? Suppression? There is plenty of suppression now. Increase or diminish the pains and penalties? My nephew Philip's boy, Philip Christian, was explaining to me the other day that if you boil water in an open bowl, it just boils away, and that if you boil it in a corked bottle, it bangs everything to pieces. And you have, he says, to look out. But I feel that's a bad image. Boiling water isn't frantically jealous, and men and women are. But still suppose you trained people not to make such an awful fuss about things. Now you train them to make as much fuss as possible. Oh, bother it all, Stephen. Where's your mind in these matters? Why haven't you tackled these things? Why do you leave it to me to dig these questions into you, like opening a reluctant oyster? Aren't they patent? You up and answer them, Stephen, or this correspondence will become abusive. 5. It was true that I did ignore or minimize sexual questions as much as I could. I was forced now to think why I did this. That carried me back to those old days of passion, memories I had never stirred for many years, and I wrote to Mary that there was indeed no reason but a reasonable fear, that, in fact, I had dismissed them because they had been beyond my patience and self-control, because I could not think very much about them without an egotistical reversion to the bitterness of my own case, and in avoiding them I was only doing what the great bulk of men in their business and men in affairs find themselves obliged to do. They train themselves not to think of the rights and wrongs of sexual life, not to tolerate liberties even in their private imaginations. They know it is like carrying a torch into a powder magazine. They feel they cannot trust their own minds beyond the experience, tested usages and conventions of the ages, because they know how many of those who have ventured further have been blinded by mists and clouds of rhetoric, lost in inexplicable puzzles and wrecked disastrously. There, in those half-explored and altogether unsettled hinterlands, lurk desires that sting like adders and hatreds cruel as hell. And then I went on. I do not clearly remember now the exact line of argument I adopted, to urge upon her that our insoluble puzzles were not necessarily insoluble puzzles for the world at large, that no one soldier fights anything but a partial battle, and that it wasn't an absolute condemnation of me to declare that I went on living and working for social construction with the cardinal riddles of social order, so far as they affected her, unsolved. Wasn't I, at any rate, preparing apparatus for the huge effort at solution that mankind must ultimately make? Wasn't this dredging out and deepening of the channels of thought about the best that we could hope to do at the present time, seeing that to launch a keel of speculation prematurely was only to strand oneself among hopeless reefs and confusions? Better prepare for a voyage tomorrow than sail to destruction today. Whatever I put in that forgotten part of my letter was put less strikingly than my first admissions, and anyhow it was upon these that Mary pounced to the disregard of any other point. "There you are," she wrote, with something like elation. "There is a tiger in the garden, and you won't talk or think about it for fear of growing excited. That is my grievance against so much historical and political and social discussion. It's hopeless futility because of its hopeless omissions. You plan the world's future, taking the women and children for granted, with egotistical sex, and you call it a prowling monster upsetting everything you do. But I will not give you that particular letter in its order, nor its successors, although she wrote me 22 letters, and I 1 or 2 more than that number to her. And a thing almost inevitable in a discussion by correspondence, there is a lot of overlapping and recapitulation. Those letters spread over a space of nearly 2.5 years. Again and again she insists upon the monstrous exaggeration of the importance of sex in human life, and of the need of some reduction of its importance, and she makes the boldest experimental suggestions for the achievement of that end. But she comes slowly to recognize that there is a justification for an indirect attack, that sex and the position of women do not constitute the primary problem in that bristling system of riddles that lies like a hostile army across the path of mankind. And she realized, too, that through art, through science and literature, and the whole inquiring and creative side of man's nature, lies the path by which those positions are to be outflanked and those eternal-looking impossibles and inconceivables overcome. Here is a fragment saturated with the essence of her thought. 3/4 of her earlier letters are variations on this theme. What you call social order, Stephen, all the arrangements seem to me to be built on subjection to sex even more than they are built, as you say, on labour subjection. And this is an age of release. You say it is an age of release for the workers, and they know it. And so do the women, just as much. Wild hopes, indeed. The workers' hopes are nothing to the women's. It is not only the workers who are saying, "Let us go free, manage things differently, so that we may have our lives relieved from this intolerable burthen of constant toil." But the women also are saying, "Let us go free." They are demanding release just as much from their intolerable, endless specialization as females. The tramp on the roads who won't work, the swindler and the exploiter who contrive not to work, the strikers who throw down their tools, no longer for 2 pences and 6 pences, as you say, but because their way of living is no longer tolerable to them, and we women who don't bear children or work or help, we are all in one movement together. We are part of the general strike. I have been a striker all my life. We are doing nothing by the 100,000. Your old social machine is working without us, and in spite of us. It carries us along with it, and we are sand in the bearings. I'm not a wheel, Stephen. I'm grit. What you say about the reactionaries and suppressionists who would stifle the complaints of labour and crush out its struggles to be free is exactly true about the reactionaries and suppressionists who would stifle the discussion of the woman's position and crush out her hopes of emancipation. And here is a page of the peculiar doubt that was a characteristic of her as the quick changes of her eyes. It gives just that pessimistic touch that tempered her valiant adventurousness, that gave a colour at last to the tragedy of her death. Have you ever thought, Stephen, that perhaps these repressionists people are righter than you are? That if the worker gets free, he won't work, and that if the woman gets free, she won't furl her sex and stop disturbing things? Suppose she is wicked as a sex. Suppose she will trade on her power of exciting imaginative men. A lot of these new women run with the hare and hunt with the hounds, beguile some poor innocent of a man to ruin them, and then call in fathers, brother, husbands, friends, chivalry, all the rest of it, and make the best of both sides of a sex. Suppose we go on behaving like that after we've got all our emancipations. Suppose that the liberation of common people simply means loafing, no discipline, nothing being done, an end to labour and the beginning of nothing to replace it, and that the liberation of women simply means the elaboration of mischief, Suppose that it is so. Suppose you are just tumbling the contents of the grate into the middle of the room. Then all the emancipation is a decay. Even as conservative-minded people say, it's nonetheless a decay, because we want it. And the only thing to stop it is to stop it, and to have more discipline and more suppression, and say to women and the common people, back to the sterner virtues, back to servitude. I wish I hadn't these reactionary streaks in my thoughts, but I have, and there you are. And then, towards the second year, her letters began to break away from her preoccupations with her position as a woman, and to take up new aspects of life, more general aspects of life altogether. It had an effect, not of her having exhausted the subject, but as if, despairing of a direct solution, she turned deliberately to the relief of other considerations. She ceased to question her own life, and, taking that for granted, wrote more largely or less tangible things. She remembered that she had said that life, if it was no more than its present appearances, was utter nonsense. She went back to that. One says things like that, she wrote, and not for a moment does one believe it. I grumble at my life. I seem to be always weakly and fruitlessly fighting my life, and I love it. I would not be willingly dead for anything. I'd rather be an old matchwoman selling matches on a freezing night in the streets than be dead. Nothing nonsensical ever held me so tightly or kept me so interested. I suppose really I'm full of that very same formless faith on which you rely, but with me it's not only shapeless, but intangible. I nibble at religion. I'm immensely attracted. I stand in the doorway. Only when they come out to persuade me to come in, I am like a shy child, and I go away. The temples beguile me, and the music, but not the men. I feel I want to join it, and they say, join us. They are like vergers, such small things, such dreadful little arguing men. They don't let you come in. They want you to say they are right. All the really religious people seem to be outside nowadays, and all the pretending, cheating, atheistical, vain and limited people within. But the beautiful things religion gives, the beauty. Do you know St. Paul's, Stephen? Latterly, I have been there time after time. It is the most beautiful interior in all the world. So great, so somberly dignified, so perfectly balanced, and filled with such wonderful music, brimming with music, just as crystal water brims in a bowl of crystal. The other day I went there, up into a little gallery high up under the dome, to hear Bach's Passion music, the St. Matthew Passion. One hangs high and far above the little multitudes below, the white-robed singers, the white-robed musicians, ranks and ranks, the great organ, the rows and rows and rows of congregation receding this way, that way, into the haze of the aisle and the transepts, and out of it all streams the little sound and the singing. It pours up past you like a river that rushes upward to some great sea, some unknown sea. The whole place is music and singing. I hang on to the railing, Stephen, and weep. I have to weep, and I wonder and wonder. One prays then as naturally as one drinks when one is thirsty and cold water comes to hand. I don't know whom I pray to, but I pray. Of course I pray. Latterly, Stephen, I have been reading devotional works and trying to catch that music again. I never do, definitely, never. But at times I put down the book, and it seems to me that surely a moment ago I heard it, that if I sat very still in a moment I shall hear it again. And I can feel it is there. I know it is there, like a bat's cry, pitched too high for my ears. I know it is there, just as I should still know there was poetry somewhere if some poor toothless idiot with no roof to his mouth and no knowledge of any but the commonest words tried to read Shelley to me. I wish I could pray with you, Stephen. I wish I could kneel down somewhere with you, of all people, and pray. 6. Presently our correspondence fell away. The gaps between our letters lengthened out. We never wrote regularly, because for that there must be a free exchange upon daily happenings, and neither of us cared to dwell too closely to our immediate lives. We had a regard for one another that left our backgrounds vague and shadowy. She had made her appeal across the sundering silences to me, and I had answered, and we had poured out certain things from our minds. We could not go on discussing. I was a very busy man now, and she did not write except on my replies. For a gap of nearly 4 months, neither of us had anything to say in a letter at all. I think that in time our correspondence might have altogether died away. Then she wrote again in a more familiar strain to tell me of certain definite changes of relationship and outlook. She said that the estrangement between herself and Justin had increased during the past year, that they were going to live practically apart, she for the most part in the Surrey house where her 2 children lived with their governess and maids, but also she meant to snatch weeks and seasons for travel. Upon that they had been disputing for some time. I know it is well with the children, she wrote. Why should I be in perpetual attendance? I do nothing for them except an occasional kiss or half an hour's romping. Why should one pretend? Justin and I have wrangled over this question of going away for weeks, but at last feminine persistence has won. I'm going to travel in my own fashion and see the world, with periodic appearances at his side in London and Scotland. We have agreed at least on one thing, and that is upon a companion. She is to be my secretary in title, my moral guarantor, in fact, and her name, which is her crowning glory, is Stella Summersley Satchel. She is blonde, erect, huffy-mannered, and thoroughly up to both sides of her work. I partly envy her independence and rectitude, partly only. It's odd and quite inconsistent of me that I don't envy her altogether. In theory, I insist that a woman should not have charm. It is our undoing, But when I meet one without it, I shall also trail a maid. But I guess that young woman will learn what it is to be left behind in half the cities of Europe before I have done with her. I always lose my maids. They are so much more passive and forgettable than luggage abroad, that is. And Justin, usually in the old days, used to remember about them, and his valet used to see after them, a most attentive man. Justin cannot, he says, have his wife abroad, with merely a companion. People would talk, maid it must be as well, and so in a week or less I shall start, unusually tailor-made, for South Germany and all that jolly country, companioned and maided. I shall tramp on the feet God has given me, in stout boots. Miss Summersley's satchel marches, I understand, like the British infantry, but on a vegetarian basis. Fancy calling your nourishment a basis. The Maid and so forth, by Ilgott. 7. After the letter containing that announcement, she wrote to me twice again, once from Oban and then, after a long interval, from Siena. The former was a scornfully minute description of the English at their holidays and how the conversation went among the women after dinner. They are like a row of Japanese lanterns, all blown out long ago and swinging about in a wind. She wrote an extravagant image that yet conveys something of the large, empty, unilluminating effect of a sort of social intercourse very vividly. In the second letter, she was concerned chiefly with the natural beauty of Italy, and how latterly she had thrice wept at beautiful things, and what this mystery of beauty could be that had such power over her emotions. All up the hillside before the window as I write, the herbage is thick with anemones. They aren't scattered evenly and anyhow amongst the other things, but in little clusters and groups that die away and begin again, like the repetitions of an air in some musical composition. I have been sitting and looking at them for the better part of an hour, loving them more and then more, and the sweet sunlight that is on them and in among them. How marvellous are these things, Stephen! All these little exquisite things that are so abundant in the world, the gleaming lights and blossoms, the drifting scents. At times these things bring me to weeping. I can't help it. It is as if God, who is so stern and high, so terrible to all our appeals, took pity for a moment and saw fit to speak very softly and tenderly. That was the best letter I was ever to have from her. Chapter 11. The Last Meeting. 1. In the summer of 1911, immediately after the coronation of King George, there came one of those storms of international suspicion that ever again threaten Europe with war. It seems to have been brewed by some German adepts and Weltpolitik, those privileged makers of giant bombs who sit at the ears of foreign ministers suggesting idiotic wickedness. And it was brewed with a sublime ignorance of nearly every reality in the case. A German warship, without a word of notice, seized Agadir on the Atlantic coast of Morocco, within the regions reserved to French influence. An English demand for explanations was uncivilly disregarded, and England and France and presently Germany began vigorous preparations for war. All over the world, it was supposed that Germany had at last flung down the gauntlet. In England, the war partly was only too eager to grasp what it considered to be a magnificent opportunity. Heaven knows what the Germans had hoped or intended by their remarkable coup. The amazing thing to note is that they were not prepared to fight. They had not even the necessary money ready, and they could not get it. They had perhaps never intended to fight, and the autumn saw the danger disperse again into diplomatic bickerings and insincerely pacific professions. But the high summer, the danger had not disappeared, and, in common with every reasonable man, I found myself under the shadow of an impending catastrophe that would have been none the less gigantic and tragic because it was an imbecility. It was an occasion when everyone must act, however trivially disproportionate his action may be to the danger. I cabled Gidding, who was in America, to get together whatever influences were available there upon the side of Pacific intervention, and I set such British organs as I could control or approach in the same direction. It seems probable that Italy would be drawn into any conflict that might ensue. It happened that there was to be a conference of peace societies in Milan early in September, and thither I decided to go in the not very certain hope that out of that assemblage some form of European protest might be evolved. That August I was very much run down. I had been staying in London through almost intolerable hot weather to attend a races congress that had greatly disappointed me. I don't know particularly now why I had been disappointed, nor how far the feeling was due to my being generally run down by the pressure of detailed work and the stress of thinking about large subjects in little scraps of time. But I know that a kind of despair came over me as I sat and looked at the multicoloured assembly and heard in succession the heavy platitudes of white men, the sick thin cleverness of Hindus, the rich-toned florid rhetoric of Negroes. I lost sight of any germ of splendid possibility in all those people, and saw all too plainly the vanity, the jealousy, the self-interests that show up so harshly against the professions of every altruistic movement. It seemed all such a windy business against the firm prejudices, the vast accumulated interest that grind race against race. We had no common purpose at all at the conference, no proposal to hold us together. So much of it was like bleating on a hillside. I wanted a holiday badly, and then came this war crisis, and I felt unable to go away for any length of time. Even bleating, it seemed to me, was better than acquiescence in crime against humanity. So, to get heart to beat at Milan, I snatched at 10 days in the Swiss mountains en route, a tour with some taciturn guide involving a few middling climbs and glacier excursions seemed the best way of recuperating. I had never had any time for Switzerland since my first exile there years ago. I took the advice of a man in the club whose name I now forget, if ever I knew it, a dark man with a scar, and went up to the Swarzig hut above Grindelwald, and over the Strathleg to the Grimsel. I had never been up into the central mass of the Bernese Oberland before, and I was amazed and extraordinarily delighted by the vast lonely beauty of those interminable uplands of ice. I wish I could have lingered upon there, but that is the tragedy of those sunlit desolations. One may not stay, one sees and exclaims and then looks at a watch. I wonder no one has ever taken an Arctic equipment up into that wilderness and had a good healing spell of lonely exaltation. I found the descent from the Straleg as much of a climb as I was disposed to undertake. For an hour we were coming down frozen snow that wasn't so much a slope as a slightly inclined precipice. From the Grimsel I went over the Ron Glacier to the inn on the Furka Pass, and then, paying off my guide and becoming frankly a pedestrian, I made my way round by the Scholenen Gorge to the Goschenen, and over the Sustin Jock to the Sustin Pass and Stein, meaning to descend to Maringen. But I still had 4 days before I went on to Italy, and so I decided to take one more mountain. I slept in the Stein Inn and started in the morning to do that agreeable first mountain of all, the Titlis, whose shining, genial head attracted me. I did not think a guide necessary, but a boy took me up by a track near Gadman and left me to my Siegfried map some way up the great ridge of rocks that overlooks the Engstein Alp. I a little overestimated my mountaineering, and it came about that I was benighted while I was still high above the Jock Pass on my descent. Some of this was steep and needed caution. I had to come down slowly with my folding lantern, in which a reluctant candle went out at regular intervals, and I did not reach the little inn of Engelstein Alp until long after 11 at night. By that time I was very tired and hungry. They told me I was lucky to get a room. Only one stood vacant. I should certainly not have enjoyed sleeping on a billiard table after my day's work, and I ate a hearty supper, smoked for a time, meditated emptily, and went wearily to bed. But I could not sleep. Usually I am a good sleeper, but ever and again, when I have been working too closely or over-exerting myself, I have spells of wakefulness, and that night, after perhaps an hour's heavy slumber, I became thinly alert and very weary in body and spirit, and I do not think I slept again. The pain in my leg that the panther had torn had been revived by the day's exertion. For the greater part of my life, insomnia has not been disagreeable to me. In the night, in the stillness, one has a kind of detachment from reality. One floats there without light, without weight, feeling very little of one's body. One has a certain disembodiment, and one can achieve a magnanimity of thought, forgiveness, and self-forgetfulness that are impossible while the body clamours upon one's senses. But that night, because, I suppose, I was so profoundly fatigued, I was melancholy and despondent. I could feel again the weight of the great beast upon me as he clawed me down and clung desperately in that interminable instant before he lost his hold. Yes, I was extraordinarily wretched that night. I was filled with self-contempt and self-disgust. I felt that I was utterly weak and vain, and all the pretensions and effort of my life mere florid, fruitless pretensions, and nothing more. I had lost all control over my mind. Things that had seemed secondary before became primary. Difficult things became impossible things. I had been greatly impeded and irritated in London by the manoeuvres of a number of people who were anxious to make capital out of the crisis, self-advertising people who wanted at any cost to be lifted into a position of unique protest. You see, that unfortunate Nobel Prize has turned the advocacy of peace into a highly speculative profession. The qualification for the winner is so vaguely defined that a vast multitude of voluntary idealists has been created, and a still greater number diverted from the unendowed pursuit of human welfare in other directions. Such a man as myself, who is known to command a considerable publicity, is necessarily a prey for those moral entrepreneurs. All sorts of ridiculous and petty incidents had forced this side of public effort upon me, but hitherto I had been able to say, with a laugh or sigh, as the case warranted, so much is dear, old humanity, and all of us, and to remember the great residue of nobility that remained. Now, that last saving consideration refused to be credible. I lay with my body and my mind in pain, thinking these people over, thinking myself over too, with the rest of my associates, thinking drearily and weakly, recalling spites, dishonesties, and vanities, feuds and absurdities, until I was near persuaded that all my dreams of wider human understandings, of great ends beyond the immediate aims and passions of common everyday lives, could be at best no more than the refuge of shy and weak and ineffective people from the failure of their personal lives. We idealists are not jolly people, not honest, simple people. The strain tells upon us. Even to ourselves we are unappetizing. Aren't the burly, bellowing fellows, after all, righter, with their simple, natural hostility to everything foreign, their valiant hatred of everything unlike themselves, their contempt for aspiring weakness, their beer and lush sentiment, their here today and gone tomorrow conviviality and fellowship, good fellows, while we others, lost in filmy speculations in the moon and star snaring and the chase of dreams, stumble where even they walk upright. You know, I have never quite believed in myself, never quite believed in my work or my religion. So it has always been with me, and always, I suppose, will be. I know I am purblind. I know I do not see my way clearly, nor very far. I have to do with things imperfectly apprehended. I cannot cheat my mind away from these convictions. I have a sort of hesitation of the soul, as other men have a limp in their gait. God, I suppose, has a need for lame men. God, I suppose, has a need for blind men and fearful and doubting men, and does not intend life to be altogether swallowed up in a starring light. Some things are to be reached best by a hearing that is not distracted by any clearer senses. But so it is with me, and this is the innermost secret I have to tell you. I go valiantly for the most part, I know, but despair is always near to me. In the common hours of my life it is as near as a shark may be near a sleeper in a ship. The thin, effectual plank of my deliberate faith keeps me secure, but in these rare distresses of the darkness, the plank seems to become transparent, to be on the verge of dissolution, a sense of life, as of an abysmal flood, full of cruelty, densely futile, blackly aimless, penetrates my defences. I don't think I can call these stumblings from conviction unbelief. The limping man walks for all his limping, and I go on in spite of my falls. Though he slay me yet, will I trust in him? I fell into a inconsecutive review of my life under the light that touched every endeavour with the pale tints of failure, and as that flow of melancholy reflection went on, it was shot more and more frequently with thoughts of Mary. It was not a discursive thinking about Mary, but a definite fixed direction of thought towards her. I had not so thought of her for many years. I wanted her, I felt, to come to me and help me out of this distressful pit into which my spirit had fallen. I believed she could. I perceived our separation as an irreparable loss. She had a harder, clearer quality than I, a more assured courage, a readier, surer movement of the mind. Always she had lift for me, and then I had a curious impression that I had heard her voice calling my name, as one might call out in one's sleep. I dismissed it as an illusion, and then I heard it again, so clearly that I sat up and listened, breathless. Mixed up with all this was the intolerable uproar and talking of a little cascade not 50 yards from the hotel. It is curious how distressing that clamour of running water, which is so characteristic of the Alpine night, can become. At last those sounds can take the likeness of any voice, whatever. The water, I decided, had called to me, and now it mocked and laughed at me. The next morning I descended at some late hour by Swiss reckoning, and discovered 2 ladies in the morning sunlight awaiting breakfast at a little green table. One rose slowly at the sight of me, and stood and surveyed me with a glad amazement. 2. There she stood, real and solid, a little unfamiliar in her tweeds and with her shining eyes intimate and unforgettable, as though I had never ceased to see them for all those intervening years, and bracing us both and holding back our emotions was quite an unmistakably Miss Summersley Satchel, a blonde business-like young woman with a stumpy nose, very cruelly corrugated and inflamed by a pince-nez that savagely did much more than its duty by its name. She remained seated, tilting her chair a little, pushing herself back from the table and regarding me intelligently. It was one of those moments in life when one is taken unawares. I think our common realization of the need of masking the reality of our encounter, the hasty search in our minds for some plausible face upon this meeting, must have been very obvious to the lady who observed us. Mary's first thought was for a pseudonym. Mine was to make it plain we met by accident. "It's Mr. Stephen," said Mary. "It's you, dropped out of the sky, from over there. I was benighted and go there late, very late. One gleam of light, and yawning waiter, or I should have had to break windows, and then I meet you." Then for a moment or so we were silent with our sense of immense gravity of this position growing upon us. A little tow-headed waiter boy appeared with their coffee and rolls on a tray poised high on his hand. "You'll have your coffee out here with us?" said Mary. "Where else?" said I, as though there was no conceivable alternative, and told the tow-headed waiter. Belatedly, Mary turned to introduce me to her secretary. "My friend, Miss Summersley Satchel, Mr. Stephen." Miss Satchel and I bowed to each other and agreed that the lake was very beautiful in the morning light. "Mr. Stephen," said Mary, in entirely unnecessary explanation, "is an old friend of my mother's, and I haven't seen him for years. How is Mrs. Stephen and the children?" I answered briefly and began to tell of my climb down the Titlis. I addressed myself with unnecessary explicitness to Miss Satchel. I did, perhaps, over-accentuate the extreme fortuitousness of my appearance. From where I stood, the whole course of the previous day, after I had come over to the shoulder, was visible. It seemed a soft little shining pathway to the top, but the dangers of the descent had a romantic intensification in the morning light. "The rule of the game," said I, "is that one stops and waits for daylight. I wonder if anyone keeps that rule." We talked for a time of mountains, I still standing a little aloof until my coffee came. Miss Summersley Satchel produced the frequent and most unpleasant byproduct of a British education, an intelligent interest in etymology. "I wonder," she said, with a brow of ruffled omniscience, and eyeing me rather severely with a magnified eye, "why it is called Titlis. There must be some reason." Presently Miss Satchel was dismissed indoors on a transparent excuse, and Mary and I were alone together. We eyed one another gravely, perhaps all the more gravely because of the wild excitement that was quickening our pulse and breathing and thrilling through our nerves. She pushed back the plate before her and put her dear elbows on the table and dropped her chin between her hands in an attitude that seemed all made of little memories. "I suppose," she said, "something of this kind was bound to happen." She turned her eyes to the mountains, shining in the morning light. "I'm glad it has happened. In a beautiful place. It might have been anywhere." "Last night," I said, "I was thinking of you and wanting to hear your voice again. I thought I did." "I too. I wonder if we had some dim perception." She scanned my face. "Stephen, you're not much changed. You're looking well. But your eyes, they're dog-tired eyes. Have you been working too hard?" "A conference. What did you call them once? A Carnegie-ish conference in London. Hot weather and fussing work and endless hours of weak grey dusty speeches, and perhaps That clamber over there yesterday was too much. It was too much. In India, I damaged a leg. I had meant to rest here for a day. Well, rest here. With you? Why not? Now you are here. But, after all, we've promised. It's none of our planning, Stephen. It seems to me I ought to go right on, so soon as breakfast is over. She weighed that with just the same still pause, the same quiet moment of lips and eyes that I recalled so well. It was as things had always been between us, that she should make her decision first and bring me to it. It is natural, she decided, with the sun rising and the day still freshly beginning, that you should go or that I should go. I've wanted to meet you like this and talk about things 10,000 times. And as for me, Stephen, I won't go, and I won't let you go if I can help it. Not this morning, anyhow. No. Go later in the day, if you will, and let us two take this one talk that God Himself has given us. We've not planned it. It's His doing, not ours. I sat, yielding. I'm not so sure of God's participation, I said, but I know I'm very tired and glad to be with you. I can't tell you how glad. I think I should weep if I tried to say it. 3, 4, 5 hours, perhaps, even if people know. Is it so much worse than 30 minutes? We've broken the rules already. We've been flung together. It's not our doing, Stephen. A little while longer adds so little to the offence, and means to us. Yes, I said, but if Justin knows, he won't. Your companion? There was the briefest moment of reflection. She's discretion itself, she said. Still, if he's going to know, the harm is done. We may as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. And he won't know. No one will know. The people here? Nobody's here. Not a soul who matters. I doubt if they know my name. No one ever talks to me. I sat in the bright sunshine, profoundly innervated and quite convinced, but still maintaining, out of a mere indolence, a show of hesitation. You take the good things God sends you, Stephen, as I do. You stay and talk with me now, before the curtain falls again. We've tired of letters. You stay and talk to me. Here we are, Stephen, and it's the one chance that is ever likely to come to us in all our lives. We've kept the point of honour, and you shall go today, but don't let's drive the point of honour into the quick. Go easy, Stephen, old friend, my dear. My dear, what has happened to you? Have you forgotten? Of course it is possible for you to go mute with so much that we can say, and these mountains and this sunlight. I looked up to see her with her elbows on the table and her hands clasped under her chin, that face close to mine, her dear blue eyes watching me, and her lips a little apart. No other human being has ever had that effect upon me, so that I seem to feel the life and stir in that other body more than I feel my own. 3. From the moment when I confessed my decision to stay, we gave no further thought to the rightfulness of wisdom of spending the next few hours together. We thought only of those hours. Things lent themselves to us. We stood up and walked out in front of the hotel, and there Maud, to a stake at the edge of the water was a little leaky punt, the one vessel on the Engelstein Sea. We would take food with us, as we decided, and row out there to where the vast cliffs came sheer from the water, out of earshot of interference, and talk for all the time we had. And I remember now how Mary stood and called to Miss Satchel's window to tell her of the intention, and how I discovered again that exquisite slender grace I knew so well. You know, the very rowing out from the shore had in it something sweet and incredible. It was as if we were but dreaming together, and might at any moment awaken again, countless miles and 1,000 things apart. I rowed slowly with those clumsy Swiss oars that one must thrust forward, breaking the smooth crystal of the lake, and she sat sideways looking forward, saying very little, and with much the same sense, I think, of enchantment and unreality. And I saw now, for the first time, as I watched her over my oars, that her face was changed. She was graver, and I thought stronger than the Mary I had known. Even now, I can still doubt if that boat and lake were real. And yet I remember even minute and irrelevant details of the day's impressions, with an extraordinarily and exquisite vividness. Perhaps it is that very luminous distinctiveness which distinguishes these events from the common experiences of life, and puts them so above the quality of things that are ordinarily real. We rowed slowly past a great headland and into the bay at the upper end of the water. We had not realized at first that we could row beyond the range of the hotel windows. The rock that comes out of the lake is a clear dead white when it is dry, and very faintly tinted, but when it is wetted, it lights warmly with flashes and blotches of colour, and is seen to be full of the most exquisite and delicate veins. It splinters vertically and goes up in cliffs, very high and sculptured, with a quality almost of porcelain, that, at a certain level, suddenly become more rude and massive and begin to overhang. Under the cliffs, the water is very deep and blue-green, and runs here and there into narrow clefts. This place, where we landed, was a kind of beach left by the recession of the ice. All the rocks immediately about us were ice-worn, and the place was paved with ice-worn boulders. Two huge bluffs put their foreheads together above us and hid the glacier from us, but one could feel the near presence of ice in the air. Out between them boiled a little torrent and spread into 100 intercommunicating channels amidst the great pebbles, and those pebbles were covered by a network of marvellous gnarled and twisted stems, bearing little leaves and blossoms, a network at once very ancient and very fresh, giving a peculiar gentleness and richness to the alpine severity that had dwarfed and tangled them. It was astounding that any plant could find nourishment among these stones. The great headland, with its patches of yellowish old snow still lingering here and there upon its upper masses, had crept insensibly between us and the remote hotel, and now hid it altogether. There was nothing to remind us of the world that had separated us, except that old and leaky boat we had drawn up upon the stones at the limpid water's edge. "It is as if we had come out of life together," she whispered, giving a voice to my thought. She sat down upon a boulder and sat on a lower slab, a yard or so away, and we looked at one another. "It's still unreal," she said. I felt awkward and at a loss as I sat there before her, as a man unused to drawing-rooms might feel in the presence of a strange hostess. "You are so you," I said, "so altogether my nearest thing, and so strange too, so far off that I feel shy." "I'm shy," I repeated. "I feel that if I speak loudly, all this will vanish." I looked about me. "But surely this is the most beautiful place in the whole world." "Is it indeed in the world?" "Stephen, my dear," she began presently, "what a strange thing life is. Strange the disproportions, the things that will not fit together, the little things that eat us up, and the beautiful things that might save us and don't save us, don't seem indeed to have any meaning in regard to the ordinary sensible affairs, this beauty. Do you remember, Stephen, how long ago in the old park you and I talked about immortality, and you said then you did not want to know anything of what comes after life? Even now, do you want to know? You are too busy, and I'm not busy enough. I want to be sure, not only to know, but to know that it is so, that this life, no, not this life, but that life is only the bleak twilight of the morning. I think death, just dead death, after the life I have had, is the most impossible of ends. You don't want particularly. I want to passionately. I want to live again, out of this body, Stephen, and all that it carves with it. To be free, as beautiful things are free. To be free as this is free, an exquisite, clean freedom. I can't believe that the life of this earth is all that there is for us. Or why should we ever think it strange? Why should we still find the ordinary matter-of-fact things of every day strange? We do because they aren't us, eating, stuffing into ourselves thin slices of what were queer little hot and eager beasts, the perpetual need to do such things, and all the mad fury of sex, Stephen. We don't live, we suffocate in our living bodies. They storm and rage and snatch. It isn't us, Stephen, really. It can't be us. It's all so excessive. If it is anything more than the first furious rush into existence of beings that will go on at last to quite beautiful real things, like this perhaps. Today, the world is beautiful indeed, with the sun shining and love shining, and you, my dear, so near to me. It's so incredible that you and I must part today. It's as if someone told me the sun was a little mad. It's so perfectly natural to be with you again." Her voice sank. She leant a little forward towards me. "Stephen, suppose that you and I were dead today. Suppose that when you imagined you were climbing yesterday, you died. Suppose that yesterday you died, and that you just thought you were still climbing as you made your way to me. Perhaps you are dead up there on the mountain, and I am lying dead in my room in this hotel, and this is the great beginning. Stephen, I am talking nonsense because I am so happy to be with you here. 4. For a time, we said very little. Then, irregularly, disconnectedly, we began to tell each other things about ourselves. The substance of our lives seemed strangely objective that day. We had, as it were, come to one another clean out of our common conditions. She told me of her troubles and her secret weaknesses. We bared our spirits and confessed. Both of us had the same tale of mean and angry and hasty impulses. Both of us could find kindred inconsistencies. Both had an exalted assurance that the other would understand completely and forgive and love. She talked for the most part. She talked much more than I, with a sort of wonder at the things that had happened to her. And for long spaces we did not talk at all, nor feel the need of talking. And what seems very strange to me now, seeing that we had been impassioned lovers, we never kissed. We never kissed at all. I do not even remember that I thought of kissing her. We had a shyness between us that kept us a little apart, and I cannot remember that we ever touched one another, except that for a time she took me and led me by the hand towards a little place of starry flowers that had drawn her eyes and that she wished me to see. Already for us too our bodies were dead and gone. We were shy of any contact. We were a little afraid of one another. There was a kind of awe between us that we had met again, and in that strange and beautiful place, her fancy that we were dead together had a fitness that I cannot possibly convey to you. I cannot give you by any writing the light and the sweet freshness of that high desolation. You would need to go there. What was lovely in our talk, being said in that setting, would seem but a rambling discourse were I to write it down, as I believe that even now I could write it down, word for word almost, every thought of it, so fresh does it remain with me. My dear, some moments are eternal. It seems to me that as I write to tell you of this, I am telling you not of something that happened 2 years ago, but of a thing immortal. It is as if I and Mary were together there, holding the realities of our lives before us as though they were little sorry tales written in books upon our knees. 5. It was still in the early afternoon that we came down again across the meandering ice-water streams to our old boat, and pushed off and rowed slowly out of the magic corner back to every day again. Little we knew to what it was we rowed. As we glided across the water and rounded the headland and came slowly into view of the hotel again, Mary was reminded of our parting, and for a little while she was disposed to make me remain. "If you could stay a little longer," she said. "Another day? If any harm is done, it's done." "It has been beautiful," I said. "This meeting, it's just as if, when I was so jaded and discouraged that I could have put my work aside and despaired altogether. Some power had said, 'Have you forgotten the friendship I gave you?' But we shall have had our time. We've met, We've seen one another. We've heard one another. We've hurt no one. You will go? Today? Before sunset? Isn't it right that I should go? Stay, she whispered, with a light in her eyes. No, I dare not. She did not speak for a long time. Of course, she said at last. You're right. You only said. I would have said it for you if you had not. You're so right, Stephen. I suppose, poor silly little things, that if you stayed, we should certainly begin making love to each other. It would be necessary. We should fence about a little, and then there it would be. No barrier to stop us, and neither of us wants it to happen. It isn't what we want. You would become urgent, I suppose, and I should be coquettish. In spite of ourselves, that power would make us puppets, as if already we hadn't made love. I could find it in my heart now, Stephen. I could make you stay. Oh, why are we tormented, Stephen? In the next world we shall meet, and this will trouble us no longer. This love will be there. Oh, the love will be there, like something that has at last got itself fully born, got itself free from some queer clinging seed case. We shall be rid of jealousy, Stephen, that inflammation of the mind, that bitterness, that pitiless sore, so that I shan't be tormented by the thought of Rachel, and she will be able to tolerate me. She was so sweet and wonderful a girl, with those dark eyes, and I've never done her justice, never, nor she me. I snatched you from her. I snatched you. Some day we shall be different. All this putting oneself round another person like a fence, against everyone else, almost against everything else. It's so wicked, so fierce. It's so possible to be different, sometimes now, sometimes for long parts of the day. I have no base passions at all, even in this life, to be like that always. But I can't see clearly how these things can be. One dreams of them in a kind of luminous mist, and if one looks directly at them, they vanish again. 6. And at last we came to the landing, and moored the little boat, and walked up the winding path to the hotel. The dull pain of separation was already upon us. I think we had forgotten Miss Summersley Satchel altogether, but she appeared as we sat down to tea at that same table at which we had breakfasted, and joined us as a matter of course. Conceivably, she found the two animated friends of the morning had become rather taciturn. Indeed, there came a lapse of silence so portentous that I roused myself to effort and told her all over again, as I realized afterwards, the difficulties that had benighted me upon Titlis. Then Miss Satchel regaled Mary with some particulars of the various comings and goings of the hotel. I became anxious to end this tension, and went into the inn to pay my bill and get my knapsack. When I came out, Mary stood up. "I'll come just a little way with you, Stephen," she said, and I could have fancied the glasses of the companion flashed to hear the surname of the morning reappear a Christian name in the afternoon. "Is that woman behind us safe?" I asked, breaking the silence as we went up the mountainside. Mary looked over her shoulder for a contemplative second. She's always been discretion itself. We thought no more of Miss Satchel. This parting, said Mary, is the worst of the price we have to pay. Now it comes to the end, there seem 1,000 things one hasn't said. And presently she came back to that. We shan't remember this so much, perhaps. It was there we met, over there in the sunlight, among those rocks. I suppose, perhaps, we managed to say something. As the ascent grew steeper, it became clear that if I was to reach the Melch Sea Inn by nightfall, our moment of parting had to come, and with a well, and a white-lipped smile, and a glance at the Argus-eyed hotel, she held out her hand to me. I shall live on this, Brother Stephen, she said, for years. I too, I answered. It was wonderful to stand and face her there, and to see her real and living, with the warm sunlight on her, and her face one glowing tenderness. We clasped hands. All the warm life of our hands met, and clung, and parted. I went on alone up the winding path. It zigzags up the mountainside, in full sight of the hotel, for the better part of an hour, climbing steadily higher, and looking back, until she was just a little strip of white that halted and seemed to wave to me. I waved back, and found myself weeping. You fool, I said to myself, go on. And it was by an effort that I kept on my way instead of running back to her again. Presently the curvature of the slope came up between us and hid her altogether, hid the hotel, hid the lakes, and the cliffs. It seemed to me that I could not possibly see her any more. It was as if I knew that sun had set forever. 7. I lay at the Melch Sea Inn that night, and rose betimes and started down that wild grey gorge in the early morning light. I walked to Saxon, caught an early train to Lucerne, and went on in the afternoon to Como, and there I stayed in the sunshine, taking a boat and rowing alone far up the lake, and lying in it, thinking of love and friendship, and the accidents and significance of my life, and, for the most part, not thinking at all, but feeling the glow of our meeting, and the finality of our separation, as one feels the clear glow of sunset when the wind rises and the cold night draws near. Everything was pervaded by the sense of her. Just over those mountains, I thought, is Mary. I was alone in my boat, but her presence filled the sky. It seemed to me that at any moment I could go to her, and the last vestige of any cloud between us for anything we had done or failed to do in these crises of distress and separation had vanished and gone altogether. In the afternoon I wrote to Rachel. I had not written to her for 3 days, and even now I told her nothing of my meeting with Mary. I had not written partly because I could not decide whether I should tell her of that or not. In the end I tried to hide it from her. It seemed a little thing in regard to her, a thing that could not hurt her, a thing as detached from her life and as inconsecutive as a dream in my head. 3 days later I reached Milan, a day before the formal opening of the Peace Congress. But I found a telegram had come that morning to the Post Restaurant to banish all thought of my Pacific mission from my mind. It came from Paris, and its blue ribbon of text ran, "Come back at once to London. Justin has been told of our meeting and is resolved upon divorce. Will do all in my power to explain and avert, but feel you should know at once. There are some things so monstrously destructive to all we hold dear that for a time it is impossible to believe them." I remember now that as I read that amazing communication through at the first reading, it was a little difficult to understand because the Italian operator had guessed at one or two of the words. No real sense of its meaning came to me. That followed sluggishly. I felt as one might feel when one opens some offensive anonymous letter or hears some preposterous threat. "What nonsense," I said, faint-heartedly. I stood for a time at my bedroom window trying to shake this fact altogether off my mind, but it stayed and became more and more real. Suddenly, with a start, I perceived it was real. I had to do things. Forthwith, I rang the bell and asked for a Oriadio. "I shan't want these rooms. I have to go back to England," I said. "Yes, I have had bad news." 8. We've only got to explain, I told myself 100 times during that long, sleepless journey. The thundering wheels, so close beneath my head, echoed, "Explain! Oh, yes! Explain! Explain! Explain!" And something, a voice to which I would not listen, urged, "Suppose they do not choose to believe what you explain." When I sat face to face with Maxwell Hartington, my solicitor, in his ink-splashed, dirty yellow-grained room with its rows of black tin boxes, I could no longer ignore that possibility. Maxwell Hartington sat back in his chair, after his fashion, listening to my story, breathing noisily through his open mouth, perspiring little beads and looking more out of condition than ever. I never knew a man so wine-sodden and so sharp-witted. "That's all very well, Stratton," he said. "Between ourselves, very unfortunate and all that sort of thing. But it doesn't satisfy Justin, evidently, and we've got to put a different look on it, if we can, before we go before a jury. You see," he seemed to be considering and rejecting unpalatable phrases, "they won't understand." "But," I said, "after all, a mere chance of the same hotel. There must be more evidence than that." "You spent the night in adjacent rooms," he said, dryly. "Adjacent rooms?" I cried. He regarded me for a moment with something bordering on admiration. "Didn't you know?" he said. "No. They've rooted that out. You were sleeping with your two heads within a yard of one another, anyhow. 36 you had, and she had 37. "But," I said, and stopped. Maxwell Hartington's administration gave place, I think, to a slight resentment at my sustained innocence. "And Lady Mary changed rooms with her secretary 2 nights before, to be near the vacant room. The secretary went into number 12, on the floor below, a large room, at 13 francs a day, and one not exposed to the early daylight." He turned over a paper on his desk. "You didn't know, of course," he said, "but what I want to have," and his voice grew wrathful, "is sure evidence that you don't know. No jury on earth is going to believe you didn't know. No jury. Why," his mask dropped, "no man on earth is going to believe a yarn like that. Is that all you have, Stratton?" 9. Our London house was not shut up. 2 servants were there on board wages, against the possibility of such a temporary return as I was now making. Rachel was away with you 3 children at Cromingham. I had not told her I was returning to London, and I had put up at one of my clubs. Until I had had a second interview with Maxwell Hartington, I still would not let myself think that it was possible that Mary and I would fail with our explanations. We had the common confidence of habitually unchallenged people that our word would be accepted. I had hoped, indeed, to get the whole affair settled and abolished without anything of it coming to Rachel's ears. Then, at my leisure, I should be able to tell her exactly how things had come about. But each day made it clearer that things were not going to be settled, that the monstrous and the incredible was going to happen, and that Justin had set his mind implacably upon a divorce. My sense of complete innocence had already been shaken by Maxwell Hartington. I had come to perceive that we had been amazingly indiscreet. I was beginning to think we had been criminally indiscreet. I saw Maxwell Hartington for a second time, and it became clear to me I must abandon my hope of keeping things further from Rachel. I took my luggage round to my house, to the great astonishment of the 2 servants. They had supposed, of course, that I was in Italy, and then went down on the heels of a telegram to Rachel. I forgot the wording of the telegram, but it was a little alarming as possible. I think I said something about back in London for documents. Shall try to get down to you. I did not specify any particular train, or indeed state definitely that I was coming that day. I had never been to Cromingham before. I went to the house you occupied on the Esplanade, and learnt that you were all upon the beach. I walked along the sea wall, scrutinizing the various bright groups of children and nursemaids and holiday people that were scattered over the sands. It was a day of blazing sunshine, and between the bright sky and the silver drabs of the sand stretched the low levels of a sea that had its customary green-grey touched for once with something of the sapphire glow of the Mediterranean. Here and there were gay little umbrella tents of canvas shelters, and a bather or so, and pink and white wading children broke the dazzling edge of foam, and I sought you with a kind of reluctance, as though finding you would bring nearer the black irrational disaster that hung over us all. And when I found you, at last, you were all radiantly happy and healthy, the prettiest of families, and only your mother was touched with any gravity deeper than the joy of sunshine and sea. You and Mademoiselle Potin, in those days, her ministrations were just beginning, were busy constructing a great sea wall that should really and truly stop the advancing tide. Rachel, too, was a little apart, making with infinite contentment an endless multitude of conical sand pies with her little tin pail. Margaret, a pink, inarticulate lump, scrabbled in the warm sand under Jessica's care. Your mother sat and watched you thoughtfully, and before any of you knew that I was there, my shadow fell across you all. You accepted my appearance when I ought to have been in Italy with the unquestioning confidence with which you still take all my comings and goings. For you, Italy, America, any place is just round the corner. I was kissed with affection, but haste, and you got back to your sandworks as speedily as possible. I inspected Rachel 2 mounds. She was giving them the names of her various aunts and uncles, and patted the crowing Margaret, who ignored me. Rachel had sprung to her feet and kissed me, and now hovered radiant over me as I caressed you youngsters. It was all so warm, so real, that for an instant the dark threat that hung over us all vanished from my skies, to return with the force of a blow. "And what has brought you back?" said Rachel. "I had expected a month of widowhood. What can have brought you back?" The dancing gladness in her eyes vanished swiftly as she waited for an answer to her question. She caught the note of tragedy from my face. "Why have you come back from Italy?" she asked, in an altered voice. "Rachel," I said, taking her arm, with a desolating sense of the futility in my gesture of protection. "Let us walk along the beach. I want to tell you something rather complicated." "Is there going to be a war, Stephen?" she asked abruptly. It seemed then that this question, which merely concerned the welfare of 100 million people or so, and pain, destruction and disaster beyond measure, was the most trivial of digressions. "No," I said, "I haven't thought about the war." "But I thought you were thinking of nothing else." "This has put it out of my head. It's something disastrous to us." "Something has happened to our money?" "I wish that was all." "Then what is it?" Her mind flashed out. "It has something to do with Mary Justin?" "How did you know that?" "I guessed." "Well, it is, you see, in Switzerland we met." "You met?" "By accident. She had been staying at the hotel on Engelstern Alp." "You slept there?" cried Rachel. "I didn't know she was in the hotel until the next day." "And then you came away? That day? But you talked together." "Yes? And for some reason you never told me, Stephen. You never told me. And you met. But why is this disaster?" "Because Justin knows, and he means to divorce her, and it may be he will succeed." Rachel's face had become white. For some time she said nothing. Then slowly, "And if he had not known and done that, I should never have known." I had no answer to make to that. It was true. Rachel's face was very still, and her eyes stared at the situation, laid bare to her. "When you begin," she choked presently, When she wrote, I knew, I felt. She ceased for fear she might weep, and for a time we walked in silence. I suppose, she said, desperately at last, he will get his divorce. I'm afraid he will. There's no evidence you didn't. No. And I never dreamt. Then her passion tore at her. Stephen, my dear, she wept. You didn't. You didn't, Stephen? Indeed you didn't, did you? You kept faith with me as a husband should. It was an accident, a real accident, and there was no planning for you to meet together. It was as you say? I've never doubted your word ever. I've never doubted you. Well, at any rate, I could answer that plainly, and I did. And you know, Stephen, she said, I believe you, and I can't believe you. My heart is tormented. Why did you write to her? Why did you two write and go on writing? And why did you tell me nothing of that meeting? I believe you because I can't do anything but believe you. It would kill me not to believe you in a thing that came so near to us. And yet, there it is, like a knife being twisted in my heart, that you met. Should I have known of your meeting, Stephen, ever? I know I'm talking badly for you, but this thing strikes me suddenly, out of the clear, beautiful sky, and the children there, so happy in the sunshine. I was so happy, with you coming. It will mean shames and law courts and newspapers, losses of friends, losses of money and freedom, my mother and my people, and you, and all the work you do. People will never forget it, never forget it. They will say, you promised. If she had never written, if she had kept her bargain, we should still have met. Stephen, you must bear with me. This is a thing, I said, that falls, as you say, out of the sky. It seems so natural for her to write. And the meeting, it is like some tremendous disaster of nature. I do not feel I have deserved it. It is irrational. But there it is, little Rachel of my heart, and we have to face it. Whatever happens, we have to go on. It doesn't alter the work we have to do. If it clips our wings, we have to hop along with clipped wings. For you, I wish it could spare you. And she too, is a victim, Rachel. She need not have written, said Rachel. She need not have written, and then, if you had met— She could not go on with that. It is so hard, I said, to ask you to be just to her and to me. I wish I could have come to you and married you, without all that legacy of the things remembered. I was what I was. One can't shake off a thing in one's blood. And besides, I stopped helplessly. 10. And then Mary came herself to tell me there would be no divorce. She came to me unexpectedly. I had returned to town that evening, and next morning, as I was sitting down in my study to answer some unimportant questions Maxwell Hartington had sent me, my parlour-maid appeared. "Can you speak?" she asked. "To Lady Mary Justin?" I stood up to receive my visitor. She came in, a tall, dark figure, and stood facing me in silence until the door had closed behind her. Her face was white and drawn, and very grave. She stooped a little. I could see she had had no sleep. Never before had I seen her face marked by pain. And she hesitated. "My dear," I said, "why have you come to me?" I put a chair for her, and she sat down. For a moment, she controlled herself with difficulty. She put her hand over her eyes. She seemed on the verge of bitter weeping. "I came," she said at last. "I came. I had to come. You see, to see you." I sat down in a chair beside her. "It wasn't wise," I said. "But never mind. You look so tired, my dear." She sat quite still for a little while. Then she moved her arm, as though she felt for me blindly, and I put my arms about her and drew her head to my shoulder, and she wept. "I knew," she sobbed, "if I came to you—" Presently her weeping was over. "Get me a little cold water, Stephen," she said. "Let me have a little cold water on my face. I've got my courage now again. Just then I was down too low. Yes, cold water, because I want to tell you things you will be glad to hear. You see, Stephen," she said, and now all her self-possession had returned, "there mustn't be a divorce. I've thought it all out, and there needn't be a divorce." "Needn't be?" "No." "What do you mean?" "I can stop it." "But how?" "I can stop it. I can manage. I can make a bargain. It's very sweet, dear Stephen, to be here talking to you again." She stood up. "Sit at your desk, my dear," she said. "I'm all right now. That water was good. How good cold things can be. Sit down at your desk, and let me sit here, and then I will talk to you. I've had such a time, my dear." She paused and stuck her elbows on the desk and looked me in the eyes, and suddenly that sweet, frank smile of hers swept like sunshine across the wintry desolation of her face. "We've both been having a time," she said. "This odd little world, it's battered us with its fists for such a little, and we were both so ridiculously happy. Do you remember it? The rocks, and the sunshine, and all those twisted and tangled little plants, and how the boat leaked, and you bailed it out, and the parting, and how you trudged up that winding path away from me, a grey figure that stopped and waved, a little figure, such a virtuous figure, and then this storm, this awful hullabaloo, lawyers, curses, threats, and Stella Summersley Satchel like a fury of denunciation. What hatred that woman had hidden from me! It must have accumulated. It's terrible to think, Stephen, how much I must have tried her. Oh, how far away those Alps are now, Stephen. Like something in another life. And here we are, among the consequences. But you were saying we could stop the divorce." "Yes, we can. I can. But I wanted to see you before I did. Somehow I don't feel lonely with you. I had to see you. It's good to see you." She looked me in the face, her tired eyes lit with a gleam of her former humour. "Have you thought," she asked, "of all that will happen if there is a divorce?" "I mean to fight every bit of it." "They'll beat you." "We'll see that." "But they will, and then—" "Why should one meet disaster halfway?" "Stephen," she said, What will happen to you when I'm not here to make you look at things? Because I shan't be here, not within reach of you. There are times when I feel like a mother to you, never more than now." And then, with rapid touches, she began to picture the disaster before me. She pictured the court and our ineffectual denials. She made me realize the storm of hostility that was bound to burst over us. "And think of me," she said. "Stripped. I shall be an outcast." "Not while I'm alive." "But what can you do for me? You will have Rachel. How can you stand by me? You can't be cruel to Rachel. You know you can't be cruel to Rachel. Look me in the face, Stephen. Tell me. Yes. Then how can you stand by me?" "Somehow," I cried foolishly, and stopped. "They'll use me to break your back with costs and damages. There'll be those children of yours to think of." "My God!" I cried aloud. "Why do you torment me? Haven't I thought enough of those things? Haven't I seen the ruin and the shame, the hopeless trap, men's trust in me gone, my work scattered and ended again, my children growing up to hear this, and that exaggeration of our story, and you, all the bravery of your life scattered and wasted? The thing will pursue us all, cling to us. It will be all the rest of our lives for us." I covered my face with my hands. When I looked up, her face was white and still, and full of a strange tenderness. "I wouldn't have you, Stephen. I wouldn't have you be cruel to Rachel. I just wanted to know something, but we're wandering, we're talking nonsense, because, as I said, there need to be no divorce. There will be no divorce at all. That's what I came to tell you. I will have to pay, in a way, Stephen. Not impossibly. Don't think it is anything impossible." Then she bit her lips and sat still. "My dear," I whispered, "if we had taken one another at the beginning—" But she went on with her own thoughts. "You love those little children of yours," she said, "and that trusting girl wife. Of course you love them. They're yours. Oh, they're so deeply yours. Yours." "Oh, my dear, don't torture me. I do love them, but I love you too." "No," she said, "not as you do them." I made a movement of protest. "No," she said, whitely radiant with a serenity I had never seen before in her face. "You love me with your brain, with your soul, if you like. I know, my poor bleeding Stephen. Aren't those tears there? Don't mind me seeing them, Stephen. Poor dear, poor dear. You love them with your inmost heart. Why should you mind that I see you do? All my life I've been wrong, Stephen, and now I know too late. It's the things we own, we love, the things we buy with our lives. Always, always I have been hard. I've been a little hard, Stephen. My dear, I loved you always. I have loved you. And always I have tried to keep myself. It's too late. I don't know why I'm talking like this, but you see, I can make a bargain now. It's not an impossible bargain, and save you and save your wife and save your children." "But how?" I said, still doubting. "Never mind how, Stephen. Don't ask me how now. Nothing very difficult, easy. But I shall write you no more letters, see you no more. Never, never. And that's why I had to come see you, why I was able to come to you, just to see you and say goodbye to you and take leave of you, dear love, that I threw away and loved too late." She bit her lip and faced me there, a sweet, flushed, living thing, with a tear coursing down her cheek, and her mouth now firm and steady. "You can't stop a divorce," I said. "But how, Mary?" "No, don't ask me how. At a price, it's a bargain. No, no, don't think that. A bargain with Justin, but not degrading. Don't, my dear, let the thought of it distress you. I have to give earnests. Never, dear, never, through all the dusty rest of life, again will you and I speak together. Never. Even if we come face to face once more. No word." "Mary," I said, "what is it you have to do? You speak as if— What is it Justin demands?" "No, do not ask me that. Tell me— You see we've so much to talk about, Stephen. Tell me of all you are going to do, everything, because I've got to make a great vow of renunciation of you, not to think again, not even to think of you again. No, no, I'm not even to look for you in the papers any more. There's to be no tricks this time. And so you see, I want to fill up my mind with you, to store myself with you. Tell me your work is worth it, that it's not like the work of everyone. Tell me, Stephen, that. I want to believe that tremendously. Don't be modest now. That will be cruel. I want to believe that I am at last to do something that is worth doing, something not fruitless." "Are you going into seclusion?" I asked suddenly. "To be a nun?" "It is something like that," she said, "very like that. But I have promised, practically, not to tell you that. Tell me your soul, Stephen. Now, give me something I may keep in my mind through all those years of waiting." "But where?" I cried. "What years of waiting?" "In a lonely place, my dear, among mountains, high and away. Very beautiful, but lonely. A lake, great rocks. Yes, like that place. So odd. I shall have so much time to think, and I shall have no papers, no news. I mustn't talk to you of that. Don't let me talk to you of that. I want to hear about this world I'm going to leave, and how you think you are going on fighting in the hot and dusty struggle to make the world cool and kind and reasonable, to train minds better, to broaden ideas, all those things you believe in. All those things you believe in and stick to, even when you are dull. Now I am leaving it, I begin to see how fine it is to fight as you want to fight, a tiresome, inglorious, lifelong fight. You really believe, Stephen?" 11. And then, suddenly, I read her purpose. "Mary," I cried, and stood up and laid my hand upon her arm. "Tell me, what is it you mean to do? What do you mean to do?" She looked up at me defensively, and for a moment neither of us spoke. "Mary," I said, and could not say what was in my thoughts. "You are wrong," she lied at last. She stood up, too, and faced me. I held her shoulder and looked into her eyes. The gong of my little clock broke the silence. "I must go, Stephen," she said. I did not see how the time was slipping by. I began to entreat her, and she to deny. "You don't understand," she said. You don't understand, Stephen. I had hoped you would understand. You see life not as I see it. I wanted all sorts of splendid things, and you began to argue. You are shocked. You refuse to understand. No, no. Take your hands off me, Stephen dear, and let me go. Let me go. But, I said, stupid and persistent, what are you going to do? I've told you, Stephen. I've told you. As much as I can tell you. And you think this foolish thing, as though I could do that. Stephen, if I promise, will you let me go? 12. My mind leaps from that to the moment in the afternoon when, torn by intolerable distresses and anxiety, I knocked and rang, and again knocked at the door of the house she occupied in South Street, with the intention of making one last appeal to her to live, if indeed it was death she had in mind. I had let her go from me, and instantly 100 neglected things had come into my head. I could go away with her. I could threaten to die with her. It seemed to me that nothing in all the world mattered, if only I could thrust back the dark hand of death, to which she had manifestly turned. I knew all along that her extorted promise would not bind her. I knew, and I let the faintest shadow of uncertainty weaken and restrain me. And I went to her too late. I saw instantly that I was too late when the door opened and showed me the scared face of a young footman, whose eyes were red with tears. "Are you a doctor?" he asked of my silence. "I want," I said. "I must speak to Lady Mary." He was wordless for a moment. She died, sir," he said. "She died suddenly." His face quivered. He was blubbering. He couldn't say anything more. He stood snivelling in the doorway. For some moments I remained confronting him, as if I would dispute his words. Some things the mind contests in the face of invincible conviction. One wants to thrust back time. Chapter the 12th. The Arrangement of Jealousy. 1. I sit here in this graciously proportioned little room, which I shall leave for every next week, for already your mother begins to pack for England again. I look out upon the neat French garden that I have watched the summer round, and before me is the pile of manuscript that has grown here, the story of my friendship and love for Mary, and of its tragic end, and of all the changes of my beliefs and purposes that have arisen out of that. I had meant it to be the story of my life, but how little of my life is in it. It gives, at most, certain acute points, certain salient aspects. I begin to realize for the first time how thin and suggestive and sketchy a thing any novel or biography must be. How we must simplify, how little can we convey the fullness of life, the glittering interests, the interweaving secondary aspects, the dawns and dreams and double refractions of experience. Even Mary, of whom I have laboured to tell you, seems not so much expressed as hidden beneath these corrected sheets. She who was abundantly living, who could love like a burst of sunshine and give herself as God gives the world, is she here at all in this pile of industrious, inexpert writing? Life is so much fuller than any book can be. All this story can be read, I suppose, in a couple of hours or so, but I have been living and reflecting upon and reconsidering the substance of it for over 40 years. I do not see how this book can give you any impression but that of a career all strained upon the frame of one tragic relationship, yet no life, unless it is a very short young life, can have that simplicity. Of all the many things I have found beautiful and wonderful, Mary was the most wonderful to me. She is, in my existence, like a sunlit lake, seen among mountains. Of all the edges by which life has wrought me, she was the keenest. Nevertheless, she was not all my life, nor the form of all my life. For a time after her death, I could endure nothing of my home. I could not bear the presence of your mother or you. I hated the possibility of consolation. I went away into Italy, and it was only by an enormous effort that I could resume my interest in that scheme of work to which my life is given. But it is manifest I still live. I live and work and feel and share beauty. It seems to me, more and more as I live longer, that most poetry and most literature, and particularly the literature of the past, is discordant with the vastness and variety, the reserves and resources and recuperations of life as we live it today. It is the expression of life under cruder and more rigid conditions than ours, lived by people who loved and hated more naively, aged sooner and died younger than we do. Solitary persons and single events dominated them, as they do not dominate us. We range wider, last longer, and escape more and more from intensity towards understanding. And already this astounding blow begins to take its place among other events, as a thing strange and terrible indeed, but related to all the strangenesses and mystery of life, part of the universal mysteries of despair and futility and death that have troubled my consciousness since childhood. For a time, the death of Mary obscured her life for me, but now her living presence is more in my mind again. I begin to see that it is the reality of her existence, and not the accidents of her end, that matter most. It signifies less that she should have flung out of life when it seemed that her living could only have meant disaster to herself and to all she loved, than that all her life should have been hampered and restricted. Through all her life, this brave and fine and beautiful being was, for the most part of her possibilities, wasted in a splendid setting, magnificently wasted, if you will, but wasted. 2. It was that idea of waste that dominated my mind in a strange interview I had with Justin, for it became necessary for me to see Justin in order that we should stamp out the whispers against her that followed her death. He had made it seem an accidental death due to an overdose of narcotic she employed, but he had not been able to obliterate altogether the beginnings of his divorce proceedings. There had been talk on the part of clerks and possible witnesses, but of all that I need not tell you here. What matters is that Justin and I could meet without hatred or violence. I met a Justin grey-haired, and it seemed to me physically shrunken, more than ever slow-speaking, with his habit of attentive silences more marked, and that dark scar spread beyond his brows. We had come to our parting. We had done our business with an affection of emotional aloofness, and then suddenly he gripped me by the arm. "Stratton," he said, we killed her. We tore her to pieces between us." I made no answer to this outbreak. "We tore her to pieces," he repeated. "It's so damn silly. One gets angry like an animal." I became grotesquely anxious to assure him that, indeed, she and I had been, as they say, innocent throughout our last day together. "You were wrong in all that," I said. "She kept her faith to you. We never planned to meet. And when we met, if we had been brother and sister, indeed there was nothing." "I suppose," he said, "I ought to be glad of that. But now it doesn't seem to matter very much. We killed her. What does that matter to me now?" 3. And it is upon this effect of sweet and beautiful possibilities, caught in the net of animal jealousies, and thoughtless motives and ancient rigid instructions, that I would end this writing. In Mary, it seems to me, I found both womanhood and fellowship. I found what many have dreamt of, love and friendship freely given, and I could do nothing but clutch at her to make her my possession. I would not permit her to live except as a part of my life. I see her now, and understand her better than when she was alive. I recall things that she said and wrote, and it is clear to me, clearer perhaps than it ever was to her, that she, with her resentment at being, in any sense, property, her self-reliant thought, her independence of standard, was the very prototype of that sister-lover who must replace the seductive and abject womanhood, owned, mastered, and deceiving, who waste the world today. And she was owned, she was mastered, she was forced into concealment. What alternative was there for her? What alternative is there for any woman? She might perhaps have kept her freedom by some ill-paid work, and at the price of every other impulse in her swift and eager nature. She might have become one of those poor neuters, an independent woman. Life was made impossible for her, and she was forced to die, according to the fate of all untimely things. She was destroyed, not merely by the unconsidered, undisciplined passions of her husband and her lover, but by the vast tradition that sustains and enforces the subjugation of her sex. What I had from her, and what she was, is but a mere intimation of all that she and I might have made of each other and the world. And perhaps, in this story, I have said enough for you to understand why Mary has identified herself with something worldwide, has added to herself a symbolical value, and why it is I find in the whole crowded spectacle of mankind a quality that is also hers, a sense of fine things entangled and stifled, and unable to free themselves from the ancient limiting jealousies which law and custom embody. For I know that a growing multitude of men and women outwear the ancient ways. The blood-stained, organized jealousies of religious intolerance, the delusions of nationality and cult and race, that black hatred which simple people and young people and common people cherish against all that is not in the likeness of themselves, cease to be undisputed ruling forces of our collective life. We want to emancipate our lives from this slavery and these stupidities, from dull hatreds and suspicion. The ripening mind of our race tires of these boorish and brutish and childish things. A spirit that is like hers arises and increases in human affairs. A spirit that demands freedom and gracious living as our inheritance too long deferred. And I, who loved her so blindly and narrowly, now love her spirit with a dawning understanding. I will not be content with the compromise of jealousies, which is the established life of humanity today. I give myself, and if I can, I will give you, to the destruction of jealousy, and of the forms and shelters and instruments of jealousy, both in my own self and in the thought and laws and usage of the world. The End.